Welcome, YellBro. I am Jordan, and today we're going to do a little reaction to this guy that I've been hearing about. I think he's Chinese. This guy. Predictive history. The guy has a chalkboard and, tries to mathematically... I haven't watched his content, so I'm kind of just saying it off the cuff. Just like, it looks like he's doing like mathematics for what world events will happen. I haven't really watched him, so I'm curious. He's going to be talking with Mr. Kurt Metzger.
What's this guy's name?
I see at Predictive History, I guess is his channel. I don't know the guy's fucking name, but
I don't know who this guy is either.
Yeah, I've seen him do things in regards to like Israel stuff to apparently Venezuela. But either way, we're gonna check it out in this marathon of a video. Don't worry, if I get bored, I'll just turn it the fuck off. Before we get started, don't forget to share support. Hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord link if you want to join that. We're in that Discord right now, and all opinions are welcome. But
so
you might get shit on now for dumb opinions.
This is math version of Nostradamus, like he's predicting things.
I don't want to say that because I don't exactly know, but that's what it like. Just the image wise. Some of the topics I've heard this guy has talked about makes me think that that's what he does. But we'll find out. And yes, obviously this video will be linked in that description box for you to look at on your own. So do so if you feel like it. All right, let's get into this. Kurt Metzger, the Derp with Kerp 23, the multiverse of madness. Here we go. Shooby dooby doo.
Shibby-dibby-doo-dibby-dibby-doo-doo-doo.
And I derp petite derp. Oh, won't you come and derp with me?
That is such a weird but funny intro.
Fucking Schoolhouse Rock looking ass.
You can see behind your screen there.
Oh,
Kurt.
welcome to a very special Derp with Gerb. An emergency Derp with Gerb, what with World War III getting started. And that's why we decided to have a great professor to professor talk. Hold on, there's a... Holy shit.
That is just not,
I hate
it's not working
motorcycle
out
people,
so far.
dude. I hate them. Anyway, Professor Zhang's on the show. Please welcome Professor Zhang.
Thanks, Kirk.
Professor
Do
Zhang.
you have motorcycle where are you?
Yeah, that's a
I'm in
Chinese name.
Beijing,
want
and we have a
motorcycles
scooter
or no?
problem. We have a scooter problem. So not a motorcycle problem.
Yeah,
I've never watched this guy's
Scooters are like
videos,
rats,
but I
like,
see
they're,
his
like,
name
everywhere.
pop
So
up
if you're just walking in a
sometimes.
park, suddenly like
Yeah.
two scooters converge on
I
you.
guess
and
he's
get
like
run
a
over.
sociology
So,
guy.
I never went to
is
the Beijing.
Let's see if he makes
Mm.
any sense.
I
or
went
if
to
it's straight up
Suzhou,
Yeah.
Hangzhou,
bullshit or whatever.
Hangzhou.
Shanghai. Oh, Hangzhou.
By the way,
that's
I need
right.
Dutch to
Yeah,
do this
yeah.
like
Oh,
24/7
Yeah.
until he works
And,
on himself.
I can't
Just
remember
be
the last
full
one.
muted
I
all
did
day,
Kung Fu
every day.
comedy tour there, but Shanghai, that was wild. I
It's
didn't
the
really
best
see
thing
any
for him.
Chinese stuff the whole time I was
He's got
there. It
work to
was
do,
all
man. He's
like
got plenty of mirrors.
Shanghai
just
was
there.
like the village kind of.
Shanghai is Europe, man. You're not really in China, so it's not. But you were really in the best
YellBro
part of
class
China,
is
so you should
difficult,
come
but
back
it's fair.
and visit Beijing.
Yeah.
We'll go get duck or something, you know.
Oh yeah, I'll get some duck in Beijing for sure.
Yeah,
I only had
yeah.
hot pot. It's the only Chinese food I had. The rest was very, very high quality, like Western food. That's all that there was on the road.
They cheated you. You know, they cheated you.
The hot pot times. This is 2015. Maybe.
Yeah.
it's better.
So to eat authentically in China, you need to eat pig's brain, rats, locusts. You know,
Delicacies,
that's
they call
authentic.
them.
Hmm?
Is this
Okay,
what is this?
I
Chinese
really wish
black
they'd
man?
get
Is
into
this
a
goo
topic.
that where you eat a centipede out of the bowl that
Something
I'm just
like
gonna
that.
do this.
batches of
Timestamp skirt.
Yeah, and he knows everything, right? So
Well, I get
there
it,
you
you know.
go.
And he's one of the greatest.
Yeah,
Hey, so I was
timestamps would
wondering if you
be
could do me a favor.
really
I was
appreciated.
hoping you
I
could
get dinner table.
title this episode "The Multiverse of Madness" because I'm a huge fan of
Wait.
your show. And
Yeah.
and I wanna
Multiverse
call
of
this
Madness? That's a
Multiverse of
bad
Madness.
start.
Why?
That's some
Because,
Marvel shit.
because like you're insane, I'm insane, and I was hoping that we could go really into deep, insane things.
I
couldn't talk about
wouldn't
anywhere else
complain if I never
because
saw that title
otherwise,
again.
you know, they would just ban me or something.
Well, I was very
need Charlie
strange on
Kirk to go
YouTube.
back in
I
time
have a
to erase
warning
the
that's
Marvel
on the
universe.
top of my channel that says if you try to downplay Ukraine,
if you can time travel, do it
Ukraine's
for the right
situation
reasons, bro.
anyway, they
Like,
can
come on.
just take my money from the channel.
Oh,
That's the thing that's written here. I mean, it's absolutely bad.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
also, I don't know if you noticed, we got masked.
While we're on that subject,
the
maybe
HBO
stop those
version of
goddamn
Watchmen. It
Twilight
sucks. We
movies
got
from
that
ever
deal now with
happening.
the cops. They
Something
just
that's
hired
really
anybody to be
harmful to
an ICE cop.
mankind.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Yeah.
They're going about it in a way I wouldn't have picked out for
Let
them.
little
to go
girls
about
have their fucking
And,
Twilight series show.
then
But
on
Marvel,
the other
it's
end, we
everyone's
go,
watching those stupid things.
What did they just Washington Post? The reporter's got his house raided by
Yeah. Yeah.
fucking Cash.
All right, fine. I'll
Dick
just settle
Tracy
for the
Patel,
Marvel
that
movies.
hero. I mean, what? It looks like we're. I don't know how. I feel like we're China without the good monorail kind of now.
So Monorail?
This famous Chinese dissident, Ai Weiwei. I mean,
Jordan,
he's a famous
Monorail.
artist, and he left for
Where?
Germany like 10 years ago
Of the grift.
because he thought that China was this authoritarian place where you couldn't really
Shout out
practice
to
free
The
speech.
Simpsons when that
Well, I
meant
don't know,
something.
Germany. Yeah, then he was in Germany, and he's like, "Oh
I
my
saw him
god,
release
it's
that.
so much worse in Germany
Elon Musk video.
than in China." Okay,
I've
like bonus
never.
content,
It's
I
so beyond. We covered this on Jimmy's show. A clip of that Ursula. What's her name?
yeah,
Wand. I can't remember her last name, but she's doing a rally, and it's something like we're giving all the rest of your money to this Ukraine thing.
yeah,
And some guys protesting her, and so cops are carrying him away. And she goes, "You're lucky. In a lot of countries, you'd be arrested for that." As he's being arrested,
I call an audible and just
Like,
watch
she's
one
saying
of
it
his
as
videos
he's being
instead.
it's.
I
I mean,
gotta do
that's
that,
just the peak of some kind of magic trick. How would you make people see a thing?
I guess
apparently it's
so.
worse in Britain because if you start a pedophile ring,
Whoa.
you're protected by the law. But if you speak out against it and say that there are certain ethnic groups that are responsible for these rings, then you are put in jail.
Yeah, well, that's because you should. They look. If you're in the UK, you should have figured out your king's way into it. So that's why they protect it.
Yeah.
Or the Pakistanis doing it? I'm sure they are. But inbred? Did you say they're inbred? Well, funny story. You know who else is inbred and into kids? Your entire ruling class.
Yeah. No, these guys are subcontractors, right? They're like
Yes,
these guys
that's how I look at them.
on the streets. Yeah.
I've been a judge for a long time, and I see a lot of cases. Well, I heard of that years ago. The trafficking rings, the groomer gangs, or something they were calling it.
Gangs, yeah.
It was when I was working for Sasha Cohen show. So the guy I was talking to, but they're all upper class Oxford kids. So
Look around for
they're
that.
like, oh yeah, it's this overblown thing. But
What's up?
England's a small place, dude. It's not.
Hey, let me look around. Let me
Something
see.
like that is such a. It's not like in America. I feel like you could hide something like that better. It's just England. They don't have guns. They got to rely on wizardry still. So that there's nothing they can really do about it. I think they banned ninja swords even pretty recently by name.
Have you ever read John le Carré?
Maybe.
Oh,
what
there's
is
a
it?
lot here.
Oh, John le Carré. He wrote these spy novels. He was very popular in the day.
What are the
And,
novels?
So his most famous is
Dawn of the Jews. What?
The Spy Who Came In From the Cold, and he wrote the Fourth Smiley trilogy. And he was MI6. He went to Eton. He was MI6, and he quit the Foreign Office. Was like 35 to write novels.
He went to gay Oxford.
Yeah,
Those sound
yeah.
interesting and woo-woo,
but
right?
I mean, the point is that he never really quit.
Conspiracy
right?
of
He was always
evil.
part of that
Oh, yeah.
apparatus. And if you read his novels, like it's like the biggest problem
Look at that.
in the Secret Service is homosexuality. It's like they're all.
I'm
gay,
not going to tell you
and,
not to.
Which
Well,
suggests that they're all pedophiles
Okay.
as well.
Do they have rules where like
Probably be
really,
better
it's
than
got
most of
nothing-
the shit we
really-
usually end up
From what I
covering
can tell,
here.
have nothing to do with actually like an orientation,
psychology
which
of
would
evil.
imply some kind of
Okay.
mutual, enjoyment. It's like a weird power Alexander the Great thing, like can I be AC Doocy and like why would Barack Obama have to go be a crack escort for some gay guy that Tucker has on? Why would he have had to do that? Well, that's a thing they do in those circles. It's an initiation.
Yeah.
And you like La Femme Nikita, like Obama had to do that move. And so it's got nothing to do with, I mean, if you let's say you're gay, you probably got to pretend you're straight. Or if you're like Pete Buttigieg, you got to pretend you're gay for some reason. We'll never know.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Whatever you don't like, you got to sacrifice it. Like just show that you're in.
All right.
Yeah.
do that.
Hazing that's a good hazing.
So there's this great comment back in the 2020 Democratic primaries where Cory Booker.
Maybe I come back to that.
Okay, so today we continue the topic of secret societies. Last class we discussed how they come into power. Today we will look at where they come from and what they believe. Okay? So to understand secret society.
I want something different. Is he just talking about secret society? Like, Let me hear something about like today's world. Psychology of evil? I don't know if that's the same type of thing.
So we continue the topic of secret societies. And we're going to focus on their secret weapon, which is mind control. They're able to turn you into a programmable robot that they can use as a weapon. But before I start that, let's review what we discussed last class. This is a class of ideas and concepts. So it's really important you understand these concepts because we will build on them throughout the semester, okay? So last class, we discussed the transformation of religious worldview during the course of Western history. So at first there was the mother goddess, then transition to polytheism, then monotheism. And during this transition, the way that our minds perceive the world radically changed in three aspects. The first is that before we understood that mind led to matter. So the universe is just one giant mind that vibrates, okay? And the intersection of these vibrations creates atoms. Then that leads to matter, okay? But today in science class, you're taught that's the opposite. It's the brain that creates the mind. And as you will discover throughout the semester, this conception that the brain creates the mind, it's very problematic. Okay, so we will discuss this throughout the semester.
And
okay, the second big difference is before we understood the world metaphorically. Okay, so we saw that the world was controlled by these forces that we could not see and feel, but they were there. And we gave names to them, the gods. Now it's all literal. In science class, you're taught that if you don't see it, it doesn't exist. If you cannot measure it, it does not exist.
That's not exactly true.
Is that before
you gotta stop him right
we
there.
were into.
Go ahead.
Like there's been tons of shit that we didn't have a way to look at directly until very recently. Like infrared, ultraviolet, shit like that.
All right.
So I get a little bothered when they kind of reduce science to this dogma sounding whatever. It's a little irritating.
Fair enough. But there is a lot of dogmatic thinkers in the world of science. There's plenty of them.
No, that's not news.
Yeah. Which is why the counters start popping up. Then they start doing blanket things, just like the new atheist style do with religion. They do it to the science guys. They're all full of shit.
Looking at you, Sam Harris.
All right, here we go.
Exist. If you cannot measure it, it does not exist. The third big difference is that before we were intuitive. We trusted our heart. We trusted our eyes. But today in science class, you're taught to not trust your eyes. You're taught to trust the data, the tools, the theory. So today it's counterintuitive. And this is why school is so hard. Okay? We humans are learning machines. That's what we're designed to do, to learn, to absorb, to adapt. But school is hard because you're taught ideas that go against your own intuition. Okay? So
all right,
these
pause
are
it, Jordan.
the
I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but like, let's say you use the scientific method to try and demonstrate something.
Yep.
Well, one of the major points of the scientific method is that when you do something, you document every step so that somebody else can try and repeat it. And what is that if not just getting 100 people to use their eyes, or 1,000, or 1,000,000? So that's what peer review is ultimately.
Okay, fair enough. But I need them to start going towards examples so that I can piece together exactly. I've heard these arguments before, and there is, in my opinion, a conditioning factor within schools and education systems to push people towards, let's be real, more towards hyper-analytical thinking rather than taking into account the abstraction, because there's plenty of abstraction to all this, which is why philosophy is supposed to be right next door. Science is a philosophy, essentially, but it's supposed to be like the typical metaphysics of philosophy, like should be right next door to science, but it's usually left out.
Well, what science is it's just a process and a set of tools that we can use to try to understand how and why certain things happen.
Yeah. But still, like, once again, the abstraction needs to be taken into account. And they can say that, they can put say, Scout's honor, I'm considering the abstract ideas in regards to this scientific theory. But typically, it's just not really done. It's, to be honest, right? And let's be real, more and more people think that way. They think hyper-analytical. Hyper-analytical. That is a phenomenon I notice quite a bit.
A lot of them don't even do that very well.
Yeah, which is why, if you can see society itself, there's such a struggle when it comes to the psychological realm, right? Where they don't have data answers for all this stuff. They don't have really any answers for it. They're trying, I guess, but they don't really have much going on there in the sense of like consciousness and the mind that's involved with consciousness. Because that's missing, I think, from people's actual thinking. I mean, that's easy. You're easier to control and manipulate and brainwash because you don't have any psychological defenses for shit like that you're not looking for in the first place, right? That's why critical thinking is what? Abstraction. You're saying like, well, you're showing me this, but could it be something like this instead?
Yeah, that's the art of thinking about thinking.
Yeah. But let's see if he gives us some examples to make this make sense. Here we go.
I was just going to say if people were at least a little better at either one of those things, never mind, getting better at both like we really should, I don't think we'd be on track for extinction by like early next century with the way shit's going. But that's just me.
I mean, I don't know. The point is, like, whether we're here or not, you're healthy while you are here, and that seems to be a struggle for a lot of people, seemingly. But all right, let's continue. Here we go.
Last class. So now I want to talk about mind control. Okay.
And there it is.
So let's go back to the 4 earliest civilizations. These are mass societies. So these 4 societies that first came into being are China, the Indus Valley Civilization, the Harappan Civilization, which is now northern India, Mesopotamia, which today is Iraq, and of course the last one is Egypt. And of course Egypt was, for thousands of years, the most powerful, the wealthiest, the most influential. Now, when you have a mass society, your biggest problem is social control. How do you control the population? How do you get everyone to get along? And in each society, there are different solutions, okay? So in China, we developed a bureaucracy. And what underpinned the bureaucracy, of course, is something called the Keju, which is the civil service examination. So everyone's attention, everyone's energies was focused on getting their child to pass the Kuju to become an official. And that's what gave China social stability. And guess what, guys? It's still around today. Today we call it the Gaokao, okay? But it's the same system, no difference at all. The IVC, the Indus Valley Civilization, created religion. And what's remarkable about the religion is it is one that preached egalitarianism, equality, as well as peacefulness. And their religion becomes the prototype for Buddhism today, okay? So what the religion was Proto-Buddhism, and for the longest time, the
I can't
IVC
confirm or deny
was
any of these.
peaceful and
I have no
egalitarian.
clue.
It was a very prosperous
I'm curious what
society.
direction it goes in.
Mesopotamia, the solution was war. The difference between
I think
Mesopotamia and
the
other
concept
places
of a religion is a
that there
little
are no
older than
natural
he's saying it is.
Yeah. But once again, the historical factoids of it, I don't know exactly, but these would be things. If you wanted to control your population, these are things that would definitely play a role. The idea of like social mobility upwards, right? The American dream, if you will. That can distract you from, maybe being more of an individual, right? And working on yourself. You get distracted with, I got to get this job and do this, and then do this, and then do this, and then right? Just follow like this kind of pre-planned situation. Religion, there's another one saying like, well, if you do bad things, God's going to punish you, so be good. But when I say good, I mean exactly what I tell you to do. Like whatever I deem as the way, that's what good means. So you're going to have to follow that, otherwise God's going to punish you. War, that's another one. Where you just create an enemy outside of, who you are. Create an enemy somewhere, and now they're rallied together for the sake of survival and defeating the other guys. Right? And you can't see it any better than these knuckleheads that claim, oh no, it's about these illegal immigrants are invading. Right? They turn it into a war scenario. And thus they cheer on whatever ICE does no matter what. Then it starts hitting home, obviously, which is why they started capturing American citizens. They have to turn their brains off for that one as well, right? But either way, it's like create an enemy, boom, it'll rally people together. I wonder what his was.
Yeah, they get people to cheer for what's basically their own destruction. The IQ of our species slips another 4 or 5 points, and a few devil worshiper billionaires get to feel good about themselves.
Yeah. I wonder what his fourth one's going to be. Maybe it's fear. That's a big psychological driver. I mean, think of all the people you can get to move around just by scaring them.
Fear is the most primal out of them all.
Maybe that's Egypt's thing. Maybe it was some fear and dominance and they made themselves gods, so it's kind of religious too. I'm sure all these things play a role in each other's situations too, but
well, fear plays a role in almost all of those things, in my opinion.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree. But, okay, we'll see where he goes. But so far, on its own, not knowing the history of all that stuff, but the ideas there, yeah, that fucking works. That fucking works for sure. On a kind of a duped population, it works on them, for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
So far, this explanation's okay, but there are some caveats to be had.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
But I'm a
China,
nitpicky pain in the ass who likes to hair split over the particulars.
Yeah, but interesting nonetheless. Here we go.
That's why my classmates hated me.
Deserts, seas to protect China. But in Mesopotamia, it's a desert. And so it's really easy to attack. And therefore, they had centuries.
It's not just a desert over there.
And that's what kept the society together, because they were always at war with each other.
It actually gets really mountainous when you're in that part of Eurasia.
The Pharaoh.
Especially in Afghanistan. Right? Holy shit.
Egypt is unique in that they believed the Pharaoh was God, and therefore everyone had to obey their God. The problem, though, is that the Pharaoh was not God. And as a human in charge of an empire, his life was always at risk. Okay? So now I'm going to ask you a question. What does it take to be a great leader? In school, you're taught what skills do you need to be a great leader? Just shout out the answers. Leadership skills, but what are they?
Being authentic.
What are they?
Otherwise, you're not a
Responsibility,
leader.
right?
You're a follower.
How about, what else?
You're a
Wisdom.
you're a follower with leader
Openness.
clothing on.
Empathy.
You're a follower with a 3-piece suit.
Regret? Respect, yeah. What else? Knowledge, right? Okay, this is what you're taught in school, and we can go on for a long time. Okay, there are hundreds of skills you need to be a great leader. Guess what, guys? Wrong, okay? To be a great leader in the world, in history, you need 3 skills. And if you just analyze what the leaders of today are like, it will make sense to you, okay? So Putin, Trump, every leader in the world shares these 3 skills, okay? The first is unpredictability. People cannot predict how you will behave. You are a mystery to people. That's the first skill.
I'm not sure I
Second skill
would pick them
is
as examples of great leaders.
Stress tolerance. So Donald Trump
Sorry to
is
say.
probably the most hated man in America. Guess what, guys? He goes to bed and he sleeps like a baby. He does not care. Okay? He gets up and he's tweeting, he's giving speeches, he's talking to reporters. He's the happiest man alive. He does not care. And so the last skill is lack of empathy. He does not care what happens to other people. All he cares is about himself. And guess what, guys? To do well.
Are we trying to describe a leader, or are we
these
trying to
skills.
describe Machiavelli?
Unpredictability. No one knows.
I'm a natural born leader. That's awesome.
No one knows how you'll behave. High stress tolerance. You don't care.
Too stupid, my man.
Lack of empathy. You're very selfish. Okay? And these are the 3
You need to get
skills
past kindergarten
that
first.
leaders need in order
But we'll get you there.
to,
Apparently,
Whether you like it
apparently
or
I
not.
don't need to
But
get
you know
past
what? We just
kindergarten.
use one word to describe all 3 skills.
Motherfucker, you ain't
The
past
word we can
preschool
use
yet.
is
One step at a time.
dissociation.
Bow to your master. I'm king of
Dissociation just
kindergarten.
means that your mind is part of your body. When you dissociate,
Maybe in your next
what
life.
literally happens is your mind leaves your body so that it's
not the flesh you think
that
it
what's
is, bro.
happening is happening to you. It's happening to someone else. It's like you become an
He's gonna
observer
reincarnate
in
as a rock
movie,
to upgrade
right?
his
You're in the
thinking.
movie, but you're also watching the movie. And this is what leads to these 3 things: unpredictability, high stress tolerance, and lack of empathy. Okay?
I'll just wait till the googly eyes get glued on. He
So,
spends the next 30 years on somebody's windowsill.
so what he's saying is, what I think he's saying is, he's not saying what makes him like a good leader. It's saying what makes you just a leader. Like things that you could do. Now, granted, I think the other thing is actually a million times more effective, way more, because in fact, the 3 things he pointed out, and he pointed to Trump or Putin or whoever the fuck, they try their best PR-wise to project those things. They try to project that they're empathetic and have wisdom and, you know, all that stuff. They project that because it's supposed to be it's a marketing tool, right? So imagine if someone's like really like that. They will build statues of that motherfucker. That's not happening today with these guys. They're just here. People are just waiting for these guys to leave, for the most part. Straight up.
Or in a lot of cases, they're just waiting for the motherfucker to kick the bucket.
Yeah, but if someone was the real deal, they'd be fucking worshipped forever. They would. They'd be building statues. Like, remember I don't know if you were here, Joe, but I brought up this idea one day, like, hey, if someone's like a multi-billionaire, and they're like, you know, I'm just going to give all my money away. I just give it all away. Guess what? They will build statues of the motherfucker. Homeless? Nah, they'll be like, yo, you can stay here, man. You're good. Come sleep on the couch. You're good. You need food? I got you. Because that projection of being the good guy, like a really, like, actually the good guy, people would be, you know, showering you with fucking shit to make sure you're okay. Because they have the idea, like, oh, this is a good person. Just like we do this with money in society, don't we? Hey, if you're rich, that means you're not a security threat for me. I think that's how typical people think. Not everyone, but I think there's a lot of people that think that way. Like, oh, they have money, so why would they rob me? Why would they harm me? There's nothing in it for them. They're already rich. They already made it. So thus, they become more trustworthy to people in their minds psychologically, when that could absolutely be the exact opposite, right?
Yeah, that was about to say.
You trust the rich? You trust the rich?
It almost
you're
it
saying.
almost always ends up working out the opposite way.
Yeah, but the idea that they did something legally successful to be where they're at, that's the idea in their minds. And because of that, that means you're probably a good person. Or maybe not a good person, but you're trustworthy in regards of safety, right? Like, oh, these guys wouldn't harm me. There's no reason to.
The sooner that myth gets dispelled, the sooner we get to colonize other planets.
Well, that's the thing, Joe. This is where actual diagnosis of the people you're dealing with is so fucking important, because let's say to someone who's rich, successful, but they're an asshole, right? And someone diagnoses that, like, man, this guy's a fucking asshole. But if you attribute it to money, all of a sudden you can have a neighbor who's equally the asshole or even more of an asshole. And that's why you have to do real diagnosis. Instead of being like, oh, well, he doesn't have any money, so I'm going to justify everything he does. Versus this guy has all the money,
You're going to ask people to do work, intellectual exercise.
It's fucking
Are you
needed.
Fucking crazy, Jordan?
It's needed.
Why don't you just ask everybody to be a foot taller?
Hey, think of how many organizations probably been infiltrated with these assholes because no one's doing a diagnosis at all. They're just saying, well, you're poor like us. You're one of us. Meanwhile, that guy might be George W. Bush in his fucking psyche. Right, Dubster? That's right. But yeah, you have to do real diagnosis about individuals, and that doesn't even get started until you start on yourself. Where you have all the fucking beakers and Bunsen burners you need, all the lab coats and goggles you fucking need. You know everything that's going on in there. It's psychological stuff that could be 100% empirically fucking validated.
Demonstrated.
It's validated. It's like, oh, this is now known. It's not like a mystery when you're trying to figure out someone else's mind, right? But yeah, you got to do that work on yourself before you go around with others. It is what it is. So, but either way, the diagnosis is needed. If you want the world to be better or healthier, hopefully by your standards, healthier. I think a lot of people would agree with me what healthier would look like. But yeah, if you can,
dangerous territory, Jordan. You're asking people to do intellectual labor.
Well, it's otherwise, nothing changes. You're just, what's the saying? Shuffling chairs on the Titanic.
Yeah, you're playing musical chairs on the Titanic.
You're not really. You're just moving the furniture around. You're not actually attacking at the real problem, which is there's a fucking hole in your boat, or there's a fucking iceberg, 100 feet in front of you, and you're storming towards it.
If we're gonna stick to the Titanic metaphor, I could point out about 20 holes that are in the side of our boat right now.
Exactly.
Now hit play. Your Lord has spoken.
Okay. Weirdo. All right, TJ. All right, here we go.
Another word for dissociation that we use is multiple personality disorder.
It's another Dubster one right there.
Donald Trump is so unpredictable because he's literally 100 different people. In a different circumstance, he's a different person. And that's why you can never actually predict how he will behave. And all the great leaders in history were like that.
I've done a pretty decent job of predicting how Trump is going to behave lately.
I think we've all done a decent job when it comes to policies, right? You kind of predict the policies pretty well. Now, what his mood will be like when he does the policies, I don't fucking know. But that's me being empathetic and leaving room for him to still be a person, right? He's not he's not a demon to me. He's just a dumb fuck person with a bunch of I mean, it's just pathological disorders, psychologically speaking, like a mountain of them.
Do you think
Probably a few
schizophrenia is
physical
one of
ones
his
too.
things?
What with the bruised hands
think
and
it's-
all.
You think schizophrenia is one of them, which this guy just claimed.
I said schizophrenia. I didn't say that.
Nobody
this
said
guy.
schizophrenia.
No, he said multiple
He described
personality
it as
disorder.
schizophrenia.
No, multiple personality disorder is different than schizophrenia.
Two very
Okay.
different things.
Okay, do you think Trump has multiple personality disorder?
I think everyone has all these quote unquote maladies. We all have them. It's just some might be hyper zoomed in versus others. And what does he hyper zoom into? Trump? Man, oh man. Well, definitely psychopathy is definitely one of them. Like a lack of care and empathy towards others. Yes, there's narcissism there, but I think it's a little bit overblown as like the reasons why he does every little maneuver he does. I think he's being led quite a bit.
Well, he's being led by his own worst impulses.
Well, also
Well,
other
this
people.
guy said this guy said 1,000 different people. Like Trump is 1,000 different people within him.
No, but
If we had 1,000 Donald Trumps walking around, then I'd really be frightened.
No, I mean, like, is he saying psychopathy as being one person and then another person being one of the other characters? Or are you saying like the actual thinking of I'm Fred today, I'm Bob tomorrow, I'm Scott the next day? Which way do you think this guy is describing this?
I think he's saying it
If
the
I
way
had to
that
guess,
I'm
I would
saying.
say it's I would guess it's his. I would guess it's his way of saying that these people are willing to be total chameleons,
Yeah,
and they'll just be and act as whoever they think will be the most beneficial for that moment.
yeah, and that's what he's saying, and that's basically what I'm saying in regards to everyone having these things. Everyone has multiple personality disorder, right? You might be one way with your parents. Well, personas, right? You might be one way with your parents and another way with your friends, right? That's a pretty normal occurrence.
Well, what if I say it like this? Would this kind of fit? Today, Donald Trump is thinking about war. So he's like, what would the top, in Trump's head, what would the top commanding officer think like? Versus tomorrow, he's thinking about farming. So he's like, so what would the top farmer
topics
be thinking?
And that's just topics. Yeah,
I think a better comparison would be Trump pretending that he's a devout, God-fearing Christian conservative one moment, and then bragging about how he grabs women by the pussy the next.
Yeah, and once again, the separation of the actual medical condition of multiple personality disorder. It would be that the person they don't understand or they don't identify as all of these voices, right?
Yeah, somebody with multiple personality disorder is like actually losing chunks of time.
Yeah.
When the other ego takes over.
Yeah. There's no like Trump is still identifying as himself when he smiles at one person and frowns at another.
It's not to that level. You're saying it's not to that.
No,
level.
It's not to that. I don't believe that.
No, those are two very just even mechanically very different processes.
I will say this: if one day, everyone's like, you know what, like, we caught you, you're guilty, and I mean in like a real way, to where it's like, yeah, your hotels, your money, all of it's gone. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. That ego might crack into a million pieces, and you might get the real thing of multiple personality disorder. Where the mind's trying to separate from the fucking trauma of shit, so you have to go to a happy place somewhat. It's the mind protecting itself, essentially, right? Because of some sort of traumatic thing, most likely. Yeah, good.
Yeah, usually what happens there is you'll see the motherfucker cycle through every single persona that they've bothered to put together because they're trying to figure out which one's going to get them out of this mess.
Possibly, right. Or it might become
and the trauma happens when they realize none of them are going to do it.
It could be true dissociation, though. That can happen as well.
you could get what I would call watch this, hold my beer kind of thing, or you could get the Return of the King, or you could get I'm just done. I've given up in life. Get all right, I'll take my lickings and I'll just be some minimum wage worker of some sort.
In regards to
Like multiple options. If I'm Donald Trump and tomorrow I can't be president anymore, he could he could crack. He could be like, bullshit, I'm not president. Like, if I'm not now, I'll get it back. Like, or he could accept it and he took away all his billions and be like, fine, I'll go work at a grocery store. Like, all those are possibilities.
Don't get my hopes up.
But my guess is if he's true, like where it's like there is no, like you're caught, you're done. You were straight up caught. If it's something like gruesome, it could be the Epstein stuff. Like he's straight up just caught, and it's like everything is being taken away from him. Yeah, you could see a sharp split in the psyche, a sharp one.
Well, if that was to be the case, I would imagine he'd be in jail or prison. So,
and knowing the way he behaves, I think they would have to keep that motherfucker on a psych hold at all times.
Well, it's like even that. If he goes to prison, be like, oh my god, yo, Donald Trump's in prison with us, yo. Like, I mean, that's gone too. All of it gone. Yes, I believe you. I mean, you would see a crack in the psyche. What quote unquote disorders would come out of that? I don't fucking know. It could be a range of things. It depends on what his psyche is here, where he thinks he's healthy, but he's not actually. And then when things get revealed, it's like, oh shit, those things I wasn't dealing with are now flooding to the top of the psyche. Like the fucking dam broke. Yeah.
Until something like that actually happens, we got no way to know.
Yeah. And let's be honest with you, that's why I look at things a certain way, and especially in regards like prisons and shit like that, because that's everyone. Maybe not everyone. But I think that's most people. Most people, if shit goes sideways, guess their psyches will smash to a million pieces. And they don't have a defense mechanism when something becomes reality, right? If something terrible happens and it becomes reality, there's no way to stop it. You can try to rewind in your mind and make it go away, but you can't. It's just there. And then the typical way of dealing with that is repression. And what does repression bring? All types of fucking problems. All types of problems.
And that's when you end up trading. That's when you end up developing an addiction or trading one addiction for another.
Yeah, maybe to forget.
Like when somebody's life goes from being all about cocaine to being all about what they think God is.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Those 3 traits, and he said this applies to all leaders. Do you think that's accurate?
Well, I wouldn't call them leaders personally.
Modern day, at least.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them leaders.
Modern day.
I understand. I think there's a million more things you can add to that list. I think. And once again, that's going based on ones I have a sense of understanding of. Like I can't read minds, and I don't know every leader on planet Earth or every political leader on planet Earth. But I think there's some truth to what he's saying.
We do have historical leaders, and the stories were told of them. And remember, we don't have like every behind the detail stuff.
Yeah,
we can't. We can't for a lot of those guys.
Yeah, for way back in history, a lot of that's hidden from us just by the way things were recorded. But if you imagine someone like a heroic example, like you would go with like Spartacus, you would go with somebody like possibly Alexander the Great.
Oh wait, I'm Spartacus. Jordan, you're also Spartacus. Play along.
You go with someone like King Edward V. And you would think like, well, they didn't do like what these 3 outlines look like as kind of negative. traits
Yeah.
for a leader. It's more of the other side of his list of what he said wrong. This is not what you are going to really see in a leader. They fit that better.
Yeah.
Like they were respectable. They stood for what they believed in, all that kind of stuff. Like that's the heroic leaders that we have examples of based on the stories we know of them. We don't know behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, and that's where
I mean, some of it we do know behind the scenes. Alexander the Great wasn't perfect. He had many flaws, I'm guessing. And we kind of see that outlined, but not so much for Spartacus. It looks like Spartacus was like truly heroic and truly led.
according to your probably dumb fuck denomination of what the world should be. But I'm using simple dumb guy logic of things. Like when I look at Trump, right? I can have an event like I said, those boats being blown up in the middle of the fucking ocean. I can look at that and be like, well, I can go with something bad's not, something pathological is happening. Either he has no care or empathy towards other human beings, right? Or something like, let's say they all made it up as propaganda. Like, well, then you're a liar. Another pathological behavior. Let's say he did kill those guys, but felt bad about it behind closed doors. Like on camera, he's like, whatever, yeah, we did it. He's being rambunctious and shit like that. But behind closed doors, he's sad about it and crying. Well, then you're still a liar. You're still a liar. And then you add coward on top of that, which is another fucking pathology.
Or what if he just doesn't see those people as human?
Which is lack of empathy, right?
Yeah.
Which is pathological. So, like, either, like, there's no way around that
Be
scenario.
a lot of that shit going around.
No matter what's going on behind closed doors, that event happened, so thus you have some sort of pathology going on. And by the way, being afraid of things is not the same as being a coward. Being a coward's a lot different to me. But I can go into that at another point. All right, let's go back to the video. It's just simple dumb guy logic, IQ test stuff. That's pretty simple to me. Like once you do that action, like you need to leave right now. You need to quit this job and go do something else. I mean,
So
like, immediately.
Wait, Jordan, you're telling me you wouldn't be afraid if there were suddenly lava flowing through your living room?
No, I'd run. I'd run, grab the, other people that live in the building, get them the fuck out of here. I'd try at least. But all right.
Now, if I start seeing lava going through my kitchen, I'm taking Tormy in Ireland and I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm picking a new continent.
We can play like that, like don't touch the lava, like in the mall and stuff, with like a different color tiles. You ever play that as a kid? Like the black squares are cool.
I did shit like that all the time. That was fun.
You play the real version, man. Come on, get some lava out here.
We're playing for keeps.
Right.
Yellowstone. Where are you at? I was on a Hanna-Barbera binge yesterday.
I don't even know what that is. All right.
Yogi Bear, Scooby Doo, all that shit from the 60s and 70s.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, let's
I was
continue.
in a boomerang mood.
All right, let's get back to this video. Maybe he'll explain further, but he's saying general things that I need a little bit more evidence for. Certain things I can kind of corroborate from my personal calculations, but some things he sounds like he's taking in the character of Trump as like that's who the person is. Like, look, when Trump says this, he's being a mean guy. Like he might just be acting, for all we know. So that's something where I can't truly prove that, but I can definitely say there's some sort of pathology happening. That one I'm 100%
There's
sure.
definitely a fucking sickness in there. That's for goddamn sure.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure of that one. There's a pathology happening, unless he's just not even human, right? Unless he's like an actual just robot, right? With no decision making. All right, let's continue. Here we go.
Explain why this is the case. Okay, game theory.
Game theory.
Let's not.
So in game theory, we discussed
Game theory.
before
Game theory's
how
interesting.
when you have a game where there are millions of different players, okay? The secret to win this game is cheating. And you do that by forming secret alliances, right? So these three do it. The problem is, this is actually pretty obvious. We understand this rule. So guess what? A lot of people form secret alliances. Okay? So to win this game, if you want to win this game, you have to be part of as many powerful secret alliances as possible. You have to be the intersection of these groups, okay?
This is not
so
game
you're
theory
here,
I was going to go towards.
but you're also here. You're also here.
Yeah, this is why I said let's
But
not.
as we discussed previously, these secret societies have developed systems to make you loyal, to make you obedient,
a sad
to
way
make sure
to
that you will never betray them.
deal with the world.
So the only way around this problem is to create multiple personalities. Right? Because literally, you're a different person.
Yeah, this is why I was saying earlier, I think his English might have failed him a little bit.
And therefore, they're never able to figure out what you really think.
He has more of a point
Spies
now, though.
have the skill. Okay? When spies are being
I think
recruited,
what I mean is I think he's mixing
the
up
one
a
skill that's looking
personality
for
with
is
a persona.
dissociation. Is this
or
person
mask.
able to quickly dissociate from?
He's not using the technical terms to an exact degree, but like I get what he's saying. All right, and that's good enough for me. I take words and just use them the way I want to use them, honestly. And that's what he's doing. I think he doesn't. I don't think he literally means.
Close to his
Do
fish.
this.
I don't think he literally means the technical definition of multiple personality disorder.
No, I don't think he means that either. I'm just thinking that he might have reached for the wrong word here.
I think that word works if he's
think you
the
could do
direction he's
this.
going in. But I think persona would probably be a more accurate word. But you can
Yeah.
go either way with us. That doesn't bother me
Do
at
you
all.
think you could do this?
Do what?
What are
Be
you
this
talking
person that's doing the game theory to where you could be the leader?
And I can't do that.
You don't think you could do this?
I don't know. I'm quite capable. I just refuse to do that.
Yeah, why would you? That's the other question. Why would you want to do this? This is a sad way to deal with the world.
Well, if you go by where he's going with, and I think he's making somewhat of a point that I think is legit, is that I don't think he's saying his prescription or his diagnosis of the world. I think he's saying they view it as a game, and their
Yeah.
goal is to win the game. The only way to win the game is to fucking cheat. The only way to cheat is to get in teams and have protections and shit like that. Right? So thus he has to put on different faces with different people to get different shit done to contribute to him winning or her winning. That makes sense to me. But no, I can't do this.
You can't,
Mhm.
or you like you
Not if you
in
want-
your head. In
Not
your
if he
head,
wants
say
to
it's
sleep at
wrong.
night.
I won't do it. That's why I can't do it. Does that make sense?
So you're saying it's wrong. Like in your mind, you're saying it's wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
To cheat people? Yeah. Then make alliances
Well, I'm
on
just
behalf of
asking.
cheating? Yeah, I can't do that.
I'm just asking your point of view on this.
It's the same as a Mets. I can't be a Mets fan. Am I capable of cheering for a baseball
No,
team?
I mean,
Theoretically,
come
do I
on,
have the capacity
come on,
for
none
it?
of-
Sure.
no true leader could be a Mets fan, right, Anthony?
That's true. I agree with that one. That's two right things in one day. Holy shit. Okay. We're getting somewhere. But yeah,
Are we finally getting through?
it's like it's the idea I can't do it because I won't do it. That's what I mean by all that. But all right, let's keep going.
Who he is. Lack of empathy, basically. They're all psychopaths, basically. Okay? So in real life, in a game, it's a person with the most multiple personalities that wins out. The problem, though, is when we
Until
went
it
to
doesn't.
Egypt, the pharaoh is born in that position. So now the question is, are you able
Born
to be
into
a
it, yeah.
person
So
and
it's
create
hereditary.
multiple personalities from that person?
Mm.
And the answer is yes. Okay? So I'm going to show you how.
I mean, he is saying
By
multiple
the way, the word we use for
personalities
this is psychopath.
rather than
All right? If you have multiple
disorder.
personalities, you're a psychopath. All right. So I'm going to show you how they do this in Egypt.
Now, that one's a weird one. How do you? I don't know if you can say that. Yeah, I don't know about that. I guess we're going based on his definition of multiple personalities, right?
Yeah.
in his definition of psychopath.
And yes, that too. I'm not. That one's not lining up for me. At least with my own idea of those words, not lining up. Sometimes people are so empathetic that they end up developing some like a multiple personality disorder because they can't bear with reality. They can't take it. They can't wrap their minds around it, and thus they're because they care so much. They're because they didn't work on their own psyche, ends up splitting because of that empathy. Once again, it could be a trauma where they witness something, like something happened to someone else, not to them, to someone else, and the care of the scenario is so overbearing that they have to like disassociate to some degree, and that can lead to multiple personality disorder, as far as I understand it. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Any sufficient trauma will do that.
Or
Is
could do that.
for a psychopath, empathy is a trait or is it a symptom? Lack of empathy.
What I really think psychopathy is in regards to empathy, that'd be it's like taking your empathy. Imagine it's a ball in the ocean, tie a giant fucking anchor to it and let it float to the fucking bottom and sit there. I think if you unmask all the traumas and psychological, if you undress all the fucking pathologies there, they could be empathetic again. That's my opinion now. And I go into woo-woo.
I've heard, like, I'm not like remembering well, but I've heard like psychopaths, if they're like born that way, they don't have empathy from the get go, and that's kind of the problem of that.
I don't believe that personally.
Like they lost their empathy at a young, like if it's a kid that's a psychopath, and like since they were able to talk, you recognize that they don't have the empathy. Like before they could talk, they lost their empathy, but they did have it.
How do you find empathy? How do you find empathy? Is there a meter to read?
Recognition of empathy from another.
Listen, there's plenty of
Because
people.
that's the best we can do, right? It's what we're interpreting as in, oh, this person is empathetic or he's not empathetic. Why is he not empathetic? Because that's how a psychopath is even called a psychopath. It's someone else observing.
Well, I think in a lot of cases, if you take if someone's like, hey, this car full of kids got blown up yesterday. They all died. It's crazy, man. Like, oh, well, I don't care. Right? Typically, they wouldn't say that. I think people wouldn't say that out loud. They'd probably put a face on, right? Of like, oh my god. But in reality, they don't. Right. There's no emotion happening, right?
I mean, maybe if they're a 14-year-old,
you might be able to
spend a little too much time on 4chan, they might do that. But
you can always
we'll restrict ourselves to adults for now.
You can see that person didn't show empathy when you told them about the school bus of kids dying.
Yeah, but I could just take the scenario and change it around as we go. Okay, now it's your kids. Do you start caring then?
He could still not show them.
Okay, now it's you. Right now you're in the car. Can you look outside yourself and be like, damn, I don't want me to be there. Right? You're showing empathy towards yourself, are you not, in that scenario?
A psychopath still recognizes, like, if I have a cut, I need to get the bleeding to stop. They understand at least that primordial survival skill.
So they care about themselves. Got it. Right?
Empathy. Is that...
They care about themselves, right?
Is that empathy?
I would say yes. As far as, like, empathy is just a word, right? But the actual phenomenon...
So there's no such thing as empathy?
The actual phenomenon of caring about something, right?
Sorry, psychopath?
The actual phenomenon of caring about something, that's what empathy is, essentially, right? That's the tenets of empathy.
So there's no such thing as psychopath?
No, there's psychopathic behavior, for sure. That seems to be a real phenomenon.
But not but not full on a psychopath because they wouldn't survive. Because why would I care about walking off this third floor?
Here's another one. Why do they care so much to wear clothing? To learn English? Why do they care about any of those things? Right?
So
Like
then
in a
there is
way,
no such
they
thing as
do
psychopath.
care what other people think, don't they? To some degree, at least. It could be for selfish reasons, but they care about what other people think.
Well, that makes their lack of empathy is the measure of psychopath, then there is no such thing as psychopath.
Yeah. But we also have our minds where we can put things in classifications and categories in order to observe them, right? To be scientific about it. You give it classification, you give it a name, and so they can try to isolate and observe it on its own, right? But they're at the end of the day, they're just human.
I like to think of it this way. I like to think of empathy as a kind of mental exercise where you can imagine somebody's circumstances as your own on a theoretical level.
But
And then you recognize to yourself how unpleasant it might be.
well, look at the idea of thinking, right? And we take this for granted. Why should people care about other people? Why should they? What is the thing in the world that says you have to care about other people?
There isn't. It's choice.
At least psychologically speaking, for the typical person on the surface, there is no real reason. Right? When we talk about like our kids or something like that, right? We add all this weight of how important our kid is, right? That's what people typically do.
Right.
But
there's plenty of animals that once born they abandon, and that's just their natural way.
I mean, the typical parent adds traits to their kid that isn't even there for the sake of wanting to love them so much, right? Like they want to love them.
So we wrote that into our own minds. We chose that for our minds to care.
It's one of those things that happens when you're a social animal.
It feels good.
Yeah.
I think even psychologically speaking, at some point, a lot of kids that become adults are like, man, why do they care so much about me? Right? I've lied to them. I've done this to them. I gave them headaches. Why do they care so much about me?
We're not even the only species that does that kind of shit.
Yeah, and it's a way to, I think, psychologically separate so they can go become themselves, or at least try to. Typically, doesn't really. I mean, there's a degree of self-discovery, right? Where they're like, okay, here's what I want to do for a living. Here's the type of people I'm into. Here's my favorite fucking sport, or my drug of choice, or whatever the fuck, right? But in a way, they're separated.
We might be the only species on the planet that goes that far.
Well, we need to go further, in my humble opinion. But either way, you want some sense of separation for the sake of independence and freedom and free choice. And you are you. You want to feel like you're you, and they're them over there. And then typically those people end up having kids themselves, and then they're like, oh, fuck, I get it. I get it. Right? But even that could be almost narcissistic and self-serving. Like, that's my kid. Like, it's your trophy. It's mine. I'm telling you, man, there's a giant rabbit hole with all these ideas that could be gone down.
Right, because with the kid example, you could also choose, just like what I was saying with animals, to just abandon. It is a choice for a man. Even a mom could abandon their child.
Yeah,
if they want.
Well, if you want to go down that road, there's insects that'll eat their own fucking young if they think they have to.
Well, it's not even have to. It's choice. It really is. I mean, you'll have justifications why you did it. You'll have reasons for why you did it. For choosing to be there or to not be there for a kid. Humans will do that as much as it's more natural for certain animals for them to abandon. And I don't know why. Like, I'm not that animal and don't know the reasoning behind doing that, but there is reasoning, there's choosing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
either direction of the options.
But here's where it gets to the silver lining, if you will. I'm sure people are like, "Oh my god, that's such a doom-filled idea." It's like, fuck, that's terrible, right? I don't want to feel that way. Well, here's the beautiful part is that I am and never will be a fucking Mets fan. That is the silver lining. As in, hey, do you love your kids? Like, yeah. Is there any scenario in human existence, past lives, future lives, heaven, hell, that will get you to abandon your fucking child? Guess what? There's motherfuckers that know themselves that would say no, which means it wasn't a choice. It is unconditional. It's telling your kids, like, I am yours forever and ever. That is a real phenomenon.
And you have empathy for every Mets fan during the Super Worlds.
Super Worlds?
I think you're mixing your sports up there, my guy.
You just.
That's what Seb's.
Oh, okay,
No,
okay,
that's
okay.
what Seb's
You were making fun of her.
World Series.
Okay. You were making fun of her. Thank God. I was like, there's no way you just said the same shit she fucking said. Fucking bot librarian.
Don't insult librarians like that. Be nice.
That's why I scream so much about existentialism. Because
some of my best friends are librarians, you ass.
I know. But
feel bad about yourself?
No, actually.
Feel bad about what you did?
Nope. I'm a psychopath when it comes to that thing right there. Fuck librarians and Mets fans. Fuck the Mets and Mets fans. Go fuck yourselves. But no, seriously though, that is the silver lining. That's why I scream so much about existentialism and how I think that's the actual reservoir of where the solutions and problems are laying. They're right there.
You have an overdue library book that was never returned.
Actually, I think I do. Believe it or not, somewhere. I think a physics book I have.
Oh, you just pay for that and get it over with. It's $19.99 at the highest.
Whatever. But yeah, I think when you come to know yourself, that's when you can know the things out. I think you have more of a knowing of things outside of yourself.
Return this book or suffer my curse.
But yeah, like that's why
this night you will be visited by 3 plagues,
Jesus Christ,
each worse than the last.
But yes,
shout out to the man in gauze.
Know thyself. That's why that thing is the biggest thing. The not just in the sense of like, making the world a better place and healthier. It's fun. That's the point. Don't you want to be like, without even thinking about it, like those questions we just asked about, like, hey, do you really love your kids, huh? Do you really love them? Like, instead of like being bogged down, like, oh my God, do I? When they get like questioned or epistemology questions thrown at them in regards to that, they're like, man, do I really love my kids? Holy shit. Instead of that, you have the known answer. You can move comfortably and have fun loving your children. That's a major pause, by the way.
You want to know who really loves their kids, Jordan? Octopi. Octopi love their kids.
It's the true masculine. First, you have an idea of your kid that you love, right? That's the first thing that's probably happening, right? Then it gets thrown into chaos, whether by someone questioning you or just life happens, right? Maybe your kid does something actually like terrible, right? It could be like a school shooting, or they do something personally to you. They steal your money to go buy drugs or some shit like that, right?
Or worse, buy a Mets cap.
Exactly. Something that puts like your love for them into question. That's the chaos, right? It's chaotic. You have this plastic ordered idea of your kid, right? It's plastically ordered. Then you have real chaos, like a real scenario happens where it's all thrown into question. And then it becomes refined. It turns into fucking gold. The true masculine. When you go through the entire road and you make it right back to like, no, I do fucking love my kid. No matter what. It is unconditional. And I know that truly.
You know that kid's name is Kyle Broflovsky?
Even Kyle. Jesus.
Fuck you, Kyle.
You bastard.
I care about you, Kyle, but also fuck you.
But that's
how can it be
real...
unconditional if it is a choice?
Because, Dubster, I will never, ever, ever be a fucking Mets fan. I made that. I laced it that idea, I laced it in gold. It is now.
You
It
choose
is
that
now
every day.
forever. It is now
You
forever.
choose that every day.
No, it's forever now.
You choose that every day, man. It can always change.
To be
I'm
yourself.
talking about a kid.
To be
I'm
yourself.
talking about a kid.
Got it. To be yourself, or to not be yourself.
I'm not saying you will.
That is the question.
I'm saying you always have the possibility to abandon your kid.
To be yourself, or to not be yourself. That is the question.
I'm saying,
And you're gonna
I'm not saying
choose
it's
to
the-
be yourself.
I'm not saying it is the right thing to do or the societal right thing to do to abandon a kid, but I'm saying there are many people that abandon their kid.
Mhm.
There are royalty
Yeah, they exist.
that abandon their kid. Like,
Yeah.
because
Do you think those
there's
guys know
multiple
themselves?
reasons why they do it, but it is a choice.
What?
There's always a choice.
That's the thing, Dubster. These motherfuckers may not actually be making choices. As in, they don't. If you don't know yourself, how the fuck are you the chooser? How does that happen? How do you choose? Like, I understand I understand the
Let me ask you
colloquial
this.
style
How do
idea
you know
of a choice,
they don't
right?
know themselves? How do you know they don't know themselves when they chose to abandon their
We're
child?
skipping steps. Let's not skip steps, right? Now, I understand you're using the word choice as in like I chose a Pepsi or I chose a Coke. But is that real? Like, if some sort of thing, psychological conditioning that happened in your childhood led you to pick Pepsi or Coke, are you actually choosing? That's not real choice, right? You have to be a chooser first.
I don't choose Coke or Pepsi over somebody's conditioning of me. It's the taste buds in my mouth that likes one or the other.
Yum. Like you'd
Because I've
have to,
tried both and I like one more than the other.
well, you'd have to go over to make sure there is no conditioning attached to it. Besides your own conditioning, right?
I have conditioning against the one that I like more.
Okay. But you still got to understand the
That's it.
chooser, right? Now, if you tell me you know yourself, like on an existential level, I'm not going to believe you, my man. I'm sorry. But the same, like, once again, I didn't say whether or not the person who's abandoning their kids, if they know themselves or not. I'm saying, I asked the question, like, well, do they?
But I'm saying the answer to that question could be yes, and they still abandon their kid.
Okay. I'd say, let's find out. Right? That person should, okay. Let's go through whatever, questioning, or sorry, individuals should do this with themselves, honestly. Like, okay, you should be,
Don't get your hopes up, Jordan.
you should be sure about it by the time or you already did the process, so you already fucking understand, right? So thus you have the exact reason of why you abandoned your kid. You'll have the exact reason for it. Not a guess,
It was a
the
bad.
exact reason.
Yeah, I mean, I could give examples. I could give examples of what we understand why people have done it before.
No. I'm saying they would have the exact answer. No fucking guessing about, like, the exact answer. That makes sense?
Only they would. That would be determined to them.
Sure. But do you think they've done that? Would be the question.
I'm guessing so because they did it. They made the choice to do it. Like they consciously chose to abandon their child.
Once again, we need to relook at this whole idea of consciousness and psychology, right? You'd have to, like, actually go through that with yourself to say, like, oh yeah, okay, I am choosing to do this. The I is
They
present.
weighed and measured their decision.
Once again, Coke and Pepsi. You can use the on the surface idea of the word choice, but then there's like real choice, real steps you take, real things you do where you're fully present. Not being dragged by your psyche, not being dragged by past experience, on and so forth.
So let me ask you this. Are you saying it's someone that has gone through what you're talking about to choose to abandon their child?
We'd have to find out. But the question has to be asked. To me, at least, in my opinion.
Okay. are you saying that someone that went through the steps you're talking about,
Steps
do you
is like
know
not
of
the
anyone that gone through what you're talking about and chose to be with their child? Is there someone like that?
I don't know. I don't have kids except for everyone in this fucking Discord, apparently.
I don't have kids.
We are the most overworked parents of all time, Jordan.
But yeah, you
They'll
don't
thank us
know,
one
but
day,
like
though,
I leave room
even if we're
for
not alive to see it.
I leave room for the idea of like some sort of like something about that person. I think they do understand themselves and love their kids. I think there's more of a vibe. Maybe there's a vibe thing to it, you know, in my woo-woo sense of ideas that where you can like kind of recognize it, but you can't exactly measure it in a beaker somewhere, right? That makes sense.
Bueller?
I understand what you're implying.
Also, why would you let your taste buds tell you what tastes good or not? Have you thought about it?
Do your taste buds tell you what tastes gross?
Things, my experience, there's definitely plenty of things I didn't like early on that, okay, now I understand, I have more of a palate to understand certain flavors.
So your taste buds changed.
Basically, yes. Maybe not physically, but like your psyche that's observing your taste buds or flavor or whatever the fuck. Where it's like, oh, this tastes disgusting, but actually, when you get older, it's like, oh, this is actually healthy for you. So thus, it
Or maybe
doesn't
you just
taste
figure
so
out a
bad
new way to
anymore.
prepare it.
Yeah.
I didn't say whether it was good or bad for you, what you liked.
No, I'm
I
saying
just said
the
that's what
idea.
your taste buds are saying.
I'm saying the idea of it being healthy for you may change the taste for you. Where it's like, oh no, this actually tastes good because I'm getting healthy as I drink it or eat it. Pause. Major pause for both of those.
I'm like,
Speaking of, I'll be right back. I want some fucking oranges right now.
And
yeah, I don't imagine my taste like that. I like healthy things as much as I like bad things. Well, maybe not as much. It's varying degrees, and I'm very adaptive. So I would be a bad example, I guess. I'm not that much of a picky eater. There's just a few things I don't like.
you ever like, you know, sneak one of your dad's beers out and like smell it or drink it when you're like a little kid?
You mean
Like I've done that. And I was
it
like,
was coffee for me? I think you're about to describe.
yeah, it's like it tastes disgusting. For me, at least for me, when I was a kid.
And I love coffee today. I mean, I don't love it. I drink it every fucking day, and
You like the purpose of it, right? It's like getting tipsy. Like, oh, it's fun. So this taste isn't bad anymore. It's just different.
no, it's still bad.
Oh, fair enough. Like, there's certain things where I like. Now, this is where, to me, the easiest way to do existential learning is to say what you're not, right? To what do they call it, apophatic learning or whatever the fuck. Like doing like when I say the Mets fan stuff, right? It's like, yeah, that's never going to happen. I'm saying that is not me. Mets fan is not me. Unless I took a chunk out of the sculpture, right?
What if they did what the Oilers did? Change their name, move to a different city?
I will never forget. I will follow them. I will boo them wherever the fuck they go. If they go to Afghanistan, I will go to Afghanistan and boo them there. It is what it is. Fuck. The New York Taliban. Fuck off. No, but like that's an important thing when it comes to existentialism is like what are the no-nos for you? There's certain things like foods or whatever where I don't care to like acquire the taste and like them. Like licorice candy, I have no cares to fucking like that. So thus I won't even bother doing it. If I don't bother doing it, like doing it as in like eating those things and trying to like get accustomed to the taste, instead of doing that, saying no to it altogether. Like, oh, someone offers me like black licorice. I'm like, nah. But that's me making. That's me
I got you.
cementing something as a truth, as an I don't like fucking black licorice. Right.
No, I understand.
The same can go
because I'm picturing like we're American and the Chinese eat dogs. I don't think I'll ever eat dog under any circumstance.
See, it's not about taste. In that
That's
case, it's
conditioning,
about,
sure.
no,
Because I don't even know the taste. So how would I not know if it's delicious?
Would you eat alligator?
I have eaten alligator.
I'd eat alligator. I haven't had it before, but I'd eat it.
Bro, I've lived in Florida for a decade.
What about frog?
I'd eat that shit too, man.
I've had frog legs. It really does taste like chicken.
I mean,
And so does gator. Gator's just like a gamier chicken.
really? Okay. Maybe one day
What
I
if
eat
dog? What if dog tastes like pork fried rice?
Yeah.
So,
Well,
I would question every time I've had pork fried rice previously.
like, here's the thing, like, just before we go back to the video, like, conditioning to me does not mean bad or negative or anti-existential. Like, no, it's a part of your psyche. But thus, it's something worth using. Just like psychopathy is, right? Let's say it's a moment where, you're driving your car, right? And someone runs into the road, right? Something like that, like some sort of split-second thing where you have to, like, turn off all of their faculties and just, like, zoom in on avoiding person, right? And not crashing yourself, right? It's like you're kind of, like, locked in that moment. I get why people might get in that zone when that happens. It doesn't make it evil. Just like conditioning is not evil. It's just, wouldn't you rather be conditioned by yourself? Like, condition your own habits the way you want to versus making it a mystery where you don't know where anything came from. Right?
Right. Thinking about it now, if you know how they like say killers are psychopaths, well, wouldn't it be like not self survival to be a killer? Wouldn't like a psychopath be more focused on like how to never get caught with these dark thoughts? Like, wouldn't they overthink that?
Well, no, I think
Like,
that's a different.
I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want to ever be discovered as one of these people with dark thoughts.
Well,
So I wouldn't do anything that actually does do these harms.
yeah, or they want to just want to live comfortably, right? Like, oh, I'd rather just be rich and not like, if I hurt someone, like, fuck, I don't want to feel like the public deal with that in the public and shit like that. So let me just like just get rich,
So yeah, psychopath is a blanket term that doesn't have any.
It's too blanket of a term. I get why it's said in certain cases, but it's too blanketed of a term. Right? Sometimes these guys are overly emotional. Like think about like serial killers and shit like that, right? When they see the victim that they want to kill, right? They make it like blood boiling emotional, right? That could happen, which is the opposite of fucking apathy, right? Of like no emotion at all. Like, no, they're feeling a lot of emotions potentially. So like just saying because someone's a killer or a serial killer that they're just psychopathic is nah. I don't believe that one at all. It's just, but it's just a kind of like socially used term. Like, oh, that guy's a fucking psycho, right? You just use it as like a statement instead of like really going with like what you want to define the term as, like really thinking about it and coming up with a real definition for yourself. That happens with a lot of words, but I get it. That's abstraction. That's poetry, right? Like, man, that guy's like a psycho. That's poetry. I get it.
Right.
But all right. Let's get back to this. Man,
Wait for Joe before you press play.
oh, fair enough. But no, this is fucking interesting, and I'm curious about more stuff this guy does. Honestly, not saying I agree with everything, just saying it does provoke some thought. and he's not leaving
Because
psychology
it
out.
made me think when he described that thing about this game theory and said, would you cross the 3 different secret societies and have different personalities per each to make it so that you're getting like the vote of each of these secret societies, which kind of seems kind of plausible to how it kind of works, even in our system. It requires votes. If you adapt it to a kingdom, or you would have to have the support of your lords,
Yeah.
unless you're just a fucking great fighter of some sort and just everybody bends their knee to you.
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing.
You-
That's
What would it take? Like, is that? I mean, it is plausible that that is what's going on with the game theory thing and cheating. What would your experiences in life to lead you to do this game theory thing?
well, when it comes to the world of psychology, when I've
What
heard,
would make it worth it?
well, hold on. When I've looked at the idea of game theory in psychology, shout out to Artie Lang, the idea was more so in the household. That's what Artie Lang was talking about. The dynamics between, mom and child, father and wife, the roles that are assigned, essentially, right? And then the dynamics between each other. Like the kid is thinking of ways, right? Which would be like in this scenario, right? There might be like in this kind of example, there might be like the kid will find strategies, right, and ways to, let's say, avoid getting in trouble, but get what he wants, right? As far as like, hey, he wants cookies, right? But maybe he knows mom's work schedule or dad's work schedule, and finds a way to sneak behind their backs and grab some cookies from the jar. As in, he's lying, he's cheating, right? And he's putting on different faces to the parents, like, "Oh, it wasn't me. Maybe the dog ate it."
Okay.
Where like
Well, if the
that's
kid's
kind of a game
lying,
theory thing
he's
happening.
cheating, and he's stealing.
Oh,
And he's
Is
frog
he
splashing.
Eddie Guerrero?
He's frog splashing with a mullet.
I get that scenario because I
Began the
I
match
turn
with
my
three
parents
amigos.
against each other all the time.
Well, it's like, and you do it with you. I mean, I've done this as well as a kid. Like you put on like, "Oh, mom, I'm so sick. I can't go to school today, man. Oh, fuck."
And that's when you dump a can of vegetable soup in the toilet.
Yeah, I got the creamy mushrooms, dump it in there. Like, oh god, I'm in
Shout out
Chicago right
Dumping
now.
Milk.
Yeah, but no, that's like, but it was like about dynamics between each other, right? Maybe the husband might bullshit, right? Like, where were you? Oh, I had to work late. Meanwhile, he's at the bar with his boys watching the fucking game, right? Now it seems like like innocent deceptions, right? In a way, like typically socially, like innocent deceptions, but it's still the same idea of a game theory thing, where you have roles, like players you pick, right? Like a battle royale,
Right.
where you pick certain characters with certain archetypes, right? That could be a family dynamic, for sure. And that's why,
Yeah.
and that can play a role. Hold on, real quick. That can play a role in regards to what the kids do later in life. So I'd be curious, like, because once again, I don't know enough, but I'd be curious if, Donald Trump, as a kid, if his dad or his mom treated him a certain way, to where he thought that's like, hey, that's how the world works. Okay, I'll do the same thing, but at some point he has to break away. I'll do the same thing, but better and in my own way. But it's still like some of the core principles that he may not have observed, that he borrowed from mommy and daddy. He may not realize he's practicing those things out loud in front of people, right? Or with people. Or what was the fuck? It was a Rockefeller, right? The kind of a famous quote in the conspiracy world, where it's like, "Oh, I cheat my children every day I can to teach them lessons, essentially. I cheat them whenever I can."
Yeah, that's John Rockefeller.
There you go. Or like, the funny meme of Michael Jordan not letting his kids win games, like 1v1 games against him. They shoot, he blocks their shit into the next fucking backyard. right? To the neighbor's backyard, like, get that shit out of here, right? To toughen them up, right? Like, oh, I'm trying to teach you
Weren't you
lessons.
and
You don't
James
understand.
gonna animate a skit based around that whole thing once?
We were. A little bit different, but kind of in the same lane, Joe. In the same lane of Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Did he say that in some? Did Michael Jordan say that at one point?
No. That was, I just made that up as an example of like
Oh.
their idea, possibly their idea of tough love, right? Or just survival instincts, or it could be, once again, apathetic. It could be extremely apathetic of, well, you're going to take care of me in the future, right? So I'm going to make sure you get rich by instilling these fucking principles and ideas in your head, or these behaviors you should be doing. Right? Like, hey, straighten
Like
your fucking
positive
back.
reinforcement. You simply said positive reinforcement.
Just, I mean, some people would call it negative reinforcement, right? If it's like, if you have like a dad who never hugs his kid, only handshakes, never hugs him, never gives him like physical affection, right? And that kid's like, oh, that's the way things. That's how you become a man. Okay, it makes sense. I'll do that. And it becomes so ingrained after time, they don't realize they even thought about it in the first place until they have to go to therapy and figure it out, you know?
In the civilized world, we might call that sort of thing child abuse.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
He's getting married. He's shaking her hand.
I mean, it could be a parent. It could go the other direction, by the way. It could be smothers, like smother mothers or smother fathers, right? Where they're so fucking looking after you.
Smother.
They're so looking after you that it can actually like hinder certain development, right? Where like, this is an example I've heard before, where it's like a kid, I think Abramonte was saying it, like a kid who got, let's say he got hurt one day, right? He skinned his knee on the ground. And he's like, oh my God, he's like crying about it. Mommy, I scraped my knee. She's like, oh my God, my sweet little potato. Oh, right? She goes fucking apeshit. And then, but something else that happens as well, right? Where, let's say he skins his knee again, but he's used to it more. So he's not even like, but he's still skinning his knee. And the mom's still smothering, right? And now she's following him. Now she's like looking through the window with binoculars, where the kid has no freedom to like go play with his friends, right? She's like staring at everything he does, right? It's like, holy shit, Mom, that's too much. That's way too much. Overdoing it to where the kid might start faking if he has an injury. To where the kid, next time he skins his knee, he doesn't show anyone, doesn't tell anyone about it, he keeps it secret. Doesn't limp, right? Let's say he twists his ankle. Doesn't limp on purpose, like forces himself not to limp. For the sake of, fuck, Mom's gonna go crazy if she sees this, so let me hide it from them.
It's a real thing.
You end up hindering yourself in a way. So it's like family dynamics are fucking. It's a crazy study. It's such a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But should be observed and brought up. We'll see where this guy goes, but like there could be some liberties being taken, which is, once again, it's so, in my opinion, like complex and all these ideas all over the fucking place. I'd understand taking some liberties, but like I hope it's not like too big of a leap or too giant of leaps that he might be doing. But
Well, when he broke down the three historical Western beliefs, I think that's liberties.
yeah. But
So, but I get, he didn't get to any explaining on that except for one category, so it wasn't anything cross compared to. So
also,
I don't know how to address that anyway.
well, also he's talking to a classroom, and I'm gonna go off the belief that he went over some of these ideas before, and thus we're catching him like mid-season instead of like when he does like the introduction of each little topic, right?
He said on this part of secret societies, yeah, we already were.
Yeah, we went over this already. So we're skipping that for the sake of this lesson.
Yeah.
In video. But all right, let's hear more. Here we go.
Right. A pharaoh was born into that position, and so now the priests who control the pharaoh, they have to train that priest to have multiple personalities. The mystery today is, how would they do this? And again, we don't know, but I'm speculating how they would do this. Okay. So if you look at mythology, Egyptian mythology is different from all other world mythologies. There's Greek mythology, there's Chinese mythology, there's Babylonian mythology, but Egyptian mythology, it's unique. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you the basic
shout out to the
contours
Aztecs.
of the
You
mythology. Very
disappointed
simple.
me.
So there are three main characters in the mythology. There's Ra, the sun god. There's Osiris.
Isis,
Yep.
Ra.
Quetzalcoatl will
Horus.
not be happy.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, these are the three main
later on.
gods that Egyptians worship. Ra is
Positive
what
gods.
gives life to the universe. He's the
Because
sun god.
Set's opposite.
Osiris is
These
the
are
god of civilization. He built Egypt. Okay?
I thought it was like
Horus
Isis, Ra.
is
and
the
something else.
god
I
of
don't know.
Isis
kingship of empire.
is
He's the one who gives
Osiris
stability
is
to the throne. Okay,
wife.
so there are different stories associated with Ra, Osiris, and Horus. Ra, what he does
The sun, the moon, and the earth?
every night he goes into the underworld and he fights the serpent, Opithus. Every night,
Ra's definitely a
Opithus,
sun
the
guy.
serpent, he's trying to swallow the sun
Yeah.
God.
to prevent the sun from rising. So Ra must kill him every night. Okay, and there are different ways that
Every
he kills
day.
Opithus. Sometimes he stabs Opithus with a knife. Sometimes he uses a lance. Sometimes he burns Opithus. Okay. Sometimes he strangles
I mean, if you're the sun, just stand next to him. He's dead.
Opithus. But there are different ways that he kills Opithus.
is.
But rest assured, he kills Opithus every single night so that the sun can rise in the morning. If one day Ra doesn't defeat Opithus, well, you have a solar eclipse. Okay, the sun cannot rise. But rest assured, Ra will defeat him eventually. Okay? Eventually, Ra gives birth to Osiris. And Osiris is a great pharaoh. But his brother, Seth, it's pronounced Seth, okay, but it's spelled Seth. He is jealous. He wants the throne. So he tricks Osiris. One day he says to Osiris, look, I built a tomb, and this tomb is really comfortable. And so Osiris, oh, let me try. So Osiris jumps in the tomb, and he's like, whoa, it's really comfortable. And of course, Seth then closes the tomb, and then throws the tomb away. Now,
Get wrecked.
now,
You fell for that,
good
you
news
dummy?
is that Osiris has a smart wife. He's pretty dumb, but Isis is pretty smart. So Isis is now looking for Osiris. And Seth's like, oh, I can't allow Isis to find Osiris. So Seth cuts Osiris into 1,000,000 pieces, okay? So tomb, and then he cuts up Osiris and throws Osiris all around the world. But Isis is committed. So Isis goes around the world and finds all the pieces.
The moon.
And reassembles him. Okay? But she knows that eventually Seth will find them again. So she has sex with him really quickly, which gives birth to Horus. And Horus wants the throne back. So he goes to war with Seth. And they have a series of challenges, okay? And some of these challenges include drowning. So what they do is they turn each other into hippos. They go into the bottom of the river and they see who can hold the breath the longest. They drown each other, okay, basically. But also, there's a challenge where Seth, can you see this word? Okay, R-A-P-E, okay? He will do this
I can't say this on
to
YouTube.
Horus because it's a sign of domination. But eventually, Horus wins out and he becomes the pharaoh. Okay? So this is the main structure of Egyptian mythology. And as you can see, it's really weird. Okay? And it doesn't really make sense as a story. It's not a great story. But if you don't see it as a story, but as a script, it makes a lot more sense, right? It's not something to be believed, it's something to be acted out. Okay? Why? Because in Egyptian religion, the pharaoh is a literal reincarnation of Ra, Osiris, and Horus. And when you act these things out, you become the gods because you have their memories. Okay? So, how? Let me explain this, okay? I know you're a bit confused by this, but let me explain. So let's go back to Kant. What Kant tells us is that
Philosophy. Yeah.
there's something called the noumena, which are the things in themselves. We can never know the things in themselves. We can never know true reality. we can only know the phenomena, which is the things we see. In other words, we cannot differentiate between what is true and what is false. So if you're able to control our experience, you're able to control our memories. Okay? So let me give you another example of this. Remember Monkey Island? On Monkey Island, we discussed this previously.
The Rogan
100
podcast.
people are transported onto an island randomly, and they have to survive millions of flesh-eating monkeys. And this experience makes them strong, wise, and united. They're transported back to the real world, and together they conquer the world together. But now the challenge is, how do I ensure that my children and my grandchildren inherit my legacy? And the answer is through ritual. Okay? So what you do is you take your children, you put them on an island, and you tell them a story, and then you give them psychedelics. Psychedelics are drugs that enhance your experience. So you actually believe the story is happening to you, okay? It's like being put into a movie, okay? And then you have these rituals that make you believe that you actually experienced this yourself, okay?
So pause.
Where are we?
This is what we call
Is he saying, as grandpa or dad, I take my kids to an island, tell them this is Monkey Island, this is what happened here, but through ritual, I'm gonna make you think you went through it, son.
I think he means storytelling. Like you tell it in a story, and thus because there's.
But is that the
prepping.
idea? Like, make the kid think they went through this because of the story being told to them first, then a ritual to make them think, okay, the ritual is the experience of this, and then
And you
later
absorb the powers of.
You're remembering the time you fought off the monkeys on this island, but all you did was actually go to an island, and this ritual was done after you heard a story.
I think it's possible that they could just. I thought he was saying like you could just doesn't have to go to the island or whatever, but it's just telling the story of it because you're so fucked up and tripping that it's like you're a part of like you were there, and thus you will have a deeper appreciation for the original legacy of that person, right? Of whoever they're talking about, right? The granddad or the great granddad or some shit like that. That's kind of what he's saying, I think. But I'll let him talk more because I don't know exactly. I don't know what he means. Like it's a literal story he's talking about, or kind of just an example of maybe other ritualistic things to get people to think a certain way, right? It's the dad or the granddad trying to get the kid into following their same behavior patterns, right? And sometimes it could be like a dedication to an idea, right? I think that's kind of where he's going. But existentially, there are some. I'm telling you right now, there are some ideas out there. In regards to your psyche, like what you're really like. Well, who are you really? I think that's me in my woo-woo sense, right? Like who you really are. It's like it is, as Jesus called the Holy of Holies, Oz. Let's continue. Here we go. Let's see where he goes, Sam. Programming. Okay, so he's
And this is the great secret of the human brain. Every human brain can be programmed in a certain way.
Not Jordan.
Okay? So let's go back to the story. What's going on here? This is a recipe for programming the pharaoh into separate identities. All three of these individuals, Ra, Osiris, Horus, represent different identities.
What was it, Jordan?
Ra.
I can program you. Watch. You are now thinking about oranges.
I'm thinking about ocean spray. And now I just thought about oranges. See that? I won.
See?
No. I'm like,
Too
okay.
late, I win. Get
Oh.
over it.
Oh.
Get mad.
I can program
Correct.
you. I can program you.
See what happened
are
there. Oh, God.
You are thinking about vacation because there is a Yankees versus Mets game on TV right now, so you want to get out of New York.
It's middle of winter, so the Yankees are not playing the Mets. But yeah, I knew what Joe was doing before he even said it. Hey, man, listen, I've seen Inception, okay? So what I did was, as he was talking, here's a little skill. As Joe was talking, and I was listening to him, right? What I did was, as he's talking, I looked at this little juice bottle. Shot the ocean spray, by the way. Oh, okay. Now, naturally, I'd probably start thinking of oranges. Like, let me think about oranges. But I didn't because I smelt what Joe was doing. But I also cared about what Joe was saying.
Are you sure you didn't think about the color orange?
I didn't. I did not. I thought about oranges afterwards. Oranges. My choice. And like, whatever.
Wait, so you're saying Joe did accomplish what he was after it just took a second to kick in?
No, it's saying I let myself start thinking about oranges.
Which is what Joe's goal was.
No, his goal was to say a word to get me to think about oranges. That didn't work.
But you did. You did think about oranges. You admitted it.
Yeah. When I was like, all right, I can think about oranges.
So,
now.
good job, Joe. Good job, Joe.
Whatever.
Well, my goal was just to fuck with him.
And it didn't work, unfortunately. Either way.
Not quite the way I was hoping.
Oh, but am I lying? Am I telling the truth? Oh, you know. Look at that. But I am telling you the truth. Right? It is Schrodinger's cat, but the cat's alive. I'm telling you right now. The cat is alive. But you can consider it dead and alive. Same time. But I'm telling you right now, the cat's fucking alive. Anyways, mystery, don't worry about that. All right.
As you will recall, the cat's last activity was licking his balls.
And he was orange like Garfield. All right, here we go.
Represents the virtuous hero, right? Osiris represents the passive victim. And Horus represents the vengeful child.
Oh, vengeance. Okay, never mind.
Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? So, by doing these different rituals, I can get the pharaoh to believe he's a different person in different circumstance. So, while the pharaoh is drugged up, the pharaoh is dressed up as Ra, and he will take an effigy or a real person, and he will stab, lance, burn, or strangle that person to feel as though you're a virtuous hero.
That means
And
you're
also
a lame.
what happened is that the pharaoh will then be asked to be Osiris. And guess what? The person will be put in a tomb, cut up, and have sex with a prostitute, okay? Pretending to be a priest.
What?
And then Horus will be, of course, this, okay? So this will
What?
also create trauma, which creates
I
disassociation,
know where he's going. Okay.
which allows the priest to program the pharaoh. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay.
In the conspiracy world, it does make sense.
How this works
Is it real? I can't
while
say
this
I
is
know.
happening, there's the pharaoh is under a lot of trauma, but there's always someone there to support the pharaoh, and that's Isis, right? So there's a priest in the Isis mask using the Isis voice to calm the pharaoh.
He's
Even have
going,
sex with
"Eyes,
the
watch
pharaoh
that."
to make the pharaoh dependent on Isis. And now Isis
worse.
becomes the controller, the person that the pharaoh will always trust. So if the priest ever want to tell pharaoh to do something, then late at night, while the pharaoh is sleeping or on drugs, ISIS wearing the mask can come in and whisper to Pharaoh what to do. Okay?
We need
And
5,000
in the
Toyota
system,
Hilux trucks.
there are different ways in which the priest can use to activate the different identities. But the main mechanism is smell. Okay? Smell.
That's a big one when it comes to memory.
And what this means is that while all this is happening, there are different scents for different identities. Okay? So for example, with Ra, it might be incense. Okay? But with Osiris, it might be,
Dog shit.
I don't know, roses. Who knows? Okay? But so what happens is when the pharaoh is the throne room and the priest need the pharaoh to make a certain decision, the priest will let out different scents, which will activate different emotions in the pharaoh, which then determines how the pharaoh will make the decision. Okay, so there's
Okay. I don't know if they did that in ancient Egypt or whatever. I don't fucking know. But yeah, other senses are definitely triggers for for memories, for sure. And if you're let's be real, if you're a unexamined life person, yeah, a whole bunch of things can get you. Those little horror movies when you were a kid, right? That you maybe were afraid of, right? You're like, oh, whatever. Like, oh, it's a stupid horror movie. Later on, you're like, oh, stupid horror movie. I saw it years ago, whatever the fuck. But you forgot how scared you were when you were watching it. And something that physically looks similar to it, or maybe is just the thing you saw in the movie, and it gives like a scenario where it's like, oh fuck, I could be threatened right now in this scenario. Let's say it's like a burglar with the fucking mask, with the mask of the killer in the fucking movie you saw, right?
Leatherface, let's say.
Yeah. Without you even realizing,
Okay.
you could be getting fucking worked by that alone. Whereas like actually, like the definition of terrified could be happening in that scenario because you repress it kind of.
In a way, what he's saying is, this is the pharaoh went through a form of like Plato's cave. Like he never went outside into the real world without his priest or his hand controller. Like he never walked the streets and actually experienced what's going on. Or if he did, he was conditioned on how to look at it as you're walking the streets and seeing what's going on.
Yeah. And I'm trying to figure out like how conscious is that, or is it like conscious by these priests, or is it just a ritual they do, and is it just happens to work that way?
Priest,
like, I don't know.
Was the priest raised from his childhood to be a priest?
Wow.
In this scenario, like where does this end of control really? Is the controller and like the mastermind behind this still a puppet to someone else?
Yeah, and I wonder if he ties it right back to, because he started off with these world leaders of today. I wonder if he's probably going to tie it to that, and I could smell him going that direction in regards to the, ritualistic abuse. That's an old conspiracy theory, right? Like David Icke is a guy.
This is an argument. Yeah, there is an argument that this is the practice of Egyptian mythology, what we're living under today. I've heard that argument before. Not this detailed in this kind of way, but still the idea of this is modern day is the practice of pharaohs.
But I don't know. Once again, I don't know if he's going to say like, well, here's historical whatever the fuck that these guys did this back in ancient Egypt, but it looks very similar to what these men of industry today or politicians and shit like that looks like their life experience as well. Like, it doesn't have to be. Maybe he's going to say like, oh, it's not like exactly psychedelics and fucking murders and rapes and shit like that to condition them a certain way. Maybe it just has like some of the pillars of that to make it for why these guys all behave in a very similar way, generation after generation, when people are dying and being born. all following the same pattern. Or he's going to say outright, like, these guys are just copying this old ritual stuff and they're using it today in order to, like you were saying, like literally doing these things. I wonder where he goes. Here we go.
I mean, I wouldn't put it too far fetched to say to be introduced into the club. Let's say you're not raised from the get go, but somehow you earn your way to being into the club. Maybe part of the introduction to you being in the club is watching a killing. Sure, I believe that's possible.
Possibly. But,
And that's going to scare you into like obedience. Like, I'm never crossing you. You just killed a dude.
but yeah, this guy, he's about to rat on us. Look what happens to him. You get it now? Right, some like creepy ass shit. But all right, well, let's continue with more of
And
this. All right, God.
Well, this all started because Dubster told me he thinks I'm funny.
What?
Yeah,
When did I tell you
He
that?
thinks
Was
I'm
that like
funny.
a year ago?
yeah. You said I was funny.
You doing good,
When did I
fellas?
tell you
So
that?
what the fuck is so funny? What the fuck was so funny, Dubster? What's so
I don't
funny about me,
remember.
huh?
Oh, he's doing Tommy.
I don't remember.
Have you never seen?
Jordan, he's a big boy. Let him answer. You said I'm funny.
I don't
so
remember.
How the fuck am I funny? The fuck is so funny about me?
You told me, man. This has been a while ago.
Well, you think am I funny in the way that a clown is funny? I amuse
Yeah.
you. I'm a fucking clown. I'm here to amuse you.
I just don't remember this day, man.
Have you
Go
not
watch
seen?
Goodfellas.
Have you not seen that movie? Whatever.
No,
Right.
I'm just playing along with it. I know what you're saying.
Oh, that sounds like a fucking cop out right there. I don't know about that one.
Don't lie.
I don't know if I believe that one, Dubster. But
Have
either
you seen Goodfellas or not?
way,
Don't lie.
Yes, of course I've seen Goodfellas.
I'm hitting play. Here we go.
Different control mechanisms. Okay? And what's important for us to understand is we're all like this, right? Because, for example, we have different identities. At school, we're a student. But at home,
Those are roles.
we're a child. When we're outside, we're friends, we're a friend. When we're at work, we're an employee. So we behave differently depending on the different circumstance. And the circumstance activates a certain emotion, certain identity, certain behavior, certain actions in us. Okay?
That's
so we're
true.
all programmable. But
Yeah,
the pharaoh
sure.
has to be programmed to a certain degree. Okay? So to better understand this,
you observe
let me
that,
give you an example.
Becomes
Let's just say
impossible
that
to be
you
programmed.
are the best football player, the best soccer player in the whole world. No one can beat you. You're
right,
basically
soccer.
Messi, okay?
If you act
But
different
one
at
day,
work
for
than you
example,
do at
for
home,
whatever reason, you wake up and you
You're
lose all your
accepting
memory.
that.
You forget what your name is. You forget who your friends are. You even forget
You
that
could be authentically doing that.
you play soccer. And what's also really strange is the entire world forgets that you play soccer.
Maybe you
Okay,
can.
so you're just wandering around and you have no idea who you are. And you do this for like 10 years. Suddenly one day, for whatever reason, you're on a soccer field and someone kicks you a ball and you kick it back. Would you still be the best soccer player in the world? The answer is yes, you would be, right? Why? Because you've been trained. It's muscle memory. It's your subconscious. So that's the trick here. The trick is to train you in a certain way to make you a robot. Okay? Is it possible for me to make someone into a killer? Yes. Because what I do is I make that person.
I get what he's
lots of
trying to
psychedelics,
say, but
and
for him
then-
to really say it, he needs like 10 more boards and about 100 more markers.
Yeah. Well, it's
Probably, yeah.
digital, but yeah. I'll be fair. Once again, he does a series, right? And one lesson continues on from the next, right? So he explains certain things in one video, then does some like references to the older video, but assumes you're like
I
caught
hope
up.
all of them are up, because if somebody just trips over this and they can't start from episode 1, then we got problems.
Well, Let me leave and come back real fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it snowing yet? I can't tell.
Well, it's not
It's-
snow
That's
where I'm
supposed
at,
to start tomorrow.
but it
Oh, I
is
thought it was
2
tonight.
degrees. It's 2 degrees where I'm at.
Oh, yeah, it's been.
But the-
Yesterday was
it's
warm
supposed
and then
to
just
start
dropped.
either later tonight or like maybe a little bit after midnight.
Okay.
I'm in Lincoln, basically. Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yeah, we're going over that. The whole fucking middle of the country's about to get fucked.
I know.
By
They're-
some
Yeah, and then
stupid
that's
storm.
going to blow eastward.
The company's restating, if you need to stop, just stop and send us an ETA update to every driver.
Or
Oh, so
keep going
it's
and
either they let you guys
sue them.
stop. I was gonna say they either let you fucking stop wherever you have to, or they deal with a bunch of dead truckers.
Well,
And a
yeah,
bunch of lawsuits.
they actually, we have like a real safe company where they're like more focused on safety than getting there on time. And they're like, if you need to put chains on, the only time you do that is to get to the next truck stop to stop or rest area. We don't want you to just keep driving if you need chains.
Oh, that's the chains wrapping the tires, right? And it can cut through snow
Right.
better. Yeah.
Yeah, if you need chains, that means your goal is to get to a stop. It's not to just progress.
Yeah. I'm sure someone years ago got fucked. And they're like, yeah,
Oh, dude.
we're gonna hey, we're avoiding lawsuits, so we're gonna tell you to not fucking drive in this shit unless you have to get somewhere, like for safety or whatever.
Well, different companies, they're like, no, man, you got a jet load just in time. That's what that means. Get there on time. And they tell their drivers, fucking, if blizzard, fucking put chains on it and keep going another 400 miles. Our company's like, no, even our just in time loads are not really just in time loads, like emergency. So don't worry about that.
Pause. But yeah. No, that makes sense. I hope it's out of empathy and care, but it might be about avoiding lawsuits.
Yeah. Probably a little bit of both, in the sense of we don't want people to die, and then
I
we
hope
definitely don't want to be sued.
Yeah. But all right. All right. Let's keep going. Here we go. Once again, interesting stuff. I just want to see him tie it to the modern world as well. Here we go. Or see where he goes.
Train that person to shoot someone with a gun, okay? And then while he's shooting that person, I use the word abracadabra. So what happens is the person, if he's walking, has a gun, all they do is use the word abracadabra, takes the gun and shoots someone, okay?
Oh, he's going way conspiracy.
So for programming, I can turn anyone into a robot. I can turn anyone into a sex robot, a killer robot, even a sex killer robot. Okay, I can do all this.
This is starting to sound like an episode of Archer.
Wait, real quick, because like if you say something
Saying the voodoo's there to do that.
No, but like, okay, let's take like MK Ultra, right, or the idea of it, and it's like, I guess the goal, if that's something that really happened, I'm sure it is. I've heard plenty of reports about it, but like, I'm just saying, like, I don't know exactly, but the idea is like, use these kind of techniques to get to the deepest recesses of the psyche and then rebuild it from there, right? Some sort of outside source rebuilding the psyche when breaking it down, right? From like sleep deprivation or whatever, right? They break down your psyche so they can introduce new things into your mind when you're at your most vulnerable spot, right? Your ego is like fucked in those scenarios, right? Have you ever had like long stretches of not having sleep where like your ego can kind of struggle a bit, right? And if that, and your ego is like kind of a protector, a shield in a way for the rest of your psyche, right? It's the front door of your psyche essentially. And if that can be kicked in, they can try to replace ideas with things, which is what he's saying right here, with like full blown mind control, right? Although I do leave the cat, like me personally, I think that's kind of possible with a untrained mind or self-observed mind. I believe that can happen for sure, where they give you a trauma, right, to break your psyche down and replace ideas in a way.
Well, I mean,
In a way.
if you ever listen to what like boot camp is, they tell you we're here to break you so we can rebuild you.
Yeah.
Like the idea of this rewriting of people's minds, yeah, it's been around forever. How successful it is the question.
I think it's quite successful. I think it's actually like a a tactic for sure. It's
No, I
just
mean,
the
is
thing
it
is
absolute?
no,
Is it absolute? Can you like?
no. I don't
So
think so.
then that's what I'm saying by successful. Because sure, there's probably situations where they can get you to do these things, but could you ever be like, I'm breaking the teachings of this?
Observation is that's all that's needed is observing yourself, and then just pondering like, why am I doing this? Why is this my reaction? Yada yada yada. Uh, that's all that would be required to even to break that spell. But I do think on a mass scale that governments definitely do that. I'd have to. I'm sorry, they do, in my humble opinion. But the difference is like
I believe that too.
with something like MK Ultra, right? They have to like pull you into a lab. Like you can see the torturer essentially, right? You have observations of the torturer, meaning like someone's doing something to you. But when it comes to social things, where it feels like a random act, right, or a breaking news alert or whatever the fuck, right? That feels like, oh fuck, that's just like life happening, and thus, uh, you're not seeing a torturer there. You're not seeing a guy in a lab coat, trying to control your mind. You're just seeing, damn, the Twin Towers just fell. You're seeing that, right? I'm not even making like conspiracy about it. I'm just saying like, and I'm not even saying like the government made that happen. What I'm saying is the event itself could be used psychologically as a trauma to the quote unquote patient to break down their psyche and replace what they may have normally done before with something else. It's like kind of like microdosing. It's like MK Ultra but microdosing. If that makes sense, like small amounts through the syringe versus like the whole fucking thing all at once, right? Pause. So yeah, I think they take events and they definitely take advantage of them. Some might actually be set up by them too. I'm not throwing that away either. It was like purposely created to what do they call them? Psyops, right? There's like an actual term for these things. I
Yeah,
believe.
psyop.
Yeah. Like I think I've said this before. Like Gaza historically was the fortress for the troops to train at for Israel. And I think by what we're seeing today, what's happening in Gaza, it's a replication of what they were doing then. This is the dehumanizing zone. We're going to teach our soldiers to dehumanize the enemy.
Oh
And
yeah.
it's a training territory they think is like spiritually ritual that it's a specific ground they chose to constantly do this.
Oh, that tactic itself is as old as warfare itself.
Right.
Yeah. And they don't see the lab coats
But
at
they
all.
just specifically like the same location for them.
Well, in those scenarios, I'm sure it's like you don't even see the lab coats. What you see is, your friend Bob, who's serving with you, was like, "Yeah, take a couple shots, man. Take a couple shots." Where you become like kind of desensitized to like that bullet, the thing firing out of your gun over here might hit something way over there, as in like a person. But don't worry, they're dehumanized already, and all your buddies are in on it too. They're all like, "Yeah, fuck those guys, kill them." Or whatever, or the fear stuff, like, oh, they're trying to kill us, let's kill them first. All those things, right? In fact, like people bring up a lot the Holocaust itself, right? Has been a pretty deep.
The more people you
conditioning
can
tool.
get to participate in something like that at once, the easier it is.
Yeah, I mean that's been a heavy conditioning tool for a lot of people. Slavery,
Mm-hmm.
for people, these have been heavy manipulation tools. I mean, not saying that like the events are horrendous, right? but it's like once they're starting to be used by these quote unquote leaders, it's, whether it's activist groups or it's government people or whatever the fuck, to get you to like kind of retrain your brain towards their thinking, which is what I call terraforming, right? And to terraform the earth in your own image in a way. I think there's a lot of people out there like that will take advantage of like, really bad scenarios and turn them into something like, ooh, we can get something out of this. We can take advantage of this scenario. It's like, who thinks like that? Other than fucking crazy people, right? But yeah. All right. Let's see where he goes once again. Here we go.
Great secret here. All right, so 5,000 years ago in Egypt, they were doing this. But again, okay, what's really important is this is all speculation. And it's really important for you to doubt and question me. Because we don't actually know that this happened. All the records have been lost to us. And obviously, this will be the greatest state secret of Egypt. But from my perspective, it makes sense. Because the pharaoh needs to be like this in order to survive, right? Because the pharaoh has brothers who want his throne. If he's a nice guy, guess what? Dead.
Not true.
Right? So that's true for everyone in power. If you're a nice person who feels sorry for poor people, you're dead. Okay?
No, you're not.
So you have to have certain characteristics in order to be a great leader. And the main characteristic is dissociation. So the priests are actually protecting the pharaoh.
Wrong, but I get it.
Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So what I know this is hard, but I need you guys to remember the story of Egyptian mythology because we'll use.
Would they fake that too to a level of like, holy shit, they just killed your brother. I gotta get you out of here. Oh, we're gonna hide you out over here. Come on, man, let's go. I'm gonna take care of you. I promise. They'll never find you. They can't kill you like they killed your brother. Hurry up, man. I got you. We're gonna stay in hiding for about 10 years, but you are gonna be the key. You get what I'm saying?
Sure. And then what? They just kill him? Something? What happened?
No,
Or they trick him?
They are creating like this bubble for him as he's becoming the pharaoh. Be like, you are the one of your family members that survived while your brothers got killed.
Oh, okay. As in, like, let's say the main brother became pharaoh, but they didn't like the way he was doing things, so they kill him, but they don't do it directly. They say like, oh, these fucking thieves came in here and fucking took him out. They're trying to kill you too. Let's get you out of here, and then recondition him, right?
Yeah, and the priest guy that's manipulating what do you call it? He's handling the pharaoh. Is like, dude, I got you out. I'm here to protect you. So look at me as like your ultimate protector. Be a whole fucking like staged thing.
Well, this isn't exactly what you're saying, but like, God, Game of Thrones, bro. When Joffrey dies, and then Tywin pulls Tommen, the younger brother, aside. Like, listen, do you know what it means to be king? Huh? Do you know what that means? It's quietly grooming him as his like. Did his brother just die? Like, what's going on here? That's so fucked, right? He's just like thinking about like, well, we need to preserve this. You know. I mean, Tywin himself is essentially king, right? Because he's running everything. And he says, all right, well, Joffrey's dead. Fuck that kid. All right, Tommen, you're next in line, right? Oh, let me talk to you about what it means to be king.
Wait.
He's already grooming him.
Tywin was still alive when Tommen became king?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Speaking of Jordan, you'll be happy to know that I actually started watching that the other day.
Good. Oh, damn, I just spoiled a bunch right there.
Don't worry, he doesn't know what you said.
I spoiled the
Don't worry, he doesn't have a clue what you're talking about.
All right, fair enough. I'll stop there.
No,
either way.
That shit got spoiled for me years ago. You're way too late to ruin that for me.
Either way, it's just like
hopefully,
funny.
Yeah. If he just started watching it, I think that went over his head.
Yeah.
No, I know Joffrey gets marked part of the way through.
Okay.
And really, when I heard it, when I saw like even a clip of Joffrey the first time, I could tell off rip they're gonna kill this fucking kid sooner or later.
Well, you're gonna see some.
Yeah, first episode you kind of get that.
Well, you're gonna see some
Hey,
shit
he's-
where you're
he's an
probably cheering
idiot.
from the back, like, yeah, kill this fucking, get rid of him. But all right, let's continue. I get what point you were making there, Dubstrade. It's I really want him to bring it to, and I appreciate him saying like, well, we don't know if this is the case. There's records are kind of destroyed, all that stuff, right? I appreciate him having like
Right,
adding
he's
that
like-
levity in, but he believes it, right?
He's like, this is an assumption, but it looks to me to be clearly the correct assumption.
Yeah, and then he's gonna probably tie it to modern day leaders and things that they might go through. Maybe not the exact same thing, but something traumatic and similar to allow for this disassociation to fill their heads with ideas. Or maybe they're a perpetrator of it, whatever. But all right, here we go.
Use it over and over. Also, these techniques that they use, tombs, cutting you up, sex, drowning,
Skull and bones.
rape, are also techniques that we still use today. So what they did in Egypt 5,000 years ago, we still do today. There's absolutely no difference. And I will show you this as we move on. Okay, but are there any questions so
I gotta
far?
pop out
Yeah?
for a few minutes.
Sorry. Can you speak in the microphone, please?
Navigate the end of my trip.
So they only
Yeah.
trained the pharaoh by this method,
There's
and not
questions,
his
okay.
relatives, no, his brothers or something.
Okay, that's a great question. So who's being trained into this system? And the answer is everyone, right? Because the people really in control are the priests. They're what we today call the deep state. And
Deep
it's possible the pharaoh gets in an accident and dies. Okay, so you need someone right away to replace the pharaoh. So everyone in the royal family is being trained into this. The problem arises when the priest class divides into different political factions who all want power. Then they program the pharaoh's brother to create a civil war. Okay, so
Or there's
everyone
healthy people that
who is
exist.
in the royal family is being programmed like this. But then this raises a really interesting question: is like, why would they agree to this, right? Now, what's interesting is that these psychedelics and these trauma create something called NDE, okay? What we call near-death experiences. So for like a minute or 10 minutes or half an hour, they are literally dead. And what we know
What?
is when that happens, and it's really interesting is when you feel you're almost dead,
The endorphins
you
or dopamine or something?
transcend into the spirit world. In the spirit
What?
world, you actually meet God. And we know this because tens of thousands of people have had an NDE, near-death experience.
All right, he's
You know, they got in a car
starting
crash
to lose
and
me a
they
little
blacked out.
here.
Okay. Yeah, he's saying
There-
near-death experiences or you're susceptible to things.
Well, no, there has been documented plenty of scientists trying to understand near-death experiences and all that stuff.
No, like inducing one.
I know.
I can manipulate you. I can manipulate you while you're in a near-death situation. Like if I created it, I could then influence you as you come out of it for like as a trauma for the rest of your life.
Yeah, sure, but I'm that one like you put them in that state. Like, what do? You inject them with something, or like what's? Because it's not just normal psychedelics are not supposed to take you that route, right? Where you die for what do you say? You say an hour? You might have said an hour. Right?
He said a minute, 5 minutes.
Oh,
He
2
did
minutes,
say an
okay.
hour for possibly. He's saying
Yeah.
like there's different time frames.
And because of that, you see God, and now you come back, and things are different. I don't know. But let me hear him explain more. Here we go.
And we know this because tens of thousands of
So I was
people
gonna say,
have had an NDE.
Oh, good.
NDE.
I was gonna say, if somebody's like clinically dead, you only have a few minutes before before your brain and some of your other organs start to suffer some pretty serious damage from a lack of oxygen.
Yeah, but see, Joe, we have to save you from the. We have to save you from the analyzing. Learn some more. Learn some more abstraction. Because, like, once again, there's people that actually try to study that. The what's his name? Hammeroff, the doctor, the anesthesiologist, and a physicist, Roger Penrose, I think is his name. Where they actually apply, like, well, you know, in their minds, like, something does go on. Like, and they're trying to do it scientifically to prove that that's the case, or try to experiment with it to find out, like, what is the case. And these guys who are not, you know, YouTube woo-woo people, they're accredited scientists, are saying, like, well, no, like, we can't just say, you know, lights out. Hey, brain dies, you're dead. We can't just say that, according to them. And that's just obvious. You can't just say that, right? So maybe there is an experience that happens.
What it is, so far, no man can really say.
Exactly. But they definitely
That's just
can't
one of-
say, like, well, your consciousness arrives. That's saying your consciousness arrives from your brain.
Oh, that's just one of the places where so far our understanding of what goes on just kind of falls apart.
Well, in the science world, yeah. But in the woo-woo world, right? Even though they're not using quote-unquote scientific language, they're not measuring things with beakers. But for some reason, that'd be the dogma, Joe, that people talk about, where it's dismissed because there's no, you know, peer-reviewed data for it. So that's they're like, oh, it's not there because you know, there's no study on it, so it doesn't exist. Right?
Not just because no study's been done on it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that we don't have a way to repeat it yet.
Or the guys that do the woo-woo stuff
intentionally repeat it.
Or there's guys that do the woo-woo stuff and they're like, nah, yeah, I've been telling you for years, but you never listened because I didn't show it to you in a beaker. But I've been saying it for years through their own language, right? It could be through storytelling, through art.
That's why that shit needs to be looked at too.
Exactly. But yeah,
so there's a potential source of information. It would be unscientific to reject it.
But it does happen quite often. The idea of it being once again not measured in beakers and in milliliters and shit like that, because of the what's the word? Is it predisposition?
Preconceived notions.
Preconceived notions, that works too. Because of that, they don't even look at the abstract ideas that exist.
Like you know how some people swear by that acupuncture shit?
Yeah. I've heard of, yeah.
Well, I wish people would study that shit. I wish people would study that shit more often.
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe those fucking acupuncturists are hitting on something without even knowing it.
But like there it goes again in regards to like if it's something that would be considered quote unquote immaterial, right? Wouldn't once again you can't use beakers and thermometers to measure it. So thus the whole typical notion of all these scientific fields would be lost. And because it would be lost, they dismiss it. Not everyone, but a lot of people do dismiss stuff like that. Thus, remember when we played you the Rupert Sheldrake banned TED Talk, right? Why was it banned? Why was that banned from TED Talk? He's a scientist. He's a PhD.
I don't bother enough with TED Talk to know why they might or might not ban something.
I'm just saying, like, why would that be banned out of all the things we've seen?
I don't know.
How come certain guys, like, studies get dismissed if it's all about, like, openness to different theories and ideas?
Well, unfortunately, there's a big gap between where science should be and where it is.
But it begs the question, like, who else is dismissing things? Right? Which is what Corbett would say to you in regards to the climate science stuff, right? Like, well, there's the other scientists that are saying this, but they get dismissed. So they're not saying the same thing that the other guys are saying.
Well,
and thus,
why are they being? That's when we have to ask why they're being dismissed.
Yeah. But that's when people say dogmatic thinking, that's what they mean. Shit like that. And it does happen. As far as I understand, it does happen. And it does happen to where it could be overwhelmingly a lot of I don't say mainstream, but like a lot of like typical regular social, PhDs or students of these fields will also just dismiss it just because.
That's a huge fucking problem, which can and actually has gotten people killed before.
Oh yeah.
I actually tripped over a perfect example the other day. You know how surgeons have to scrub their hands and forearms with whatever that solution is.
Yeah.
That really harsh chemical.
Yeah.
Well, the guy who developed it, the guy who figured out that you could do that and not have so many people die on the table.
Birthing.
That too.
No, is that the original story? Is that a bunch of moms got fucking sick, and then someone figured out to wash your hands?
Yeah.
No, I've heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a perfect example. That guy was fucking persona non grata for the longest time.
Over something stupid. Which is typically what happened. I mean,
I think he died in exile, actually.
Well, once again, when it comes to psychology, in my opinion, a lot with the hyper analytical mind. Like, I mean, like to such a degree where it's like you're almost robotic, man. If someone's like that, like, you will end up like pridefully, in a way, like ironically, where they're trying to like be the most what's the word? The most empirical out of everyone. In those efforts, you end up psychologically speaking, doing a lot of let's say abstract type of things, but not worked on abstract thinking. Just simply abstract thinking of like, well, I have a degree. You don't have that. You're dumb. I'm smart. You're dumb.
Yeah, that's
which is what?
Analytical.
That's magical thinking. That's magical.
Yeah, that's not analytical at all.
Exactly, but they believe because they got the degrees and they did this discovery or that discovery, thus they know better, thus they can dismiss anyone, which is, I mean, the most abstract thing you could do, right?
Once upon a time, scientists didn't think that atoms were a thing.
There you go.
But now we know.
Now we guess. And once again, I gotta help you out, Joe. I gotta help you out. One day you'll learn. Know is much different than believe. Two different words. But yeah.
Well, let me rephrase. Now we can see those tiny little bastards jumping around everywhere.
Now we think we can see those tiny little bastards jumping everywhere. See the difference?
Yeah, I get you.
Welcome to the philosophy of science. Or the science of philosophy? Which one is it?
Yes.
This is a little off, but a little on to what you were talking about with the soap thing, but it's totally off. The toilet was made by a man named Thomas Crapper.
What?
Excuse you?
The inventor of the toilet was by a man named Thomas Crapper.
No, I don't believe you.
That's why we call it crap.
It's not real. Nope. It's not real.
That is true, actually.
That's too funny to be real.
Is there a crapper like dynasty out in the world right now I don't even know about? What's going on?
That is why we call it crapper.
They got gold chains with like a toilet pendant on it or something? Like, what's going on? No fucking way.
I just learned that like a month ago, and you brought up the hand washing thing, so it made me think about that.
Don't troll me.
This guy's family, he rivals Jesus. Like, how many words are said, like, as far as like words said out loud? Crapper, like shit like that. Oh my God, he's probably up there with Jesus. It's like
It has to
number
be.
one names being said out loud. He has to be up there. Holy
Crapper,
shit.
crap. Fucking
No pun intended. Holy
toilet
shit.
humor. Down the toilet.
Oh my God. That's brilliant. Okay, I didn't know that. And now I know.
I didn't either until about a month ago.
And now,
It was a joke, and I was as stunned as you guys seem to be right now.
and now I'll never forget. Okay, long live the Crapper family dynasty. They're, living in high-rise mansions, wherever the fuck. All right, let's continue with this.
I'm sure whoever's left in that family's having a great day right now.
Yeah, there's nothing crappy about their days except their name, apparently. All right.
Sunday, Monday, crappy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, crappy days. Thursday, Friday, crappy days.
Johnny loves Chachi. All right, here we go.
Near-death experience. They got in a car crash and they blacked out, or they were drowning and they almost died, or they had a heart attack and died. They all went
Johnny
to
loves
see
YellBro.
God, and they all said, up there in the spirit world, it's all peaceful, it's all love.
I don't know if he's
you
saying
can
their
feel
theory
God in
or
you.
he's saying
But
what
God
is
told
happening.
me I cannot die. I have to come back and tell people the true spirit world. So the royal family does this because it gives them wisdom and access to the spirit world so that they feel as though they're truly God. Okay? And that's why they agree to do this.
And then they meet Jordan.
Right?
Things go downhill.
But then the question then is, how do the priests know how to do this? Because
what?
Is that what you're saying? They do this as in the induced near-death experience?
Apparently to give them like okay, you believe you are powerful, you are one with God because you had this experience of a near-death experience, and thus you'll actually believe what you say out loud when you're like, yeah, I am the real deal, right? You'll believe it when you hear that or see that.
But somebody else could have been feeding your near-death experience ear during that time.
Fair enough.
Like putting subliminal message into your near-death experience.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Smoke.
That's Family Guy. I know that one.
Smoke. You smoking yet?
But I think in my woo-woo idea of the world, I think you can actually experience that without near-death experiences. And it starts with dealing with the observer, which is you. You deal with that, and I think you can actually see a lot more to the world, inner and outer world, than just. But this seems like a brash. If it's real, that's a brash thing to do for the sake of instilling confidence for someone to be a cunt, right? Giving them confidence to be a fucking tyrant or some shit like that. Like, okay, that's wild. Psychedelics made way more sense than the near-death experience stuff, but that good?
We do have the methods, as in the medicinal level, to stop the heart and then give you something else to start the heart back up.
Yeah,
like it's
shout out to
not
Pulp
too
Fiction.
far off. It's not too far off from plausible, you know?
Shout out to Pulp Fiction and the giant needle in Uma Thurman's heart. All right.
Oh, the adrenaline thing?
Yeah.
Or was it like Coke or something?
I think it was adrenaline. She OD'd, and then they jabbed her in the heart with an adrenaline shot, which is hilarious.
Yeah, that's I can promise you that's not how that shit works in real life.
But it's funny. All right.
Oh, it's hilarious.
All right, here we go.
They
Just don't try that
on
shit at home,
themselves
kids.
because they're priests and they want to access the spirit world themselves, and they recognize that near-death experiences and psychedelics are the best two ways to go into that world. So they drown themselves, they cut themselves up, they starve themselves. There are lots of ways to create near-death experiences.
There's something to
that's
fasting.
how they know the secrets. And what's amazing is we have improved on the Egyptian.
Yeah, God.
Like one of the ways I'd like for people to like really study this shit and dig into it is everybody obviously has some differences in their experience when they go through one of these things, but what if there's some connective tissue there? What might all their experiences share in common, if anything?
What do you mean exactly?
Like everybody has like if a bunch of people take ayahuasca, for example.
Yeah.
And then ask them to describe their experiences as best they can. And you get enough of that shit written down, and you notice that there are certain things in common between everybody who did it.
Okay.
That's
like
interesting.
Collective.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like kind of Jungian, right? Like kind of collective unconscious.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
like
possibly. I don't know.
Because like if that ayahuasca shit actually lets you tap into something, what is it?
Exactly.
That's the best way I can think of. That's the best way I can think of to figure it out. You get a bunch of motherfuckers to do it, have them jot shit down, and see if you can find any connective tissue.
Fair enough. What's going on? Oh my God, who? Where is she? No, it was Harrison. It was Harrison. It was Harrison.
Here.
No, it wasn't.
It was Harrison. I get it.
He's here at the wrong time. The most wrong time, too.
Either way.
You know what? You know why, Casey? This video seems to be decently deep. Pause.
That's a major pause. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that really is a major pause.
KC, you can't say pause, bro. Because you were looking for the deepest of deeps. Don't lie to anyone either. Don't lie to us.
I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
Lie to us.
I'm not lying, okay, I'm being honest.
Have you had your seasoning? Don't you fucking lie to us.
I wasn't going to talk about that until you brought it up.
Sure, blame me, sure.
Come on, I didn't even come in to mention that.
Anyways.
You're not going to fool us with the Darvo method, K to the C. It's not going to work.
Either way.
We're too smart for that.
Back to the video.
Come on, I've changed my name on my profile picture, Key.
Because he wants us to look at it.
What's your new name?
See, I'm busy butchering Tyranids. You're gonna have to just describe
still
it.
Brock Lesnar.
See,
no, I named myself after Drew McIntyre, the Scottish Warrior.
Your picture is still Brock Lesnar.
That's Drew McIntyre.
That's what I said. Brock Lesnar.
Joe. Remember before when you said like, oh, oranges, right? To make me think about oranges. I've been trained already, Joe. See, K to C shows up. Oh, my profile picture. I know not to look at it at that point. I know to look away. See, I'm already trained to not like just. Oh yeah, bro. Are you mad that I changed my profile picture? The natural instinct is to look at his profile picture, right?
What profile picture?
But I've learned exactly. See, everything is gold, my friend. Everything.
Actually, I did call myself I did call myself the Almighty after Bobby Lashley on here, the Almighty Truffle.
Oh
yeah, God. Black Lesnar.
It's how did I not think of that?
Apologizing.
How did I not think of that? What the fuck? It's perfect.
Actually,
Brock
Bobby
Lesnar
was
actually,
Bobby was actually in MMA before he came back to WWE.
Yeah, Black Lesnar.
Anyways, back to this video. I was gonna say like anything that, once again, forgive me for the more you want to call it soft science of psychology, but the idea of the ego, right? Mostly towards the Jungian idea of ego. Although I have my own version that I know a lot better than his version, but anything that quote unquote dissolves that thing, which is a typical term from kind of the new agey psychedelic people, anything that dissolves that ego would be workable. I think that's what he's ultimately saying. And guess what? You don't need drugs to do that. As far as the idea of
He's
dissolving the
saying-
ego, you don't need drugs or any of that shit to do that.
He did multiple examples of ways they did it. He said cutting was one way.
Yeah.
Psychedelics was one. And he said 2 or 3 others too.
Psychedelics, NDEs,
He described cutting. He described drowning.
drowning was another one, which is
Drowning.
NDE too. But yeah,
Which
I get
are
that.
those two I'm probably not going to partake in myself.
Well, they're not needed for dealing with your ego as a regular person. You could do it in other ways.
But it's not that
Oh, then what the fuck happened to me and my friends at Abu Ghraib?
isn't it induced by another person though? Like it's someone else inducing this upon them. It's not them doing it on their own free will to be more enlightened. It's somebody else doing it to them.
Yes, which makes it very much like controlled and contrived bullshittery of pseudo spirituality, in my humble opinion. But
I guess they could trick them into self-inducing it.
Yeah, and you're probably gonna have the experience of a lifetime in that scenario. It's once again Game of Thrones. The fucking what's their fucking names, bro? Greyjoys, right? The brother, the ritual to make him king, right? He had to drown in the fucking water, and then come back to life, right? It's like this.
The island.
Oh my god, Joe! I forgot again. Christ's sake! I'm so sorry.
What?
I'm spoiling shit.
Don't worry about it,
I
dude. A lot of
absolutely
shit.
forgot. Jesus Christ!
Most of the highlights were already spoiled for me years ago. You're not going to do any
I
more
got you.
damage.
The islands. I got you.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm just going to watch the show to see how all the shit played out.
Well, Joe, you let us know. I wouldn't mind watching this show again. I wouldn't mind it at all. But all right, let's get back to this. I'm just saying, like, you don't need near-death experiences or psychedelics to achieve the idea of basically making your ego a fucking listener instead of a very, very loud talker, right?
No, what I'm saying is, I think it's being weaponized as a mental, like, control by these people that are overseeing this pharaoh. By what he's saying.
Oh yeah, based on what he's saying, if that's real, these would work for sure. Along with the MK Ultra stuff, like sleep deprivation, or any like traumatic things, right? See something traumatic in front of your eyes can make your ego, which is at the forefront of your psyche, as kind of a protector, right? In a way, like, did I see the ghost? No, you didn't see a ghost because ghosts is from movies, right? It's not in real life. So thus your mind might do that for the sake of protecting itself, right?
I can tell you,
if you break those barriers down.
I can tell you I've got first-hand experience with sleep deprivation, and that shit doesn't make you think about the world. That shit just drives you fucking ballistic.
It can, unless you're Batman. Then it's different. That's all I'm asking for, Joe. Hey, everyone, become Batman. That's all I'm asking for. That's all. Simple task. Become Batman. And you're good. Doesn't matter if you're sleepy, if you're hyper awake, if you're on a drug, if you're not on a drug, whatever. You're good because you walk through your layers, your psychological layers on purpose, not by accident. So thus when something traumatic happens, you're not fucking, it can hurt, right? Feelings wise, like it can hurt your heart, your emotions and shit like that. But psychologically, you know what you're fucking doing, which is why Batman walks at night.
Only thing I got out of sleep deprivation was a bitch of a migraine.
Oh, there's that. And actually, fasting is another way that people, like, once again, physically try to manipulate things to, like, really, quote unquote, dissolve the ego in a way because of how, in my mind, or in my belief, how attached it is to physical phenomena. right? But whatever. All right. Either way, let's continue. Here we go.
Today. Like all the modern technology, all the modern medicine, science, we're just doing what they're doing, okay? Okay, so does it make sense, guys? Okay, any more questions before I move on? Okay.
There's no difference between...
Mr. Jang, is it nap time?
Sorry, excuse me?
There's no difference between heaven and hell because, I mean...
Not asking for me, I'm asking for Matt Hunter.
Technically speaking, if you do bad things, you will never go to heaven, but... and then if you experience...
Is Ed in his class?
You still meet the spiritual world and you'll realize that there's no difference between...
What?
This dude sounds like Ed.
That's a great question.
I was listening to the question, but he actually does sound like Ed. wait. Hold on.
Well, that'd be the plot twist of the fucking century, wouldn't it?
It would be.
I'm gonna hit some volume here. Forgive me, YouTube audience. I'm hitting the volume up a little bit here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Forgive us for the...
Does it make sense, guys?
Forgive us for the
any
ear
more questions
damage, but we need to
before I
satisfy some
move on?
personal curiosity real quick.
Okay.
There's no difference between heaven and hell.
Sorry.
Oh, it sounds like Ed.
There's no difference between heaven and hell because, I mean, technically speaking, if you do bad things, you will never go...
Nah, it's a little different. It's a little different than that.
And then...
Maybe it's
Just remember his phrases.
And you still meet the spiritual world, and you'll realize that there's no difference between heaven and hell.
Okay, that's a great question. Okay, so what is heaven? What is hell? Why should you do bad things? Why should you
say it again?
There's no
Maybe it's his
difference.
cousin.
Okay, so what people who suffer NDE will tell you is this: when you go up to the spirit world, the first thing that will happen is something called a life review. What is a life review? A life review is just you're able to see exactly what you did your entire life. So if you're a bad person, that's hell. Because you're able to now feel pain for the first time, right? Dissociation means you don't feel any pain, but guess what? You're just tricking yourself because when you're up in the spirit world, you have to see exactly what you did to other people, and you have to feel their pain. Okay, that's what hell is. And hell...
In the spirit world? I'm trying to think of my own woo ideas. Yeah.
I think what he's saying is like seeing what you did to someone else is kind of you're walking through fire.
Well, that's kind of like my idea of hell. First of all, I think it takes place while you're alive as well. But what people typically do is, well, for me, at least in my belief, like burying your conscience, like you're drowning your own conscience, essentially, right? You're trying to murder your own conscience, and repressing and burying that thing so deep is like you are actually in it. Like who you actually are is in hell at that point, in my humble opinion. And it actually plays out in your psyche. But you think it's you, right? These guys probably think they're like, yeah, I mastered life. I won. But in reality, who they really are truly is living in fucking torture.
Well, that to me, what he's describing requires Dante's Inferno kind of considerations. Like, walking through hell means there's a way out. And we get that from the Dante's Inferno version of hell. He went through the 7 layers of hell.
9.
And then he eventually escaped. Okay, 9.
Yeah. But that was for...
Meaning there was a way out.
Wasn't that for another, or was that for him? Was it for like...
Well, Dante's... I'm not sure, but I know that Dante's Inferno, there was 9 layers of hell, and he was able to escape. There's other versions... I'm pretty sure, like, the Christian version is there's no escape. So it wouldn't be that for what I think he's describing. He's saying, like, once you see what you've done to another person and, like, you face it, it seems like he's saying if you can grasp that and move forward and, apologize to yourself kind of thing for the things you've done, you can get out of that hell.
Yeah, I think he is saying that, and I basically agree. But I don't think it doesn't have to. It doesn't mean like, oh, you died, so now that's happening. I think you're already doing it right
No,
now.
I don't think for what he's describing, you have to be dead to go through that hell.
Yeah.
He said spiritually, so not as in
No,
you're necessarily dead.
he said spiritual world, meaning like you died, and that's why the guy was asking the question. That's why Ed Lee was asking asking that question, was because like, well, if they're bad guys, how come they get to see God when they die, right? Or is there no heaven or hell, right?
That's what I
kind of the point of the
missed.
question, I think.
I missed the full question of what Ed was asking.
Yeah.
Just like normal, I missed half of what Ed is asking.
But yeah. No, I've heard that idea many times. I think it's true. I think it's true. Like from my personal woo-woo beliefs. But it's like it's true in the sense of being practical, as in, like, hey, how could you be in heaven without you being you? Right? How is that even possible? You have to be you in order to enjoy heaven, in order to create a heaven, right? You have to be you to experience that. So thus, all the things that you fucking put to the side window because it feels too icky, yeah, you might have to review that. Which is why I say that idea of like to be yourself or to not be yourself. That is the question, but the answer is you're going to be yourself. You're going to pick to be yourself. It's the only way to fly. The only way to fly. Trust me. Sit down. Sit down.
You're gay.
You learn how to fly. It's the only way to go, man. And I mean like every experience. So if you're like a narcissistic little asshole, little greedy fuck, guess what? Food tastes different if you're you while you're eating the food versus you being a conditioned little automaton eating a fucking whatever, a bagel, a cheeseburger, whatever. If you're not you when you eat that food, it's different. And we know that from experience, right? Think about your favorite moments of life itself. Like, oh my God, that day was awesome. Guess what? Food tastes fucking different, doesn't it? Versus your saddest days. Food tastes fucking different. I mean, I can't confirm that in a lab result anywhere, but like, it seems to be the case. Seems to be. And it's like yeah, when like, with that moment, even though psychologically maybe you're thinking about something else as being the source of your happiness, but the point is the actual experience of being happy, that's the real thing. Your actual experience of that, the feeling of it. It could be attached to a paycheck or a job you got or a girl that, texted you back. But I think like the actual thing you're actually chasing, right, is that feeling. Just constantly chasing that fucking dragon. Day in, day out. Constantly chasing it. You go back to that moment.
I wouldn't know my best day is tomorrow.
Yeah.
One day, Jordan, I'm gonna save you from heroin, hero.
Imagine someone like working and working and working and working. Now the work isn't the most fun thing ever, but they're used to it, right? But they do all that work and they have that one weekend of vacation where it's like me, the kids, the wife, like good vibes all over the fucking place.
A lot of people can't even get that anymore.
They will do some shit that they don't even care about doing just to get to that one moment. That's how important that shit is. And I'm saying, what I'm personally saying is that could be 24/7 if you want to. If you want.
Sure feels pretty close to 24/7.
Well,
I wish I could afford a vacation.
Yeah. I mean, I got 30 days stacked.
Hey, man, I'm just saying. Do that
If
anytime
I
you
had a
want to.
day off,
Heaven is free, bro. It is free. And then guess what?
Yeah, but the thing I'm trying to create. Yeah, there is other ways to create it, but this is the way I see.
Well, that's the thing. That can be fun if your eyes are open. Like, ever like work at something that you care about, whatever it is, you can be working at something, but you care about it so much that the days that are frustrating are actually part of the fun. That's what I mean by like 24. It could be there 24 fucking 7.
Yeah.
Easily.
I agree with that. There are moments where that fun's all gone, though.
It
but
can.
it's
That can
still,
happen.
I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm still doing the work, even though this part's not fun.
Pause. The grind itself could be fun. That's why, like, in my mind, the idea of hell, right? That can turn from like absolutely like, oh my god, avoid this at all costs, into a fucking adventure, like Dante's Inferno, like that. Like you're going through rites of passage, where even when you go through those stages of hell and leave, you're like, all right, I'm in a good place now, right? I think it went to purgatory after hell, right? Then to heaven after that. I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember exactly.
Either way,
It wasn't written that he died. It was he just escaped hell. I think he returned to life.
okay. I thought he went to like purgatory after, and then heaven after that.
I don't remember it. I couldn't be sure.
Either way, let's say he did. Let's say it's like he went through hell and went through all.
It was to get his wife.
Yes.
So wherever he went, his wife went with him. Was the idea, I think.
Let's say he went through all the rites of passage of hell, and then quote unquote escaped and went to heaven. Let's say that. Guess what? Now heaven's a little bit part of his hell. Or sorry, hell's a little bit part of his heaven. Say it that way, because
It's
there's
a foundation.
well, there's gonna be experiences that he misses from that. The ability to fucking like grit your teeth and do something that's difficult and get it done. Who doesn't want that experience? Who doesn't want to have that a part of their mind, their experience? So that's part of them will miss hell. Straight up.
He'll miss that part of that.
Imagine.
I certainly don't miss anything about that last fucking job I had.
Well,
that was hell.
Well, it's like imagine you.
Yeah, but it got you the equipment you needed for the next job. Or
no,
like no pain.
I didn't learn a single fucking thing from that, and I was in pain all the time because I was getting fucked around about my disability.
Yeah, but here you are. Thus,
yeah.
Now it's a memory.
For weightlifting to build muscles, the whole idea, no pain, no gain. That's what I was thinking.
Well,
that job was all pain, zero gain.
You experienced it, so thus you gained something. Or sorry, you gained everything. You gained the experience. Straight up.
I'm not saying I didn't gain any experience, but I don't feel like it was worth it.
And now you know that after you experienced it, right? Now you know you don't like that. Got it.
Well, I know they fucking suck to work for. That's what I know.
But in a more
I'm not kidding when I say that I would sooner shoot myself than go back there.
Oh yeah, that definitely is a thing with some jobs.
Fair enough, but like, yeah, you now are you have the ability to say like I don't like that, which is worth a lot to your own experience, right? But yeah, I'm thinking of like some like idea like what the hell? And I stood in front of a demon, I cracked his jaw, and I left. Like that's some like I fucking did that. What the fuck's up? That adds to you.
I'm gonna stop letting you play Devil May Cry at 3:00 in the morning.
Well, it's like I did that shit. That's part of like now if you overly focus on that, yeah, it could become quite negative, I would think, and quite pathological. But the experience itself, you would not give away for anything. Meaning like, hey, if the gates of hell open up, I don't turn into some fucking coward. I'm the real deal. It's a part of your repertoire now. You know what I'm saying? But all right. I'm gonna play on this.
I get what you're saying, but I'm not sure I entirely agree.
Fair enough. I mean, some people are lifers, but some people are Supermans, right? Where it's all sunshine and hope and all that shit. And some motherfuckers are Batman, where I can walk both sides of the track. Shout out to Black Swan, by the way. All right, there we go.
You walk both sides. The track, Jordan.
Some of us are Captain America and make Batman cry every week.
Someone has like someone has balls in their mouth. I can't even really hear him. Say that again, Josh.
I'm sorry. I was asking. You rock both sides of the track. Is that what you do?
Are you watching Netflix? What's going on here?
I'm just
Go back to watching Netflix. I made a metaphor. Metaphor. I know it's outside of your vocabulary, but go watch some Netflix.
My vocabulary. Yeah, guys. Sorry. Just to clear that up, it was a metaphor. He does not, in fact, rock both sides of the tracks.
Go watch Netflix. Go continue to turn your brain off and go watch some Netflix. Thank you. All right, here we go. I have to piss though. I'll be right back. I'll play though.
7 is you can see the good that you did, okay? So what they say is that when you do evil, you create negative energy. And when you do good, you create positive energy. And you can't see that in this world, but up in the spirit world, you're able to see for yourself, finally, how much evil you did and how much good you did. Okay? And that's what heaven and hell is. Okay? And, I mean, I don't want to go too much into this, but another theory is that when you die, the only thing that remains in you is love. Okay? So love is actually a physical force. And the more love you have, the higher you can ascend in the spirit world. And the less love you have, well, you're kind of stuck and you have to come back and do it again. Okay? So be a nice person. All right? Okay, great question. Okay, so are we clear about this? Okay, well, we'll discuss more about near-death experiences later on, in the spirit world later on. Okay, but I want you to understand that 5,000 years ago in Egypt, they discovered how to program the pharaoh into a robot that they could control. And we still use the same techniques today. Okay? Any questions before I move on? All right, so let's go to the PPT. Okay, so as you can see, in Egypt, it's the priests who are really in control. The pharaohs are just a puppet. I don't think that's supposed to
happen until
quite a bit later. It makes sense, right? Because one person cannot control an entire empire.
It's probably not going to start until after.
Who really have the power.
Pause. Did you ever see the Moses cartoon? I'm not sure. I know it was a cartoon. But the point being,
what you're talking about.
So the point being, when Moses walks into the Pharaoh after he's like returned and he's like realizes he is Jewish, he is of the chosen people, and God has talked to him, gave him the staff to turn into the snake. The magicians that were in the thing were Moses's brother that became the Pharaoh, Ramses. They were like, well, he's doing magic. We can do the same kind of magic. We got our gods that give us power. So they start throwing out the, like, Moses throws down the stick. They try and throw down, the stick turns to a snake.
Yeah, I know that story.
They're like, yeah, we can throw down snakes too. And then Moses' snake ate their snakes.
Mm-hmm. What about it?
Like that whole idea, like that's kind of the picture of things. They're trying to convince the Pharaoh, look, we got more power than this guy. with his own different kind of god. But they're doing the play for the Pharaoh. It's all about convincing the Pharaoh from both sides of that argument. Was like Moses was there to say, "Let my people go," and the idea was like, "Why would I do that?" And then the magicians were like, we got to control the Pharaoh right here by showing him he's powerful."
Almost like he threw his stick down, they put a blinder over his eyes and threw real snakes. See, look, your stick turned to a snake. See that? You're so powerful, aren't you? Follow us. Follow my directions, please. Is that kind of what you're saying, or
They were competing with Moses. Yeah.
Yeah, to say like, hey, you
They
have
were
power.
saying like Ross, Horus, and Osiris side gods, which gave the power to these priests somehow. Like, our magic competes with his god. Therefore, our god can beat theirs.
Yeah.
Even though the story goes that Moses' snake ate their snakes, that was a failure in front of them. But, like, that was them attempting this control kind of stuff over the Pharaoh. That's all I mean.
Yeah. And also, like, by the way, there would be a reason for that too, which is like when the assassin gets the sniper, right? They're aiming at the figurehead. So if someone takes a shot if someone's trying to take over power, they're going to shoot at the typical person might shoot at the fucking Pharaoh and not the actual real hands behind decision making, right? Which would be those priests guys. They'll focus on the Pharaoh, like blame him for everything, right? That's kind of a part of it too, which makes some sense to me socially. If we like translate it to modern times, where it's like, yeah, instead of like being the figurehead, the face that people want to shoot at or yell at or scream at or hate or whatever the fuck, we'll be the hands that are like quietly in the background guiding the figurehead to do what he's doing or actually make the real decisions, right? So that makes sense, right? But all right, let's hear more of this. I guess he's going back to Egypt stuff. Here we go.
Okay, so we talk about dissociative identity disorder, right? And you think, wow, it's really great to have all this power. But actually, the one thing about dissociative personality disorder is you can never feel happiness. In fact, you can only feel misery. So the way to reduce your misery is by making others more miserable than you are. Okay, so the people in power are committed to making the world as evil and as unhappy and as miserable as possible because that's the only way they can feel good about themselves. Okay, so this is dissociative identity.
Okay. Now I say this idea all the time about like terraforming, trying to turn everyone's image into their likeness, right? Or turn the world's image into their likeness. But I mostly make that argument in the sense of like kind of subconscious level of thing. Maybe some, I think it's subconscious mostly. I'm trying to think of like someone like consciously doing something, but like those guys that are like that, making conscious decisions, they're being driven by something deeper. It's a deeper, like you said, like psychological disorder, as far as I would call it, some sort of pathology driving that in the first place, which means they're not actually truly, quote unquote, in control, making actual choices. It just makes sense to bully the next door neighbor into being a fan of the same team that you have, right? It's like, right? As far as like pathological behavior, I'll just bully them into being like me.
Is that why you try to bully James into being an Atlanta Braves fan?
No, James made his choice. He made his bed. He's laying in it now. Congratulations, you dumb fuck Yankee fans. Congratulations, you lost. All right. Anyways, yeah, it's like, that's what it looks like. It looks like trying to terraform the way people move around and behave. Because in your world, where you're the winner in your mind, it makes sense to you to some degree. Now, are they experiencing true happiness? No, not at all. Are they experiencing true, like, sadness or torture or whatever the fuck? I don't think that either. As far as like their own cycle, like their ego, their the forefront of their psyches. I don't think they're actually experiencing the bad things or the good things. It's kind of like just images passing in front of their face, like a dog shit movie written by AI or something. It's not the real thing. I don't think. And thus that thing, that right there is the hell itself. That thing right there is the hell itself, in my humble opinion, where nothing, like, there's no real care about things. You miss out on the actual experiences of being a human, our point to be alive, right? You're missing out on it. It's like, imagine like someone who, hypothetically speaking, just can't feel anything, right? They have no emotional reaction to anything, right? And now show them show them heaven. Imagine seeing heaven and having no emotional reaction to it. That'd be the worst experience of all fucking time, wouldn't it? What would be the fucking point? Right?
Well, it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be bad. It would just be nothing.
Exactly. And that to me is like the worst experience. That'd be the worst experience. Something crazy happening with no.
It's almost paradoxical.
Yeah.
You perceive
would be
an absence.
Wouldn't it be a hell of its own?
Yeah. That's why I'm calling it. Like, I think that when people say that hell is like the symbolically, right? It's not hot. It's freezing cold, right? It's the coldest of the coldest, as like a symbol for like just the lack of the lack of anything.
It's
Right?
nothing.
That warm glow in your chest when that note in that song hits, not there. Just stays cold. It's like, yeah, that makes more sense to me. And in a way, kind of feeling better about yourself by pushing others down, or to use some bullshit borrowed doctrine or idea of like what makes the world a better place. Shout out to Nick Fuentes. Trying to get those things to appear in life itself, when meanwhile it's like, no, it's your pathology that is doing this, and you're trying to get others to buy into your pathology. It's batshit crazy. It really is batshit crazy. But also, I would think overall fucking harmful, considering what regular people actually truly care about or want in their lives.
Here's one thing I think about. It's kind of a weird thought. You know how we have technology now and most of it costs like money to do all this stuff? Before the Industrial Revolution, why were people so ambitious to be in charge of others, to like get stuff, just materialistic point of view, like to get stuff? Well, at the end of the day, they weren't going home to an air conditioned room.
Like the average worker, or do you mean like the owner of the whatever?
No, like, why would I bother becoming king if I don't even have the luxury of air condition? Like, what am I actually? Because I'm not getting a technological advantage that obviously I have to compete to be able to afford air conditioning, for example. I'm still going to have a root cellar to store my food. I'm not going to have a refrigerator. I'm not going to have a microwave. I'm doing all this extra shit to control people. But I don't have to. If I was out there on my own and I just had my solo family, like just a woman, why would I need to work this hard if I still have to make the fire every night. I still have to pitch the tent or maintain the hut, whatever. Okay, sure. Pause.
I think people value
Like,
things
but
beyond just material results. It's quite telling. I think, right? It's
no,
quite
I get
obvious.
that, but but that's just a thought on my head. Like, the reason today, I understand why people do that in the sense of for the materialistic stuff. Like, I want to be out of the weather. Sure. I want to have a nice TV. Sure. I want to have a cool car. But back then, there was one car. It was called a horse. There was no such thing as TV. There's no air condition. There was no refrigerator.
Well, for a lot of those people who obsessively flaunt their wealth, it's not enough for them to have everything in the world that you could ever want. They need everybody to know about it, and they think that other people should have less. That's what I'm finding.
Well, yeah, that goes along with what this guy in the
they think
video
they
was
deserve
saying.
more, right?
Yeah.
Which is not
What
the
this
same
guy
as
was
wanting everyone
saying
to
in the
have less.
video, but what this guy in this video was saying was these people were intentionally doing this to make everybody else feel less comfortable, less happy, because they had a mindset to do that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know exactly which direction he's going in. Well, yeah, because we paused it, so I don't know exactly where he's going with that assessment. I was going more so for like, hey, or my idea would be more so like, hey, I'm walking around town, everyone's smiling, but I have a frown. What I'm gonna do is try to get people to see my side of life, which is frowns are actually better. Look how awesome frowns are. And I'll do whatever method necessary to make sure that's the case. And I think that's to me, in my opinion, like somewhere deep down psychological drive to once again
That's
terraform.
definitely a thing.
To terraform, right? Because maybe in their minds they genuinely believe that, like, yeah, it could be a bunch of things, right? Like, hey, I'm better than you, so thus, you know, this is what you should be doing. I know better, right? I'm your social daddies, essentially. It could be like, hey, these guys are animals. If I let them just be themselves, they're gonna destroy everything. I have to keep things
Also,
together.
yes.
I have to keep everything together.
It could be a mix of any of them.
And it could be something as simple as, look how they treated me in fucking first grade. See that? See that right there? That's why I have to win. I have to be above them socially to teach them a lesson so that they don't destroy themselves, destroy the world, or try to destroy me. It could be vengeance. It could be like, yo, fucking Bobby picking on me in fucking first grade. Guess what? I'm gonna own Bobby's whole fucking life. I'm gonna be the big fucking owner of
Pick
companies.
a justification, you'll probably find a few hundred examples out in the wild.
Oh yeah. Now, I will say this, Joe. I think some certain things, like there's jibber jabber in your mind, right? The words that are being said in your own mind, right? Of like, you know, this is why this person's doing this or doing that. But then there's like the visceral, like, version of like, okay, if I can put a plug in and be like, okay, this is this guy's energy. That one, I think, can be observed quite universally. If we had something to read that. But the jibber jabber in the mind, like the actual like psychological in words and like in the realm of reason of why they're doing what they're doing. Yeah, that's probably 10 million different fucking versions of things, right? But I think the energy or that quiet intention that doesn't have words attached to it, right? Those little quiet intentions, I think those could be quite universally seen across the entire spectrum, by the way, but like maybe a little bit more like heavily present with some of these characters that exist in the world, where they float towards that energy or on quiet behavior a little bit more so than the average person walking around. I think that is a thing, but all right, let's continue. Let's play more of this. This is gonna be like a 4-hour video. Whether here we go.
Disorder. As you can see, it's really bad. Okay, you have identity confusion, you have changing memories, flashbacks, intrusive thoughts. Okay, internal voices. It's not a great feeling to have this. All right.
Back in my day.
Yeah, they can be.
Oh, great. Sorry.
I'm gonna go with make voices fun again. Make voices in your head fun again.
Okay.
Go with that.
Okay. So now I want to talk about 9/11 and the war on terror. This is Donald Rumsfeld, and after 9/11, America decided that they need to take offensive. They need to hunt down the terrorists and control their behavior. And so they start to arrest terrorists.
That's not exactly what happened, but
bad things start to happen, okay? So this is a prison in Iraq, Abu Ghraib, where they arrested terrorists, and they were doing strange things to these terrorists, as you can see.
Were they grabbed?
Okay, so
who didn't they grab?
This is pretty disgusting stuff. And
it is.
This was leaked to CBS News, and CBS News showed all this.
You might go to the BF Skinner stuff, possibly from here.
All right, so it's pretty disgusting. So now the question then is, why is this happening? And there have been different explanations. The military says, these are soldiers who went crazy and they went rogue. So we've arrested them and we punished them. But then they discovered that they're actually psychologists who were responsible for this program. So these are two psychologists, and they were sued by the victims. And during
psychologists
the court
in quotes, by the way.
testimony, we discovered that they were paid $80 million by the CIA to develop this program. So what is going on here? This is not something that happened randomly. It was designed by the government, by the CIA. So why is this happening? Well, they call it enhanced interrogation. Okay?
Now, when I look at that, right, or let's say like the idea he's leaning towards right now, let's say that was the case, right? And the idea is, hey, we're these quote-unquote psychologists, and thus we can get people to behave a certain way, right? From jailers to person imprisoned, right? Because we're smart, you guys are dumb, we can handle your psyches, we can do whatever the fuck, like we can do this because we can, type of shit. That same psyche, in my humble opinion, which is me, malignant and pathological, if someone was like, you can't control me, you can't own me, you can't control me, what the pathological crazy person would do is kill that person to be like, see, look, or like they're like, listen, we can control everyone we want to. We can own they're so stupid, we can own their minds. Someone's like, no, you can't own me, though. They shoot and kill them and say, anyways, yeah, we can own all their minds. It's like look for bright spots and like, take them out. That is, in my humble opinion, I think that's a real phenomenon. Whether it's through discrediting, right, or actual physical violence, I believe that phenomenon exists with people that think they're fucking smart like that. Pseudo-intellectuals, basically. Guys like this, possibly. If his you know, I don't know these two gentlemen, to be fair, right? But if his on-the-surface assessment thing is correct, that these guys were, you know, essentially torturers using the art form of psychology, but yeah, if they heard someone's like, no, you're actually wrong, this like it actually works this way, they might take them out either intellectually or physically. Possibly. I'm just saying out there, just saying, possibly, for the sake of still being correct.
Because for them, it's not about study of the human mind anymore. It's about protecting that. It's about protecting their position on the social totem pole.
But that also happens with
They're
the
opportunists.
terraformer show, right? Of like, look, everyone's happy. America is great again. Actually, we don't like this. Get rid of them. Can you get rid of them? They're fake news, right? Intellectual dismissal, and sometimes physically dismissed. Right? And it's like that's that terraforming shit where these guys are so, let's be honest, probably self-conscious, neurotic, weeby, full of shit artists that they need to make things a certain way because otherwise their psyches can't stand it.
And
They
sometimes they
won't
feel
work.
to dismiss certain people from life.
Okay,
Looking at you, Joseph McCarthy.
look at Ben Shapiro, right? Look at all like
Yeah,
'cause
so,
I believe that he at least tries his hardest to psychologically buy into his own religious beliefs, which means what? If Jesus showed up one day, he'd freak out. He'd flip a shit, right? His ego would crack right there, I think, because of how hard he goes in a certain direction. I think his ego would crack.
I think some of the little blood vessels behind his eyeball would probably go pop.
He'd be wrecked, right?
Mm.
And that might be these guys' experiences in regards to just saying, possibly, that might be their experience of hearing something like that's outside the box, outside of their purview of like, because they're the smartest men in the room all the time. They're the smartest guys in the room every room they walk into. And if someone's like, "You're not that smart. Get rid of him. Take him out. Get him out of here."
The Dunning-Kruger effect in motion. You know what that shit is, right?
I know the name. If you said it, I might like what it actually stands for, the effect itself. Might be able to understand it.
It's when somebody, basically it's this phenomenon where stupid people, like Asmongold, for instance, overestimate their understanding of a subject.
Ah, okay.
Or somebody with more than two neurons to rub together, like you or myself, might underestimate their understanding of a subject because we know how much there is to know.
Interesting.
So we kind of Socrates ourselves to death.
It's almost like the magical child theory, which is more in the woo-woo psychological idea, where like they believe they create events in their minds, kind of like
I'm not going to claim to know what the hell that is.
It's me when I'm fandueling, where it's like because I'm watching, the game goes against my favor all of a sudden when I'm gambling, right? Like I don't actually do that. I'm just saying, like if that was like fully true and real, I'm like, yo, they fucking lost because I was watching. If I really believe that, that'd be like magical child theory or
All right,
syndrome.
Jordan.
I think it's what it's called.
You need to understand something. I know this might scrape at your childhood a little bit, but turning the controller does not help you turn faster in Mario Kart. I'm sorry.
So Dunning-Kruger is just like the dumber you are, the smarter you think you are. It's like a short way to put it.
Okay. Oh,
A little
so
oversimplified,
funny.
but kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that's in a nutshell.
Okay, fair enough. Now,
Hey,
now I know.
If you want to see it in motion, just watch Asmongold.
I think he's trolling though. It's hard for me to take him serious as like a real. I think he's just trolling, bro. He's playing a character on TV. That's where I'm at. But shout out to one of my childhood friends, Sean, who when he played games, he's jumping like he's inside the fucking game himself. That fucking shit. Like he almost like tearing systems down. Like like you yank the controller so hard, you almost pull the fucking whole system down because they're so fucking like locked in. Like
as in my cousin Sean.
No, a different Sean. Well, actually, those two Seans know each other or knew each other and shit. So, but no,
I was gonna
different
say
Sean.
I could totally believe him doing shit like that.
Like lifting the controller every time Mario jumps. Like
It's like if a bad guy pops out, right? They might jump with the controller in their hand, or if they're like trying to navigate something, they're like twisting and turning, or like Gran Turismo, right? You're just like fucking leaning like it's gonna help you at all, but it actually doesn't.
Yeah,
typically
pulling the
hurts
controller back doesn't improve your brake times either.
Exactly, but it's so interactive.
It's not going to help. It's not going to help you avoid that blue shell. Just rip that Band-Aid off right now.
All right, let's keep playing. Here we go.
This is a book, The Dark Side, by Jane Mayer, who's a fantastic reporter. I highly recommend this book. She's a reporter for New Yorker and spent years looking into why this torture happened.
Where do I know her from?
And what she argued is it's an experiment to change the mentality of these terrorists. And the theory is called learned helplessness. You can basically take someone like Ra, okay, the virtuous hero, and turn him to Osiris through certain techniques.
Okay.
Remember, Ra, the identity is the virtuous hero who fights Apophis every day. Osiris is a person who gets tortured by Set every day, okay? So the goal of this experiment is to turn Ra into Osiris.
So does that mean I get tortured by RFK every day?
Learn helplessness is also the person who developed a new theory called positive psychology. His name is Martin Seligman. Okay, so positive psychology that you're learning
I'm not playing Pokemon,
in school
I'm playing fucking Warhammer right now.
is brainwashing.
Let me say pause for that.
Okay? All right. So
I'm butchering servants of the
and it's a great theory,
powers.
and this is what most people believe. The problem, though,
You're not
is
poking any men.
it doesn't actually work. Because after the CIA started to torture all these prisoners, they became
there is a Thunder
Islamic
Hammer
State.
you can use in this game, but I'm not using
ISIS
that right now.
is the name of
I'm
what?
playing the Eliminator.
The Egyptian goddess who saved Osiris, right? And who fathered Horus. Do you think
He's
it's a coincidence?
doing
Maybe
hyper
not.
reality.
Okay? Maybe not. So ISIS is this fanatical
Islamic State
death
of
cult
Iraq
that are
and Syria.
terrorists who go around the Middle East and kill a lot
ISIS,
of people. Okay? You might have seen their videos
Egyptian
where
goddess.
they do a lot of nasty stuff, like beheading people. Okay?
No, it's about fucking.
What a lot of people discovered
It's
is
about
that
Mallory's
there's
little
actually
spy agency in Archer, Jordan.
He's trying to swipe, but it ain't working. All right,
connection between,
Also watch Archer.
ISIS
or else.
and this torture. In fact, in many academics, so for example, Jeremy Suri and Andrew Thompson, they discovered that many of the ISIS fighters the US is currently combating in the Middle East deepened their extremism during the time in prisons, controlled by the United States. So it's really strange.
Okay, that one I'm
The United States thought that they were going to use the psychology to turn Ra, the terrorist, into Osiris, the citizen. But they ended up doing the reverse. Osiris became Ra. How stupid were they? Right? And these guys were paid $80 million to be this stupid.
Or it was on purpose, right?
Okay? So this is Human Rights First, an organization that started to interview these prisoners of America, okay? And what they discovered is these prisoners told them, okay? Their testimony shows that ISIS recruitment is still ongoing, unchecked by Egyptian authorities, and fueled in substantial part by the torture and other abuse that pervade Egyptian prisons. So it's really strange how these prisons are almost training ISIS terrorists.
Yeah.
What's going on?
That's actually legit of an idea. Not saying his full.
Let's go back to Guantanamo Bay, okay? The answer lies in these prisons and what they're doing there. So most of these prisoners were so traumatized, they forgot what happened. But we have one man, Abu Zubanai, who remembered what happened. He's a Saudi citizen who was captured. And he told us what they were doing to him, okay? So we're going to go through his story. And you tell me what the story reminds you of. So they basically were force-feeding him, torturing him, strangling him. And then they put him in a coffin and they drowned him.
He'd fuck it up.
Don't open
Then
that
they
bubble message.
use a power drill to do this to him, okay? They basically cut him up. Whoa! Do you guys remember the story? Oh, and also sexual humiliation, right? Where they had a woman who tried to seduce him.
This is drawings, I guess?
Also, guys, right? Do you guys see this?
I don't know.
What is the story, guys? What is the story? It's a story of Egypt. This is what they did to Pharaoh 5,000 years ago. It's the same story. It's the same script. In other words,
Sleeping a bit.
they're not trying. What they're really doing is
yeah.
they're trying to turn these people who are mostly innocent into terrorists.
Like that right there, I can consider a possibility of doing such extreme treatments that you end up creating these guys that you're trying to fight as a boogeyman in the first place. That I mean, that happens on mass scale, right? Where you bomb countries and then all of a sudden the youth or the men there, even the women there, whoever, right, end up joining the fighting crew to fight you because you blew up their fucking homes. It's as kindergarten as it gets, right? This would be a little bit more sophisticated, I guess, in regards to the exact ideas, as far as like how much purpose was behind it, right? But I could believe that. Now, him bringing it back to the Egypt stuff, I don't know about that one, but I think like a lot of dumb fucks who are clever enough to think about their own like a little bit of their own experience, be able to showcase, you know, hey, when these things happen, people move, and when they move, they're scrambling, and when they're scrambling, you can implant ideas. You can do that. I'll call that second grade. It's still, you know, little kid shit, but it's still possible when someone's not expecting it, right?
Yeah, what's that? That little Venezuelan boy is mad at America because a bunch of soldiers murdered his grandma. Who could have seen this coming?
And that might drive him on a lifelong goal to do something about it, right? I mean, that's as simple as it gets. But there are some a little bit more quote unquote sophisticated means to target individuals and get them to flip over, right? Which is typically, once again, done to the untrained mind. You know, right? They can fuck with you individually, maybe do background checks and do target you specifically, right, as an individual to get you to flip or move on certain things. That's for sure a thing. For sure. And that's actually, funny enough, I think we brought this up. I think Jesse was here for sure, I think, with the Brett Weinstein stuff, where it's like, man, why is he targeting all these scientists, right? Epstein. Why was Epstein targeting all these science guys and academic guys? And it's like, well, possibly, maybe there's a certain mindset that's easier to manipulate because what? They feel like they have such a strong grasp on reality, so they're easier to manipulate, possibly.
Also, one of the easiest ways to get anybody to do the shit that you want is to give them little treats.
Yeah.
Especially if it's shit that they're not exactly supposed to have.
Well, if you're targeting someone and you're doing background checks and shit like that, once again, the simplest of simplest psychologists could be looking at like, well, does this guy respond a certain way when he gets kudos, right? A reward, an award, a medal, a pin, right? Did they respond a certain way? Did they feel good about it? Does it seem like they're feeling good about that? And thus we can use that as a tool if we want to.
Everything can be a tool.
Well, for someone,
I think it's industrial espionage, so they could work on their bioweapons program and have all the latest technology for that kind of stuff.
Or get them to fucking move in and start building a life on somebody's stolen land.
Mm-hmm. But it's like, if his scenario is correct, right, and it's regular guys, but you kind of turn them extreme through, I mean, once again, I'm not going with the Egyptian method thing, but like, if you did want to do that, some of these techniques would be used if it's like that kind of dark, right? of like torture, sleep deprivation, shit like that, right? Or, like really fuck with them, try to break down their morality with little things here or there, and in fact, maybe as simple as it gets, as practical as it gets, get them to hate you so much that they become the leader of fucking ISIS. I consider that fucking possible. I really do. I can't say I know, but as far as
it's predictable.
Well, as far as I understand, in regards to the human mind, like, and people that don't, let's be real, don't work on their own minds. They're kind of just, floating around in life. But yeah, those guys are fucking susceptible, in my humble opinion. And for people on the outside, they'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. So it kind of becomes acceptable in reality, in a way, to the average person. They might be like, either for whatever reason, like, hey, their religious leader got to him and talked to him about this and made him extreme. People believe that. Hey, these guys were tortured so badly, or their homes were blown up, or something like that. That's why they're doing what they're doing now. That's why they're extremists. You can believe that. And when it becomes believable, in a quasi way, acceptable, that's when we're really fucking ourselves, instead of calling it what it is. Fucking insane. On every level, it's insane. From who's torturing who, to who's bombing who, to who's getting bombed and their reactions to it, their immediate kind of reactionary thing, like, all of it is fucking batshit crazy. To me, at least.
Yeah. But like I said, it's predictable.
Yeah. But there are people like, oh my god, this guy got messed with, so you know what? I get why he's grabbing an AK and shooting up a mall. It's like, sure, I understand why they might be doing that, but to call that,
I get
reasonable is outside of your fucking mind shit. It's not reasonable at all. But go ahead.
Yeah, I get it, but like I said, predictable. Never ever said it was reasonable.
Yeah. But all right, let's keep playing.
The question is, question I always ask people when they whinge about Hamas is, when you look at the shit that was done to these people, what the fuck did you think was going to happen?
Yeah. I mean,
and if more people ask themselves that shit, we might not be looking at Palestinian extinction in the near future.
Yeah, but that's, for me, that's as far as my empathy goes. Is like, yeah, I could see why someone who watched their kids or their parents or their grandparents, their friends get killed. I get why they might do what they do, but that's as far as it goes. It's as far as it goes. There's nothing about that is healthy at all. It doesn't make sense of a reaction to do if you're a righteous person, as far as I understand. That's my idea of things. But I think we actually do get quite psychologically lazy, and we accept it as kind of normal to happen.
Yeah, that's why if somebody's gonna fault the Hamas militant for killing an Israeli soldier, then we have to fault the state of Israel that much more for creating the conditions that led to that in the first place.
Well, there's a whole lot of conditioners in that scenario. It's a whole lot of people involved in that conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's I mean, shout to the Joker in The Dark Knight. Shout to him. Because apparently some movie character figured it out before regular motherfuckers did.
Oh, YellBro. If you had the guts for that kind of fun, you would have done it years ago.
It was a little bit more of the 60s Joker, right?
I do. That's Hamill's Joker. I can't.
You're right.
Get my voice high enough to do Cesar Romero's laugh.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That is the animated series. Fuck my life. I was thinking of his face, but said the 60s guy. I think, wasn't he like part British sounding or something like that? Am I tripping?
Not really.
Oh, fuck. God damn
I think you're tripping.
I am tripping. I apologize. Don't worry, I only recognize The Dark Knight as the actual iconography of Batman. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Yes, Jordan, we know.
Let's hit play. Here we go.
We are painfully aware by
these
now.
people into drones that they can program and unleash in the Middle East. That's the real goal. Okay? So it wasn't that the experiment failed, it worked. ISIS is an American creation
psychology
designed to create as much chaos as possible
conspiracy
in
and
the
politics.
Middle East. Let me ask you this question. If you really wanted to get information from these terrorists, what's the best way to do that? Pay them money. Be friends with them.
Give them treats.
Treat them out to dinner. Okay? We have lots of evidence to suggest that if you just be nice to these people, they'll tell you everything they know. You don't have to torture them. You torture them because you're trying to turn them into secret weapons to be unleashed in the world. Okay?
I believe there's a documentary about that, or at least a portion of a documentary. It's escaping my mind, but there's the idea like, hey, when we actually do interrogations, if you do them a certain way, you can actually get information versus like just beating them over the head repeatedly to get what you want from them, right? To where they may actually do like false confessions, right? Because they're being like, please stop torturing us.
That should be pretty elementary shit for anybody studying psychology.
Yeah.
If somebody's being tortured, they're not going to. If somebody's being tortured for an answer to something, then they're going to invent whatever fiction they think will get the captor off of them.
Well, they might, right? And that's the word
yeah,
might is
at bare minimum, if you are interrogating all these people and you're going to torture them to get information, you wouldn't torture everybody to get information. You would try different techniques, like being nice to them, like he's saying, as a possible technique for some of the prisoners. It wouldn't be just, I'm torturing everyone that's here.
Yeah. I mean, that's obvious, right? You get someone to like put their guard down.
There's other purposes, right, of torture, right? Like humiliation, breaking a people.
Yeah.
Breaking a person, subjugation.
Yeah. That's the kind of shit that's done by people like Ron DeSantis, who, for whatever reason, can't get their penises hard unless somebody's in pain.
Well, I think it's actually can also be about vengeance and like a strategy, a demonic strategy of domination and subjugation. I don't think it has to be like a psychosexual, but I mean, I think that can play a part and people can be amped up on that.
It plays a concerningly large part, Amy, trust me.
Especially probably in the operators of it, but the masterminds, I think people do see it as a technology that's been around for a long time to dominate. And they can even possibly coolly advocate that without even batting an eye.
Oh no.
Getting a high heart rate.
I agree with that. And like it could be, forgive me for how disgusting this is, but like it could be cathartic for the soldiers working there. Imagine like people working day in, day out, right? Or whatever, like the people holding people in jail and all that stuff. Like day in, day out, same melodic fucking doing the work, whatever the fuck, right? And then something like this can happen to where it becomes exciting, right? Where it's taking pictures of prisoners that are all fucking stacked on top of each other, taking, glory photos of them being shit on, essentially. It's almost like in a way, preying off of their worst instincts, right? As the captors, right? Because they feel more powerful, more dominant, right? They're used to being a low level ish soldier person, right? But now they're fucking god next to these guys, aren't they? I think that plays a large role.
That's for sure.
I think that plays a large role psychologically. But
power corrupts.
Not Jordan. No. But
power is a magnet to the corruptible.
That maybe that I like that one, Joe. I like that one. I might steal that one.
The problem is that even a good person, like the temptation of power, can be very corrupting. Even someone who, stumbled on it, didn't think they would.
If you're a bot, yeah, but not if you're YellBro. Sorry.
Well, I think a human being has to have humility that they're vulnerable to temptation, and that's what people getting into power. I mean, that's a very old story too. Betraying what they thought they were about because of the, intoxication of power.
Or you can pridefully throw corruption out the fucking front door like it's supposed to be. In your own mind, I'm saying. In your own psyche. Like, get that shit away from me. Get out of here. I think it's that simple. But not the easiest.
I don't think power can change you as much as it can tell people who you really are.
Yeah, I'm more in that lane. Or how undiscovered you are. As in, there could be something like actually genuinely good underneath the bullshit of the shadows of your own psyche. And maybe you're a external, extroverted learner to where you need to actually play these things out to some degree before you realize this was wrong in the first place. There are fucking minds like that as well. But I was gonna say, like, I think the like getting someone to like be vulnerable and like because they feel a little bit more comfortable is probably a quote unquote, even like with deception, a better technique for extracting information than it is with, hey, I'm showing you my Hitler mustache. See this? I have a Hitler mustache. You know I'm a bad guy. Thus, when I do anything to you, you're gonna view me as a bad guy. Versus someone who feels more comfortable that they're like, oh, you're like a nice guy, so like I can tell you stuff and thus get more information from me, even if they slip up, right? Even if they slip up, or you're getting information from them.
I wish more people could figure out that life is not a Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah. I mean, good cop, bad cop is a stereotype for a fucking reason.
Yeah.
Because in certain cases, it probably worked. Probably was very effective before people maybe caught on to it. Right?
They haven't caught on.
Well, at least
at least before a critical mass of people caught on to it. There's still plenty of stupid people who will fall for that shit.
I think you could still fool people with it who know about it because you could, you could see it in hindsight, but I think it could be snuck up on people for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Because
very possibly.
it's distracting. When other things are happening, that's how they do a lot of these things. I'm sorry I missed the video here, but like they do things all at once, and so you're trying to figure out what's happening in this other area, and then you're not as savvy in a different area. So I could totally see how, with planning, that would be pretty easy to overcome, even something people are aware of.
Yeah, you create chaos, right? And then you reorder it in the way you want to, right? You throw enough shit at them to where they're like kind of confused a bit, thus their psyche's in a chaotic state, and thus you can be like, well, where were you on this day? Or, they could like I would think like an honest interrogator, quote unquote honest interrogator would be like, well, like try to get like essentially get them to say information that you're aware of that they don't know you're aware of, right? Or try to like not get them to do it, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like if they reveal that, then it showcases that you're aware of something that no one's supposed to know except for me and my partner, right? You can do that by asking questions like, "Where were you that day?" Yada yada. Hey, do you want a coffee? Let me get you a coffee. Do you want 2 sugars or 1 or none? What do you want? What type of coffee you want? Okay, I got you. But anyways, what were we doing last night? He just sneaks shit in there. That was like an exaggeration, but like just like kind of like sneak shit in there,
Well, yeah, you're gonna Columbo your way through it.
We've all seen those shows.
Yeah. But all right. But I do think a quote unquote trained psyche, not in the federal agency trained, but I mean like actually you worked on yourself, you know yourself, you know how to deal with chaos.
Somebody who's prepared for that shit.
Yeah, like you know how to deal with chaos. Like chaos does not throw you off your fucking pedestal. It's like, oh, whatever. I've been in worse places than this, psychologically, so you know what? This is no big deal. Those motherfuckers, good luck with them. But all right, let's play. Let's play more of this. Here we go. This is a long fucking video. We're approaching 4 hours.
5,000 years
ago. I
don't
mind. I love it.
They were doing this to Pharaoh.
Got to be done.
And now they figure out how to do this to anyone, using drugs, using torture, using ritual abuse. Okay? So all these ISIS fighters, they're robots controlled by the American military. They're drones, they're human drones used. Okay, why is this important? It's important because 5,000 years ago, trying to control the pharaoh was first and foremost about social
The U.S.
control.
is certainly responsible for them being in the position that they're in right now.
There's a program called MK Ultra, started in the
Monsters of
1950s
our own
and 60s,
creation.
led by a chemist called Sidney
Now
Gottlieb.
they're growing up, they got body
And the
piercings
point
and a lot
of
of anger.
MK
Sidney
Ultra
Gottlieb,
was to figure out
guys.
how to brainwash people.
Let's talk about Gottlieb.
For the longest time, this was considered a conspiracy theory. But a few years ago, the CIA, the US government, admitted we actually did this. But not anymore, okay?
Real sick shit.
But not today. Not today, okay? Okay, so if you're curious, there are lots of documents, government documents on the internet.
Go ahead, boss.
Okay, but the MK Ultra was a program designed.
Lagging right there, but yeah, good.
So, you caught what he just said, right? MK Ultra was a way to figure out how to brainwash people. You heard that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm guessing like the basics understanding is, yeah, I guess they were trying to brainwash people, but what he's relating this to, they already have 5,000 years of understanding how to brainwash people. Why did they need to test a way to brainwash people called MK Ultra?
I mean, that would just make sense to me that they would, if that's a real, like, well, I believe that to be a real program, MK Ultra.
No,
I think it was U.S. and
that.
Canada, and probably multiple countries involved in all that shit. But
what I'm saying is, it wouldn't be a test then. It would be a expansion of
implementation.
It wouldn't be, it wouldn't be. I'm trying to figure out how to do brainwashing. No, we've known how to do it for 5,000 years.
Well, no, because like possibly.
Well, the idea is these secret societies have been doing this throughout the world. According to him,
okay.
This idea has been practiced for 5,000 years, and it's all throughout the West, and it's been that way for 5,000 years.
Yeah, but those guys.
There's not MK Ultra isn't them figuring out how to do it. It would be them expanding it to more people.
Or to experiment to find different techniques of achieving the same goal. Also, none of those guys are 5,000 years old, right? So like, it moves on from one generation to the next if his idea is correct, right? Of like secret societies passing this down as time goes by, right?
Hold on though. If there's been 5,000 years of this happening every year, that means there is a secret society that knows how to do the brainwashing.
Yeah, but they could be, because it has to be passed down, right? You have to have new practitioners every fucking 50 years or something, right? Because people get old and die and shit like that. So you have new practitioners. Also, societies change, right? If you think about it, if it's an ancient Egypt fucking technique, well, now we're talking about America and Canada here, right? Western countries, to where like now it's like different people with different genealogy doing the same practice. Maybe they want to see for themselves. But no, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, as like a thing. Maybe they're expanding the testing to see like what, like I said, what else works. Like you see right there, like LSD or sleep deprivation versus like, outright torture. Because if those guys blow the whistle one day, hey, maybe they won't remember, me hitting them with baseball bats. They'll remember me giving them like happy dappy drugs, or whatever, right? I'm just saying, like, that might change over time. My God.
They also wanted weapons, right? Human weapons that could be a person they could turn on as an assassin and then, not necessarily know what they were a part of. That's what they say Sirhan
Yeah.
likely had happened to him. So, even if you know about it, well, yeah. So that might be a purpose. Also, new technologies, new chemical awareness.
Yeah.
Synthesis techniques.
Yeah. And I'm not even saying they're successful at it, but the mindsets we're talking about I think are willing to try. I'm telling you right now, if there was a program running around today, maybe a different name than MK Ultra, maybe something else, but something similar as far as the protocol of implementing it.
Is it called Facebook or TikTok or
the people
Twitter?
that I see as governmental leaders at this point, like, there's nothing about them that says, yeah, they would never do that. Nothing about them says that. That's probably the scariest part of all of that, right? Is that the leaders we see typically today, nothing about them screams like, yeah, they would never do that. Oh, sorry, it doesn't. It screams like, yeah, they probably would, or possibly could. It's like straight up. That's what it screams.
I
So,
operate under the assumption that they do.
Well, listen, I'll tell you right
They
now, on campaigns alone, they're definitely using psychologists. Psychologists are a part of their fucking shit, 100%. Based on the way, it's still my guess, but I'm just saying, like, based on the way they advertise, and then the little psychological techniques that work on the average dupe. Yeah, that shit's fucking very present. It's pre-K psychology, but apparently it works to some degree. Apparently. So, I don't know though. I don't know. All right, let's keep it moving. Forgive me, YouTube. My show was lagging a bit right there, so bear with us. Here we go.
To test the
It's like
effects of
lagging badly
drugs
before.
and brainwashing on innocent American citizens, especially children.
One day we'll figure out what the hell is doing that.
So some of the documents
And
are
one
now
day
public.
he'll figure out how to
and
swipe
guys,
left correctly.
just so you know, most of the documentation, the most sensitive documentation, was destroyed by the participants. So we only have a few of the documents. But some of the things that they were doing.
Yeah, it's lagging so badly. I have to leave and come back. Hold on. All right. Back up. Here we go.
Doing was brainwashing, okay, using drugs, hypnosis, in order to control people's minds, okay, interrogation techniques. They were working with foreign intelligence officials to conduct mind control research. Okay, so the things you couldn't do in the United States legally, they were doing in Egypt, which created what, guys? Probably Al-Qaeda, okay?
Al-Qaeda.
They were also doing things that were really weird. For example, they started a brothel. And so if you came to the brothel, they give you drugs, okay? Like LSD. And they were trying to figure out how to control your mind.
Oh yeah, prostitution was fucking all over the place.
They won't do this
over
to
there.
most people, right?
I've heard. I've heard direct people that were around that shit of like drugs being dropped into drinks and shit like that, and yes, to prostitution as well. Yeah, and he definitely did a lot of like attempts of mind scrambling. Well, I can't say that. I don't know, but it screams that. It screams that, man. Especially like Vietnam definitely sticks out in my mind in regards to that stuff, like drug experimentation, shit like that, like in the 60s and 70s and all that stuff. Yeah, that it screams out to me. But all right, here we go.
Yeah, there's
oh, good.
It was basically fucking anything goes.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think it was all a party. Let's put it that way. I think some of that shit could be linked to actual experimentation by higher ups on their own fucking soldiers. But all right.
That's a party, just not for everybody.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
I'll show you later on. You'll be surprised. Okay, so this is Sidney Gottlieb, and he was the man responsible for MK Ultra. And he's a chemist, okay? So he's trying to figure out how to use these drugs to control the population.
I just call him a cunt, but that's just my
word.
We're
like, well, this is just weird. And if you talk to experts, like, well, the MK
How about we call him a motherfucker?
Results were terrible.
Like, you're not a chemist
but then
anymore.
Ask yourself
We're taking
this.
that title from you.
What is social media? What is, if you feel bad and you go
checked his
to a
early
doctor
life?
and the doctor gives you drugs, How do they know these drugs work?
His early life? Have you checked his early life?
No, I don't even know who this guy is, to be honest with you.
I mean, this is the first time I've ever watched anything of his.
No. The Gottlieb, what's his name? Gottlieb, whatever. That guy. No, I don't know anything about that guy at all.
Godly, that's the MK Ultra guy.
No, I'm saying like I don't know his early experience or whatever the fuck. I don't know that one.
Got any guesses?
I'm sure you're gonna say Jewish or Israel, so just go ahead and say it.
I think he said his name was Simone, right?
Sim 1, okay.
Oh, Sydney. Sorry.
Sim 1. I just got that, you motherfucker.
It is what it is.
Hungarian Jewish immigrants. Born on August 3rd, 1918. Older brother, plant biologist. Anyway, I have this this theory of, well, not theory, but there is this idea that a lot of the Jewish immigrants to the U.S. in that period, because of the events of World War II, were extremely interested in controlling the thinking of society. We have people like Bernays, Edward Bernays, the nephew of Freud, who's
that guy
interested in mass propaganda, those kind of things. You have this people pushing a certain kind of education because they want to prevent fascism in their point of view, what they consider fascism, and so then they have these ideas about how to prevent it from happening, but they're not necessarily that restrained by concerns about democratic principles or the history of the purpose of the country or any of that kind of stuff. So I don't know, just throwing that out there. He's part of that mix.
Fair enough.
He might not have a true sense of patriotism towards the American people and the principles of the government.
Well, if we're going to talk about who really gives a fuck about the country, you could argue that most presidents never really gave a fuck about this country.
I could.
And I'll be honest with you.
Get your accusations correct too. This is about how Egypt is fucking us over, not how Jews are fucking us over.
Bless you.
No wonder this guy's boosted in my algorithm.
No, he does the same with, as far as I understand, he does the same with Israel and Judaism and practitioners of that.
No, part of the original accusation I heard is these Pharaoh people.
We're on a random video.
Everywhere
you gotta be fair about it. We're on a random video versus like
hold on, I'm saying
itinerary
I've heard
of content.
I've heard this accusation before against the Egyptian people, and part of the claim is they went to Israel in ancient times too. Like they're not believers of the other religions. They believe in Pharaoh religion.
Okay.
Well, they said the same shit about. They said the same fucking shit about JFK because he was a Catholic.
They did actually.
Yeah, part of that.
Yeah.
Part of this is
So
that
did Catholics take over the media, the higher education? Do they dominate the cabinets of the last two presidents? Do they have I mean, they do have a lot of representation on the court, but they are a huge percentage of the population. It's the largest church in the United States. So
yeah,
it's kind of a different mechanism. See, that's the thing. It's not just like, oh, this groups do stuff. You have to look at the character, the ideology, the historical picture that people have, the narrative that they tell themselves about who their identity is.
Yeah,
it does have an effect.
Right? And if you look at it psychologically, your answer, the way you answer that, Amy, psychologically makes sense why they might react. Why someone might react that way. That's what I'm like.
Yeah, and when they react that way,
real quick,
other people are gonna notice what I'm noticing.
Okay,
They're just lucky that I'm actually a Catholic. And I know that they're just doing fucked up shit, but I don't hate people and I don't have vengeance the way their religion teaches.
Fair enough. But this guy, not the Asian guy, but the guy behind him on screen, what if he developed his sense of the world and behavior based on the reactions of other people? What if he did see the Holocaust thing and bought the story and all that shit? In that sense, it makes perfect sense of why he might behave the way he's behaving.
What if?
Which is sad to say, but like that
community
could be the case.
leaders? What if his community leaders did similar things like that guy is talking about?
Exactly.
To make him a clone and a robot for their cause.
Well, if someone did something to where the average Nazi guy felt like he had a point, right? It's like, I feel like I have a point because look at the way those guys behaved over there, right?
No, I'm talking about
all of it, Amy. All of it.
Yeah, well, but what isn't discussed is the idea of abuse within the community used to control people and get them to facilitate evil things for
what I'm saying
project.
is,
What if that's part of the technology of this community? What if that's okay?
Okay, fair enough. What did we talk about before, Joe? Where it's like, oh, you understand like when someone's house gets knocked over, why they might react a certain way, right? Not saying you agree with it, but saying like you understand why they might do that. And what if where we're at right now is a continuation of all those fucking just actions and reactions, reactions.
I'm just saying if ICE decided to come over here and kick down my door, why should anybody be surprised if I end up extremely, earth-shatteringly, unreasonably fuck-ass mad?
Exactly. So it's like the problem is a human problem, as usual, as fucking usual. And instead of addressing the human problem, we seemingly look for groups or teams or secret societies or some shit like that.
No, what we're not allowed to do is look inside the community. We're only allowed to look at external things. And I don't even mind doing that. But then you find out that they're exaggerated and they're lied about, and that if you question certain things, you go to jail, you get persecuted. Even people in our government helped persecute all kinds of people for questioning
Don't let her
things.
embarrass herself like this. We have to tell her. Amy, the premise of this entire video is these are Pharaoh worshippers.
She's bringing up another point. I'm okay with it.
Hold on. This is Egyptian like mythology being practiced. And if this guy's Jewish, this guy that's teaching the class, he's saying he's not practicing as a Jew. He's practicing as a Pharaoh worshiper.
I mean, that guy could be because he, he tried to debunk all of Catholicism by saying that Paul is this terrible guy or whatever, or distorted Christianity. And that's, he can have his opinion, but the entire Catholic Church says he's not correct. So, that could be his game, is to undermine belief systems. And maybe Judaism does have, something, because Talmudic Judaism is certainly not just the Torah or the Old Testament. It is
but Amy,
a lot of other stuff.
Amy, going against the Catholic Church to me is not pathological, but doing it for the sake of some sort of scheme is pathological, and those need to be diagnosed, right? As an outside observer, and best guesses we can come up with, right, for other people's behavior, best guesses. That's the point. It comes down to the human level versus what team
and that
or something
guy,
he's working
he
with.
could just have his opinion. It doesn't bother me, but why is suddenly everybody hearing about the guy? That's what's interesting to me. Because of the algorithm.
Is that the problem?
Wait, who are you talking about?
Yeah.
Is that the problem that people?
This Asian guy?
Are here?
This guy, Jing, yeah. Suddenly everyone's heard of this guy.
I don't know.
That's the first video we've ever watched.
Like, why is everybody seeing him?
This is my first video of watching this guy ever.
I've seen that several.
He appeared on Jimmy Dore's partner's show.
No, he's on.
And I've also asked that question, like, why do I see him so much? But I did try to inspect, like, within myself, like, well, do I engage with it? Do I watch it? And I do. I realize, like watching Candace, there is more than just the information he's giving. There's certain elements of the way he communicates things, how he decomposes it and simplifies it. He does a production out of his, out of his lectures, if we call it that. Like I think there's not, like, beyond boosting, it could be boosted. I won't doubt that, but there are also elements within the presentation that would make it easily engageable. I think, like, no matter what he said.
I agree with that. A lot of certainty with his statements so far, but like, I haven't seen. This is my first video watching this guy, but there is a lot of, as far as like, in my opinion, body language and the way he says things. There's a lot of kind of certainty behind it, which makes it more believable for the average person. But I don't think that way, right? I listen to what he's saying, and I say things like, "Yeah, okay, I see that as possible," or I disagree with it. Very simple. All right.
This is how professors talk. They all talk like this. Mersheimer talks like this. I mean, he's a, stodgy, tweed jacket kind of guy, but whatever. But that's how professors talk. But I mean, he's not terrible. He's interesting. He's a good presenter. I mean, like, TED Talks are like this, whatever. And it's not like it's not interesting at all, but this is the problem that we have, is that, who are we learning from, and who are they, and what's their belief system, and what's their goals, and what are they for? And so,
Have the same
is
questions.
he just sharing knowledge? Yeah. Maybe. And I first video I thought was pretty interesting. He was talking about this military strategy, which I'm not very knowledgeable about military history, so that was pretty interesting. I don't know if he's right about everything, but the point was logical and useful about a military leader creating a climate where the soldiers have to keep fighting even if they don't want to, like creating a situation where he was talking about, like, there's a river at your back, you have no choice, you have to fight.
State your real beef with us, because state your, like, because it sounds like you're leaning towards, like, there's a problem with the guy, right? You said,
my question is just
Sorry. Go
ahead. If he's being super elevated, is there an agenda behind it? And my frustration with Americans and the West is that we're so rudderless and lost, and have such poor grasp of our own history and identity that it's just so easy for this next new thing and the next new thing, and so we can easily be manipulated. That's all.
Is that
and if he's just some guy and he's really into his thing and he just has this really negative view of Paul,
Amy, let's get real. Let's get real. What did you hear from or about this guy that is getting you here? Or is it just like, is it an overall cautionary tale of
two things? Okay, 3 events. 1, everybody suddenly was talking about him.
Okay.
And it seemed like he's being suggested a lot in my feed. 2, I watched the one video about the river at the back of the troops or whatever to force them to valiantly fight something that they might have ran away from.
Okay.
What's that?
It's a military strategy. Burn the ships so that there's nothing to
like
go
that.
back.
He called it something else. He had a Chinese.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
A river at your back would do the same kind of idea.
Yeah, exactly. That you have no choice. You might as well.
Yeah, that's Sun Tzu kind of old.
Right, and it's not like uninteresting. It's not like there's nothing useful there. It was cool. And then I see this one where he's trashing the Catholic Church and entire basis of the Catholic Church.
Is that number 1?
Yeah.
Don't lie.
Which is
Don't lie. Is that number 1, Amy? Don't lie to me. Is that number 1? Is that why he's is that number 1?
No, I'm just saying these 3 things happened, and I put it together, and I'm like, and then, this guy seems Chinese. His name looks Chinese to me.
I think he's Chinese.
So then
he is
wondering.
He's Chinese
and I'm
Canadian.
wondering.
It's not a secret.
He lives in
Canada? Okay. Who the fuck is he talking to, by the way? Who is this classroom that he's in?
You didn't quite, like, when you heard his story about the the battle and like being pressed and moving forward. You didn't question him there, but when
I
he
always
was
question
talking about the
everybody. I'm
church.
not an idiot, okay? It's not like, oh, you don't like Catholics? No, I'm going to question you. I always want to know
Okay,
who people
okay.
are,
It sounded
who they
Russian.
work
Well,
for, who pays
you
them,
just like a
who
little while
elevates
ago.
them. If they're a volunteer,
You,
who's elevating them? Who's suddenly shoving them in front of people's face? Why are they
yes.
doing that?
Okay,
I'm
so
very
a little while
suspicious.
ago,
That's why I
you
made this
said that
video,
people can
actually.
be easily swayed, right?
Yes,
You said
exactly.
people today are easily swayed, but you're not easily swayed, right? Like you're not rudderless, like you were describing the general population, right? So I'm wondering, like,
Actually, I said, I was talking about my own self too, that even if you know things, when people are distracting you with this and that all at once, you can be confused. And I can be swayed. When you're distracted, when
okay,
you're looking at something passively and not
you can,
actively and attentively and critically, you can be swayed. You can be swayed by fear like they did with COVID. You can be swayed with a lot of things,
He
and
actually
I'm one of
explained that in
those
this
people.
video. It's
Yes,
just crazy.
I can be swayed. My whole point, though, is that when you have a civilization with a shared morality, a shared worldview, not necessarily impose that everybody repeat everything letter and chapter whatever or under penalty of death, but you have a shared story about the society, a shared myth, a shared purpose, a shared direction. That makes it easier for people to be grounded in something. And I would argue personally, this is my belief, that Christ is real and the Catholic Church is the vehicle of keeping his presence, before people and in daily life so that it's new, even though it's very old. It's renewed constantly, but the message is kept being spread. So, I think that is a very important thing, and I would think that someone who wants to target our civilization would target that. Yeah, I do, and they have been for 500 years. So that's my bias. Do you agree with me?
yeah.
No, but I think that's much
Only
more of an
partially.
important foundation to our society than secular freedom of religion. Be a Satanist if you want. Sleep with 500 people in a day if you want. Drink whatever, get stoned,
That's
take acid.
that's the UK,
Get
bro. Like, that's
free.
not America. That's the UK. Banging 1,000
Davey,
dudes in one day.
you and I tend to speak like on what appears to be like opposite sides of debates, but I think it's actually more nitpicking because like on what you're saying culturally or alignment with Jesus or all of those things, I think we're actually uh like under the same belief systems and overall the same morality system, right? Which is what you desire, right? So but I wonder, like, I don't, where I disagree is the need for everybody to be on the same one. So we know that we disagree on that,
Yeah,
but
well,
I
right.
wonder,
So you accept secularism. You accept the idea of a society can be, multiple
well,
operating systems at once, and that's
yeah.
going to
So
work.
so
So it has
Operating
to be
system.
we know
coherent.
that we disagree on that point, right? But
Right.
I
And
wonder
I'm
what
just
do we
I'm
do
just
with
putting a
everybody
name
else?
on it. Do you agree with that name on it that I'm putting, or am I putting a word in your mouth?
What, secularism?
Yeah.
Odds.
I don't.
Oh my
I
God.
guess I like that. Like I let people believe whatever they want to believe. Uh, like that's the way I put that because
But
um
how
because
can government and society and cooperation and collective action and specialization, how can that function if people have
well
like,
how does it
what are
function
the
when people have the
limits?
same belief? Because you still have to like you can have the same beliefs, but you're still going to nitpick about any detail
Yeah,
of
there's
how to
always
govern.
differences, 100%, but the point is,
So you
um
still have to cooperate with people. You have to talk and basically negotiate some kind of agreements on everything. There's everything is some form of negotiation. And so like I just wonder what do you do with the people who aren't within your belief system? How do you if you require everybody to follow the same code, then what do you do with all those people?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's imposed the belief on everyone, but that is the way that the society is structured, right? So that's the way the laws are based, is on this belief system. And then people have to respect the laws. And if they don't, then they get in trouble. But if they respect the law, they're okay, but they can believe, whatever they believe. And,
Doesn't that
So,
does
some
nothing for God, right?
Catholics go by the same Bible basically as other denominations, right? I mean,
no,
I
they
know there
they took
there can
some
be a
books out.
variety on the books, right? And they have,
They took
but
some books out, yeah.
yeah. So I know there's some variation of which books get included or not, apocrypha, but
Right.
but they basically have the same foundational books. They still end up the different denominations exist because they come up with different conclusions. Even on the same manuscripts that are the definitions of what God's word is, they still
Right,
come
but
to different
that
conclusions.
basically comes down to one disagreement, right? Which is, do you determine the interpretation on your own, or do you look to the accumulated wisdom of a community?
Can't escape yourself. You can't escape
I don't think
yourself.
that's one difference. I think there's a lot of
What
differences.
if it's the
Like they have
wow? Sorry.
hard.
Yeah, there's a million differences between Protestants too, because they,
Yes, also,
disagree
that's
I
on
what I'm
this.
guess
saying.
I
No,
guess
but
just like history, the Catholics take over the Egyptians.
what if it's the Wawoo Catholics versus the Pyru Catholics? Right? You end up in
Well,
the
that's
same
like,
situation.
I don't think
And
you
there's
guys get
Orthodox
it.
Catholics.
I don't think you
There's
guys get it that there's a like
But you have to
when
be
you think
you to interpret the
when you think the
words,
solution
right?
when you think the solution to your problem is split off and start your own new thing, that's not a Catholic morality. That's not a Catholic way of doing things. That's sinful in itself.
Are you
it's
saying
just
like
obey.
raise the basement, as in like the bottom floor of the interpretation of Catholicism, right? If everyone's Catholic all of a sudden, let's say snap your finger, all of a sudden everyone's Catholic, right? You're saying like, okay, that'll raise the basement up to where our lower levels of Catholicism is now it's baseline, right? We make a new baseline for behavior in the world because yeah, they're Catholic, but they're Wawoo Catholics, so but they're still Catholic though.
No,
So like it's better
what
than
I'm
before
saying,
where they weren't Catholic. Is that what you're saying?
what I'm saying is that the way we're taught in the United States, because it was founded by the people who dominated it and took control and set up the institutions, we're Protestants.
By people,
We're
yeah.
taught that the Reformation was a good thing, that elevated Christianity, broke away from this bad things, but there's another view on that story, and it's that that's a divorce. That's like being prideful and saying I know more than God, because God set up a church and preached that it be unified, that people, preached ways of solving conflict. So it's valid to have questions, it's valid to have
What
concerns, it's valid
audacity is this?
to
Dude,
have criticisms.
do you not understand the Catholics are the second church, not the first church? The Orthodox is the original church, and the
No, they were one
Catholicism.
church. Sorry,
Listen,
that's right.
let me finish what I'm saying.
They were one
There was no.
church.
Listen to what I'm saying. There was no such thing as Catholicism until the Great Schism. It was called the Church.
Still is.
There became two separate names. The
Yes,
Orthodox.
they split.
That kept.
They split in two. You're right.
Let me finish what I am saying.
Okay, you did interrupt me to share this, but go ahead. You did interrupt me by saying you're so audacious because blah blah blah, and I wasn't done with my point. But go ahead.
Apparently, the floor is yours, Upshare God.
The thing that was changed to make the change was for the Catholics. The Orthodox kept the original. That
Which thing are you
changed
talking about?
the Felique, the Trinity, The Orthodox kept the original writing. The edited writing was the Catholics. That makes them the secondary. The original is the Orthodox.
According
That's
to
factual.
Are you saying like
That's
the King
factual
John?
history.
Is that what
The
it's called?
Filioque is an
Filioque.
extension. That is an extension of the Bible. It is not the original wording of the Bible. So the Catholicism is an extension of the Bible. It is not the original of the Bible.
Is
Yes.
that the King
And so is
John
the
joint?
Trinity. But
Sorry.
both churches accept that. And that's also an extension because
No,
it's
they don't.
interpreted from.
Orthodox
They do
Orthodox
accept
do
the
not.
Trinity.
They
100%.
no, they do not.
100%.
No, they do not.
Absolutely do accept the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. They absolutely accept
No, they
that.
do
They
not.
don't. They do not say that the Holy Ghost proceeds from the Son and the Father. That's the difference. Look it up.
That's the difference.
I
Oh,
don't
they
fucking
still
know.
say
I
the
got no
Trinity,
clue.
which is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That is the Trinity. That is the nature of the Trinity. Three persons in one.
Only Trinity I know is in the Matrix. So,
My whole point was that
Shout out to Carrie
even
Ann
if you have the
Moss.
same beliefs, people are
My
going to
wife.
disagree. That was my point, and
Yes,
you guys are
and
illustrating
that's
it.
and what I was trying to say is that it's
Catholicism is an edit to the original.
Okay, that's your opinion. I disagree,
That
and
is
the
the
entire Catholic Church
definition
disagrees.
of the Great Schism.
That was
the change.
that was
There is
Jesse's
no-
point.
Guess
You're
what?
still gonna
There's
be-
always at least two stories to any divorce, right? So
And the
let's hear.
original story is what we call Orthodox Church.
I'll tell them you're willing to be their lawyer, okay? But
So,
hang on.
so even when we're all in the same belief, people will disagree, and will create schisms. Like it's just the way.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. Is that in
Literally called the Great
Catholicism?
Schism.
Oh my
It's called
god,
the Great
So,
Schism.
it's great. In
so,
Catholicism,
so
they
what
they
I'm
came together
describing
right
is that
before
your
the fall of
solution,
Constantine. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a different culture to Catholicism than Protestantism. Protestantism is about splitting. In Catholicism, it's about
Splitting.
enduring.
until
Anyway,
those Pyru Catholics
yeah,
show up.
so it's like
that
marriage.
wasn't the aim of
Guess
my
what?
point.
You got married. That's your partner for your whole life.
The
Don't
aim of my
like it?
point.
Catholics
And
divorce
not if you're
the
Charlie Sheen.
Orthodox.
You're talking about even marriage, and then splits. Like you realize, like every single group. Now, even in a marriage, you have a group of two people, and you still have splits. So,
Right, but
like
the
when you
Catholic
talk
Church
about
would
groups,
say
like
they
and
would
you try to
say
describe people in terms of groups, you're
As
like,
I
oh,
said,
well, these people are
audacity.
from this group, these people are from that
that's
group.
the whole point. The whole point, Jesse, is it's a different morality system where you don't have
That's
the
not
right
the
to
point.
split. It is the point because it's a
Well,
Then why
different.
that's not
did the
my point.
Catholics split? Then why did the Catholics split? If they didn't have the
My
right
point
to, why
is,
did they do it?
if we
Well, they're still
were
working to
to
bring it
say
back
that we
together.
have free will,
Pray,
that each
pray
person,
hard.
even if they're part of a group or a belief system, if every person has free will, then
Huh?
you have to accept that people are not. Some people are going to choose to do things in a different way, even if they believe the same things. They'll do things against themselves. Some people will be
Right.
corrupt in any group. Some people will choose to be corrupt. Some people won't. Some people will cheat. Some people will behave correctly. Any group. It's not like an attribute of a group. It's like, what does this person decide to do? Like, why do they do these things? And so when we like try to say, oh well, these people here are doing this. These people here, like, you don't even have names to them. They're just like attached these labels, and we just have to look at why people do things, and it's and that is divorced from the group, like, or if they're in the same uh, belief system or not. Like it's always going to exist. You have to work with people.
The whole point is that there are differences and there are conflicts and there are, sins done against people. There are harms done to people, right? All of those things happen because we believe in the Catholic Church. We're fallen and we will be tempted and we're not perfect and we'll make mistakes and then we'll give in to sin and intentionally harm people at times. And so all those things are there. So the point is, though, how much do you value that you have to stay together anyway and resolve the conflict? That you can't divorce. It's off the table. Then what?
Says
It's
the
like a
first
different
group
way
to
of coming at the
divorce.
whole thing.
If they believe that, but
If you have people who believe something like different, you're still in the same situation as when you believe in the same thing. It's up to how the person is going to behave. So like the solution doesn't actually solve things, is what I'm saying. It's like it's gonna
Well, the
like
point is
these.
that you're supposed to seek a solution, but with just ways
Yeah.
of doing that seeking. And that
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
include divorce. That doesn't include splitting, schism. It includes sometimes submission, even to in difficult circumstances.
Once again,
Authority
the
and the
audacity.
proper order. And that's what our whole society was built on rejecting that in the
Well,
US.
You're
if,
racing the
if
basement
somebody
up.
in the Catholic
basically.
Church proposes something different, you're like, well, you can't do that because that's the rules, right? That's the rules. Now, this person proposed something different. You can't do that. If the Pope says something different, okay, now we can do that.
Well, it's not that simple because
It's not, but
But you'd have to
but they
rebel
do
against the
change
no,
Pope,
I
rules.
mean,
which makes it
but that's the
the
thing.
scenario he's
It's
talking
like
about in the
If
first
the
place.
Pope says from now forth, this is how this is the interpretation of the Bible, and this is what we're going to do. We like if he says now we're accepting this, then we do. But if a person said like a regular person wants a change, it doesn't matter if they come up 10 people or 100 people or 1,000. Like they can't change it. Like it's not like they don't have the power or authority to do that, right?
Right,
Like
but that's the whole point is that the way it's supposed to work is that there's an order. And so this is the mentality is very different from our very individualistic mentality. And so
right.
like in a family, the
Yeah,
father is supposed to
scary.
be the leader of the family and loving the
Yeah.
family and loving God.
Unless
So,
it's
so my point.
Charlize
So
Theron,
the
bro.
reason I
She's
brought
my
that up
leader.
is that
Whatever she wants, I'm doing it.
there is a form of or a requirement of submission
Yes.
to
And that's in the Orthodox too,
the
100%.
order, right? Like that's
Yes.
built into the
Yes.
structure.
What if you're
Yes.
smarter though,
And
Amy? What happens?
well, what
Like
if you think you're smarter because the devil told you that? I don't know. Be careful.
Okay,
Could
hey
be the
Jesse,
devil, but you could
Jesse,
actually
get
be just
this.
smarter capacity wise.
Get this. For
Just have
when
to
the
guess and
Great
find
Schism
out.
happened,
Oh my God! Did
when the-
ChatGPT teach you this?
Jesse, when the Great Schism happened, the Pope
Okay, I gotta
was
go take a
equal.
call.
Okay, cool. The Pope was equal to 4 other guys. He like there's 5 patriarchs. If one of them is the Pope, so that's
Amy, it better not
20%,
be
right?
dominoes.
They're equals. It's equal at 20%. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20 makes 100%, correct? 5 divided by 100 or
20%,
100
5
divided by
times is
5.
100%. Yes. Good.
Okay, so the Pope being one of them decides, you know what, I'm going to make this thing, and my word is more powerful than any of the other 20%ers. How'd that happen?
Social power.
Did he have it?
Well, sorry. Doing weird things to make sure you have social power, to make sure your shit is more correct or better than someone else, right? It's
Did he have it the
they're
day they
humans.
split?
It's people. It's
Did
people.
he have the social power the day it happened?
I'm sure he had to like finagle his way to get social power, right? So it wasn't,
Right,
maybe it wasn't
but
there originally, but like he had to do something to like get it or attain it.
so think about it. If the other 4 agreed, that means they had 80% of the power. And he's just 20% of the power.
It's just the fucking
Hello?
5 families in fucking in New York, New Jersey.
Think about it like that.
The fucking
Think about it like that.
Gambino fucking family or some shit like that, right?
Just
Genovese.
imagine it like that. There's 5 families, and they each got 20% of the holdings. And then one of them says, I'm stronger than all of the 80% of you. And I'm splitting off and I'm doing my own fucking thing. What you gonna do about it? It was like, well, I got 80%. We fuck you up. And he's like, you want to find out? And they all fucking chicken out.
Maybe.
But they actually didn't chicken out. They had years and years and years of wars. But the Catholics are the original divorcees in this fucking argument. And the audacity of that is what I'm calling Amy out on. Saying,
I
how
don't know
dare
enough.
the Martin Luther splitting is so bad, but you were the first to ever do a splitting.
Well, isn't that a scenario where it becomes like the team name becomes more important than the actual point of it in the first place, which is supposed to be
Ding, ding, ding.
love
Ding, ding,
and
ding.
love with God, right? And
Ding, ding, ding.
but
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, I just make one last point is I really it is more on the individualistic side of which me growing up in the United States, that was one of the things that I was raised on. But as along with the Catholic Church, I was brought up in that and I actually went to school in a Catholic church. Was the idea that like I just see that God gave people free will. He did not force people's hands to like it's a bit like there's rules, but he created a world where it's possible for you to not follow rules. There could be consequences, but that like if he gives us freedom, how would other men take that away? Like I don't understand that. Like how would like okay, we're gonna get together, we're gonna call this like we're going to say these are the rules. And then but that like if God let people do that, then like why are a group of people gonna do something like that would be like that are in the name of God saying like no you can't. So
maybe it's the idea of rules becoming guidelines versus like actual like you have to do this. It's more so like, hey, if you want to be like near me, here's your guidelines. Is it like that type
I could
of
accept that.
dynamic or something? I don't
I
know.
could accept that.
I don't know. I don't know enough about kind of religious thinking. That was just I just threw that out there. Honestly, I just threw it out there. Honestly, I can't say I know. Go ahead. Okay.
It sounds stupid to me when say I'm gonna edit the Bible, and then I'm gonna say to the next person down the road says, "Hey, that sounds like a good idea." Be like, I turn around and say, "How dare you edit the Bible?" What?
Well, I'm not gonna try to read Amy's mind either. She can speak for herself. She's on a phone call apparently. She can speak for herself.
She's just running. She's just running. She can't handle it.
If I find out there's dominoes
I believe
in that
her.
house,
I believe her.
No, this is a fundamental ending kind of fucking to your belief system kind of thought.
I am not going there. I can't say I know. I'm not going there.
It is. Yeah,
I think
it seriously is.
My personal belief is that she's genuinely on a phone call. That's why she's muted and not saying anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You're not going to logic your way completely out of somebody's belief system. That is basically a requirement for the beliefs. Is like there's a lot in the Bible that says you require faith, and faith means you don't have that you don't need faith for math and you know just like things that are true by definition, right? Like you don't need faith for that. You can see the equation equals.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Oh.
You need faith in science. Science needs faith.
Not the good ones.
I'm not saying
in
science.
My
I think science is a
Okay.
religion.
With math,
So
with math, you need faith because of
math is different
non-real
than
numbers.
science. Math is different than
process,
science.
Jesse. It's Science is just a process and a set of tools we use to figure out the
Yeah,
world.
I know. I know
That's
you're
that.
using like the real definition of science, but like,
Well, I mean,
but I
if you
I
go
think that
to
people
quantum
refer to
level,
science things that are not.
if you go to
I
quantum level,
think people generally
you
refer to
need
science
faith in math.
things that are not consistent or provable. They derive like conclusions.
Well, if we're going to talk about quantum, which is just generally the
Anything,
smallest possible
anything,
units of something,
anything quantum, anything in our
scientists argue with each other back and forth over and over
Well,
about that shit every day.
mathematicians do as well. But I'm saying
Not so much
because
with
of what's called
philosophy, I don't think.
because of what's called
For
non-real
a good
numbers
reason.
requires faith in math.
well, it's math doesn't have to actually exist in the real world for you to use math. Like math is math. It's not like
No,
we see
it's the issue
representations
of
of it, but
non-real
we don't.
numbers. No.
Go ahead.
2 + 3 = 7 in non-real numbers in quantum level.
No,
So
you're
you do need
No,
faith.
That's not what
no,
a not a
in
real number is.
in
A
abstraction.
not real number is something else.
Yeah,
It's
that's not what.
you're talking about imaginary numbers. Because
That
pi
that's
is a
not
real
it.
number; it just goes on for fucking ever.
The
The phrase is non-real numbers.
the
You
abstraction
want to look it up?
is the
Look it
thing that
up.
fucks with math. That's it. Right?
Yeah,
If we say 2 coconuts, right? Okay, there's 2 coconuts on the ground, right? But they're definitely not the same thing, though. Not identical coconuts. They're different from each other. So what defines what defines a coconut versus not a coconut, right? Is this one more coconut or less coconut as far as like one from the other? So thus, can you actually say that there's 2 coconuts, right? That's kind of the abstraction.
Coconut A more coconut because it has more mass.
Well, exactly.
Well, those are real world things, and I'm saying that math is not actually real world.
But that is math to say that's 2 of them there, right?
Yeah.
That is a description of what you see.
Because 2 is just a number.
What is 1 plus, like, what is 1? Right? What is that actually? It's theoretical, essentially.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like it's not real. Like it's not tangible. You can't touch 1. It's
Well,
you
it's
can
not
observe
tangible,
it.
but it's real. You can observe one of something.
It's a real concept. It's not something you touch. It's something you translate into the real world, but it's not actually the real world. Yes, a symbol,
It's a
abstraction.
symbol for what I mean, right? Like, oh, I mean 2. Like, yes, they're different, but it's 2 fucking coconuts, bro. Like, shut up.
Right.
It's 2 coconuts. Shut up.
Right.
Right. It's like
it's basically
that makes sense. That makes sense. Why you would do that?
It's an abstract set of rules that we use to calculate shit.
Yeah, like, that makes sense to do. It makes sense to do that.
In the real world,
we've been trying for millennia to make sure that that shit is as internally consistent as possible.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, math is consistent. What is not consistent, like when you look at the real world and you're like, okay, you try to draw a straight line. Like, how the fuck are you going to draw a straight line, right? Like that, things break down in the real world. But when you do it in math, it's consistent because it lives like not in real terms, right? It's its own thing.
Yeah.
It's either in your mind or it's in, but it's a concept that is consistent by definition, right? Like where the real world, you try to describe it and you could be wrong what you're describing. You might make a mistake. But in math, like that's the definition of it. So you're not going to make that same mistake because it in math is basically it is what it is like actually. But when you put it on the real world, you might make a mistake.
Well,
you might come wrong.
What are the results of those mistakes? If you're a couple micrograms off with something in a baking recipe, not a big deal. Probably not going to hurt nothing. But if you're a couple of micrograms off on something that's very, very, very sensitive, like
you'll see the difference.
Like calculating the weight per unit of volume of a drug or a vitamin, that's when we get in big trouble.
Yeah, but there are understood differences and actually observed to a lot of degrees in regards to a lot of observational things. You can like because of the relative nature from like a mile to a foot. Same goes with from like on the surface to like microscopic levels, right? It's like a damn near a fucking mile. Although in our minds, size wise, it's like like they're real close to each other. It's like God looking at Earth, like this little ball in the middle of space. Okay, what about it, right? Versus like the entire universe, where it's like, oh my God, there's all these planets and galaxies and all this shit going on, and stars dying and stars being born and black holes and right, it's
quasars.
Just makes it like more expansive, just relatively speaking, right? Yeah.
Like you're not going to trick math ever, but you're going to trick yourself by thinking like you understand what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Like you trick yourself, but like math is just the definitions that are consistent because that's just what they're defined to be.
Yeah. It's you're reassuring the concept of it. Like I like that word you use, Jesse, where it's like the concept of it, of like what does one of something mean, right? That because of the concept is the thing that's like holding you there, and thus when you add another one to that same concept of one, like now you have two, and thus two becomes its own concept in a way, right?
And while we're on that,
and so forth,
the concept of a zero, huge.
That as well, as to say there's nothing there, right? In a way.
You can I think you can either thank some Indian mathematicians or some Golden Age Arabian mathematicians for that one.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember who pinned that down first.
Well, when it comes to like practical reality, like external experience, it's like zero doesn't exist almost in a way, right? But we can conceptualize it and turn it into a thing in mathematics called zero. Right?
Yeah, because zero, if you're counting stuff, represents an absence.
Yeah, like hey, there's nothing between me, my face, and my monitor, right? But there is something there. But it's like conceptually, like okay, nothing. Like in a way, nothing's there, right?
Yeah. Or if we're talking temperature, for example, on the Celsius scale. And I love the Celsius scale because the logic of it is just so fucking great. 0 is where water freezes. 100 is where it boils.
Hey, listen, man, it's the only way to fly. Okay, fuck you, Canada. Fuck you, UK. Go fuck yourselves.
You're thinking of the Fahrenheit scale.
Wait, aren't they backwards? Right?
No, in the Fahrenheit scale, water freezes at 32 and boils at 212.
No. Like, what's our thing though? U.S.
Ours is Fahrenheit.
We use Fahrenheit.
No! Don't tell me things like that. God damn it. He's gonna show up.
One of only 3 countries that still use that shit too.
Listen,
and we use feet and yards.
Yeah. Ours is better. Okay, we're better.
Those old British imperial units. You know who else uses that shit? Liberia and Burma.
Well,
I thought our 0 was freezing.
Jordan, how many yards are there in a mile?
How many yards? Is it? Yeah. Fuck. Is it 2,000 something?
That's why people like, or in other countries they like the metric system is always thousands, or
it's like
just
5,000 something feet.
I gotta call a spade, Jordan. The metric system is just better because everything is a multiple of 10.
Yeah.
Shut up. We're better.
It's 5,634 feet. So divide that by 3. That gets you your.
Better is relative, but it's just easier. Right? Like it's just zeros.
I used to have that memorized for school because you get like tested on it. Sort of like feet and yards in a mile.
I think it's a little over 1,600 feet for 1 mile. 1,609 maybe.
I thought it was like fuck. I don't know. Remember like,
No,
like,
it's
Oh my
5,634
like
feet.
52 something. I don't fucking know, dude.
It's
Speak my
400
words.
yards.
How many
400 yards times 4.
How many feet are in a
It
mile,
is
guys?
1,600 yards. It's
How many feet are in a mile,
1,600.
guys?
No clue.
1609.
5280.
There
I
you
was
go.
right then. I was right then with the feet. Okay. I was right.
5,280.
Oh, you know what it was? I was mixing it up with the conversion for kilometer to mile.
Fair enough. So by that equation, like how many feet would I just dust Josh in a mile run?
You think that you would, which is funny.
52.79.
Which is actually funny.
52.79. I think I would dust him in that distance for a mile.
5279 at 5280, I'd beat you. Is that what would happen?
Nah, bro.
Is it?
The tortoise don't win this race, so you know.
What's your fastest mile? Because I could tell you mine. So what's your fastest mile?
Mine was from
We've been over
About
this.
8
bro.
minutes.
mine was
We've been
from
over
I
this.
think I'm
mine was
about
from
s-
8th grade. Okay.
Yeah, we've been over
Eighth-
this. Mine was
Hey.
from 10th grade, buddy. Mine was from 10th grade, buddy. So we've been over this.
8th graders
Okay?
versus 10th graders are just way different.
10th grade,
So you know.
10th grade after one season of cross country. So
I'd wreck his shit. It'd be easy too.
we've been over, and you
Easy.
still haven't even told me yours. What's your fastest? What's your fastest mile?
What was my fastest mile?
like 650. That's about me.
I think I was in 8th grade. I think it was like 520. Not gonna lie.
Okay, it's not that bad.
Without training in long distance, by the way, I'd
442.
wreck your shit.
442.
I'd
was
embarrass
mine.
you
So
with training. I'd embarrass you.
You're almost as good as me, but not quite.
Listen, when I was in college, right, and these guys, the coach is like, "Listen, Jordan, hand in your grade sheet." I'm like, "Fuck, if I do that, it's nothing but like C's and F's and shit like that. I can't do that." So you know what? I lost it. All right, Jordan, run a mile. Guess what happened? All right, easy work. Just so you know.
Dude, I'm not impressed. It's an old story. We've been over this.
Josh,
like,
if you
first
saw
of
me
all,
run
you're
before,
fucking-
you'd flip out.
First of all, you're fucking fat now, and
I am not fat.
and you probably have not run more than, I would say, a quarter mile in a solid 5 years.
Jordan's
if I
actually
would
in
bet on
pretty
it.
good shape, Josh.
Listen,
Guess what my PR was in the 1500?
What it was?
1,500? Is that 2 laps?
That's almost a mile.
It's what's a mile?
1,500?
Is
1600.
16 something. I think
1609.
might
Okay.
have a couple more.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know
more.
in meters because they're lesser and trash. But go ahead. What do you got?
You have to guess.
Well, if you think about it, one track length, one lap around the track is 400
No,
meters.
wait. No, yeah, you're right. 4 laps on a
one
track
lap
is
around one lap around is 4
Yards.
laps. So 4
yeah,
times
and
400 yards.
400 meters. You fucking idiot.
No. It's
Yeah.
the 100
Yeah,
yard
they-
dash. It's the 40-yard dash.
It's
No,
400
100 yards.
No, you're being a butthead.
They
Dubster.
do
Look at
meters
her.
now. They made the tracks bigger, I guess.
400 meters was a lap. I used to dominate that shit. By the way.
Yes, and you would do 4 laps at
400 meter
400
hurdles.
yards.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot. You're doubling down.
To equal 1,600 to get 5,280 feet. Divide that by 4.
Oh my.
Thanks
What
for
are
the
you
math
gonna get?
lesson,
Or by
Dubster.
Oh, my
I'm so much
Einstein.
smarter because of it. I'm so bad.
Yeah.
I'm so good now.
Divide 5,280 feet.
I did not
into
get
3.
it till now,
Dude.
Dubster. You
You
put
never
it
heard that,
perfectly.
Dubster? Like 4 laps on the track is a fucking mile, and they're 400 meters
Yes.
each.
Talking about
No, it's
the
1,600
yards.
yards. 1,600 yards.
Yeah, dude, totally.
A meter is not a
What's
yard,
his-
by
what's-
the way. But
What's
okay.
it? What's his guy? What's his name? Jesse Owens when he ran the 1,600-yard baton race.
No. Oh, okay. With teammates, yeah, sure. But he's not a long distance guy, right?
Bro, I'm making fun of Dubster. It's meters. I said yard.
Oh,
You're a
Jesus
fucking idiot,
Christ.
Dubster.
You're a fucking moron.
I didn't even pick
Dubster.
up on that. I just like said it. Thought of meters originally, but
No, yeah, Jesse Owens. You know, he was sick. But fuck you, Dubster. You're an
Do you
idiot.
have any guesses? Do you have any guesses?
Your
For what?
PR?
Yeah.
I'm
For
gonna.
4
Sorry to
laps?
insult you, Amy, but I'm not giving you past sub 7. So
I think I am. I'm gonna give her a 6:49.
Holy shit.
That's very
It's a
nice.
5:20. It's a 5:20.
oh fuck, I was
5:20.
off. Wow,
Holy shit!
Amy, holy. Yeah, that's good.
I think my 800 was 240.
Amy, you sound like a nerd. Like, how can I? Come on. I'm sorry.
I was woman athlete of the year at my college. which
Fuck yeah. Come on.
Didn't have a lot of women, to be fair.
So what you're saying is I would dominate both of you in any like race ever.
Dude, you're fat.
You'd get shit on.
And
I think both.
You're
ways.
fat, and you have not run recently.
Oh my god!
I'm like,
he has no
I'm like
idea.
lean and in shape, dude.
He has no clue about Jordan and his athletic prowess. He has no fucking clue.
Your athletic pros.
Yeah.
He has
so
no
sick,
clue.
dude.
He has no clue.
Let's not get it twisted, Josh. I'm the local fat bastard here.
Oh, shut up, Joe.
Yeah.
Jordan,
are we gonna go?
Jordan's actually in quite a bit better shape than I am.
Yeah. Anyways,
that's just the facts. I have nothing to gain by lying.
it's just funny. It's just funny how this discussion has happened. How many times? And it's been established, bro. Like, you wouldn't beat me in a foot race.
Oh my god, I'd murder you in a fucking foot race. Get the fuck out of here.
Maybe a foot race. Maybe a foot race.
Oh yeah,
mile,
change that answer around. Change it around right now.
In a mile?
Yeah, change it around.
In a mile, you wouldn't beat me, bro. You wouldn't.
If I train for a month, I'll wreck your shit easily.
No, you fucking wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
If we both train,
Josh has
we both trained
no
for a few months.
He has no clue. Unfortunate. No clue.
I've had this discussion with another friend before, dude.
It's okay.
It wouldn't happen.
No fucking chance.
I have the muscle memory. Alexa, set a
That's
timer.
right. Get Alexa to help you out.
minutes.
Alexa, help Josh out, please. Help him out.
I need to remember to to take my pie out, bro.
Poop pie.
Yeah, brownie pie.
Wait, what are you making?
A brownie pie. It's a poop pie.
First of all, I had no idea what the fuck that is. Is it a brownie but a pie shaped or something? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Alexa,
Josh,
play Freebird.
First off, they're supposed to be called mud pies. Don't
it's a poop pie.
Use that name. It's a mud pie, you stupid bastard. Holy shit.
Wow, I was the one that said it. What a jerk, bro.
Imagine like a cookie crust on a brownie though. Like a cookie crust.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
That kind of
she forgot her lunch, and so I brought her lunch, and I put a sticky note. Enjoy the poop pie.
You know what? Keep that name and use it as an inside joke for your kid.
That's food disparagement.
That's okay. I opened it in the teacher's lounge. It's pretty good.
like secretly, like you hid it. Like, listen.
Oh no!
I left.
No, her friends thought it were fucking hilarious. Or thought it was hilarious.
All right, let's.
Hold on.
I'm
I got
recording
something to say.
But
hold on, I got something to say. Alexa, play Freebird.
Oh my god. Alexa, turn Xbox off. Dude, I remember when like streamers were doing that to like people who had their microphones on or their speakers on. Streamers like, yo, Alexa, turn Xbox off, and like shutting down people's systems like in the middle.
That's funny.
Which is hilarious.
Is this how you're gonna open? You could add that to the intro.
CashApp one.
Listen, we are 5 hours in. Let's finish.
Yeah,
this
very
fucking
few will
video.
get to this point.
I know.
But if you open with something like that, much better.
When Silver is cooking his food and has 5 hours to kill, he'll get here. Other than that, it'll just be
Alexa,
us.
turn off all the lights.
Alexa, self-destruct. All right, there we go.
Alexa, say Harry balls plopped menacingly on the table.
Dude, we did that during a live stream. That stream got absolutely nuked. We were like, me and James were like, "Yo, Alexa, tell us about the dancing Israelis." That stream got cooked. It got fucking cooked, bro. It was funny. All right. Here we go. Let's finish this fucking video. Here we go.
Alexa, say, "Hey Siri, say bloody vaginal belch."
Jesus Christ. Here we go.
All right.
Okay.
As much
So
as I'd
MK
love to stay for the rest of us, I gotta get out of here.
They hide
Alright,
the fact of its
But I get to go
mechanism.
out on a high note.
And
so
the results of
I
MK
win.
Ultra
Fair
have
enough, Joe.
spread throughout society. Guys, good news. You're now the pharaoh. Okay? Each and every one of you are now the pharaoh. Congratulations.
I'm a pharaoh?
Something really funny about psychologists is this. Sorry, why is this happening? Okay. You may not know this, but psychologists have been known to have a greater propensity to have mental illness than most people. Your psychologist is literally more screwed up in the brain than you are. Okay? You don't believe me? Do some research.
That's not
And this is
exactly
really
true,
weird
but he's
because
asserting it anyways. Okay. Fair
if
enough.
you went to a doctor and the doctor was fat and unhealthy, that'd be problematic, right? Also, I have not met anyone who's gotten better psychologically after seeing a psychologist. You guys might have, and I'm sure there are lots and lots of people who benefited from seeing a psychologist, but I myself have never met anyone or seen anyone who's benefited from seeing a psychologist. And that's really weird because if you break your leg and you go to a doctor and like for years and years your leg doesn't get better, well, that's a problem, right? Okay, so something to keep in mind, okay? So, any questions?
Whatever. The idea of psychology, like, that doesn't mean they can heal your fucking mind. That's you. That's for you to do on your own, honestly. It's not about teachers or gurus or religious leaders or fucking psychologists. Your mind is yours. You have, what's the word, like, empirical. You have objective things to deal with and actually tangibly deal with them. So thus, the psyche will always depend on your own psyche. No one can go in and like fix it for you, like a broken leg or whatever. All right, here we go.
Questions, guys? So I know this was a lot to take in.
Pause.
And we'll be expanding these topics as we move on. Okay? But some key takeaways is all societies are first and foremost concerned with social control. And what's really interesting is who we are as a human being has not changed in thousands of years. So that the way they were controlling the Pharaoh in Egypt 5,000 years ago is really the way that they control us today. And I'll show you how as we discuss the mass media, okay, and mass education and mass psychology. Okay, we have a question here.
In that case, shouldn't the social media be controlled by government? Like, for example, why Twitter or say X could be a personal thing owned by Elon Musk?
Okay, that's a great question.
I get his question.
So if it's true that social media is a mechanism for social control, why are they controlled by private citizens who've made billions of dollars doing it, right? Okay, well, let me ask you this question. Who built the internet? Do you guys know who built the internet?
I'm gonna go with Bob.
The U.S. military, right? Because the internet is
Al Gore, come on.
Controlled by these cables that run around the world. Who
didn't make the dude? The internet was already the internet because we were imagining things, as in like, I have a mind, but I can't showcase my mind in front of everyone, right? I can't take my mind and give it to you, right? Even if they believe that the brain is the mind, right? Even in that case, you can't like physically give the brain away, and thus you can read minds, right? So like, why not have a medium where that's somewhat possible? Meaning it's up to like it's essentially like a natural phenomena of human behavior, in my humble opinion, or sorry, of like human people being people. I'll call it that. How about that? I'll go with that one. But like it makes sense as being like just naturally there.
This dude's lying. Al Gore invented the internet.
I think generally people call that communication, and the internet would be like a sub-component of that. It's like
obvious
one of the
right?
mediums.
It's like as soon as you come up with the phone, right? The internet is already being born, essentially, because it's like, well, why not talk to many people at once, right? Instead of like 1v1 conversations, why not make it 1,000 people conversation, right? So it's
right.
Like,
then we had the phone lines. Yep.
Yeah, these are obvious maturations as time going by.
Yeah,
it makes sense, right?
Yeah, but generally you refer to the internet as from the point of like computers with
the
talking to other
interface.
computers.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the idea is like you're putting your shit out there while others put their shit out there about your shit being put out there, which is like kind of like, in a way, mind reading in a way. Not exactly, but you know what I mean? Like it's the idea of in a way, like kind of like mind reading, and that makes sense to me. Is why the motive for increasing the capability of communication with each other. It makes absolute sense to me that would happen, which is why the conception of I'm saying it that way on purpose. The conception of anything you see now, it was like obvious, I think, from the beginning. If you had an imagination, right? Pretty obvious.
I want to know why this
Well,
guy's
I think he's going to say
lying.
something like the military or something like that. Because
he already did.
Because like it's going to be like who like actually physically put it there. It's like who built this bridge? Because if it's not there, then you have other roads, right? But somebody built something that's more useful, and actually puts it out to the world, like GPS, right?
Yeah.
They built GPS and everybody could use it. It's like, okay. Before it wasn't there.
I want to know why this guy is lying. Al Gore obviously built the internet.
Okay, Amy said that already. Okay, so your joke is lit. Either way,
who's joking?
Anyways, yeah, it's less so about like the fiber optics in the fucking ground somewhere, and more so about like the idea. And I'm sure that idea was there way, way, way long ago, but they didn't call it the internet, and they had no word for it. It's just kind of an idea, right? Like, imagine we can hear what we think, or there's so many people that exist, but I only know like 10 of them. What's going on in the other 20 people's minds, right? What are they doing? And then you'll see future things from here on out, obviously, that'll be like, that sounds practical in regards to like what might happen if you had the ability to, have a phone call with the world, right? Essentially. But all right, let's continue. Here we go.
Who built all these cables? The U.S. military. Do you think they would do this for free? Why would they do this? Okay? So Twitter, Facebook, that's the public face, okay? But what people forget is behind Facebook and Twitter are all this infrastructure that's being controlled and protected by the U.S. military. So why would the military do this?
There's something to that.
Okay.
I'm agree.
It's
right. And
not
again,
actually controlled.
This is a class about speculation,
observation,
about theories. Okay. I'm not telling you what's true. I'm just raising
that's
questions.
inaccurate. Like what they built.
God.
I mean, definitely when they first created it, they could have kept it completely closed off, right? But like you can make any wire connect to another wire, like a telephone. That's not a big deal. Now, creating a standard protocol like which basically is just coming up with a standard for all equipment, different machines can talk with. That is actually free and open. Now, people try to control it. Yes, definitely. People want data and they try to like pull that and control it as much as possible. But the standard is there. So like you can have an internet. It was more common before, where people would have like LAN parties. Like you could just hook it up in one room, and these machines are connected to each other. Like you can have an internet. You could set up a whole different internet that's not even connected to the rest of the internet. Like it's not.
Yeah.
Like once you have the protocol, that's freely available. And just like I use the example of the um, GPS specifically because that one there's no toll for it. There's a like it just bounces off there. It's like it's just like a pinging mechanism. So um, it's the whole world benefits from it being out there to the extent that like you can know where you are.
Yeah.
Like so, I just want to say there that like definitely the military would want to control something like that, or the government would want to control it. That of course they do, but in the example of the internet, they did put it out to the world, and a good example of that, like if you doubt that, think about like somewhere in like for example, China controls their internet, right?
Yeah.
Like if
Or
if we
Iran.
controlled that, they wouldn't be able
Jesus.
to do that exactly, right? They like it's such a decentralized thing that the top domain things where when you say I want to go to Google, like when you do that here or if you do that in a different country, it goes somewhere else. Like the first place it reaches is closer. So that thing is completely decentralized. And so there's not like one master thing for the internet.
Well,
There is
well,
one
you'd
master.
hope.
His name is Al Gore.
I mean, once again, I think the main mechanism, or sorry, the main objective of someone doing creepy shit would be to like fuck the internet existing as far as like being able to search this or search that. The idea would be more so like let's get to them themselves so that we can kind of own what they search for in the first place. That's where my mind goes, psychologically speaking, versus, because like these guys can't get rid of fucking like like bootleg sites and shit like that, right? You can watch like movies, TV shows, sports, whatever the fuck, right? Would they actually want that to happen? In some cases, yeah, but most cases, I don't think so, right? So,
Did you guys hear about the lady in Miami who the cops came and visited her because she criticized the mayor?
yeah, I did hear about that.
Because this whole idea of just getting in between people's relationships is very powerful, right?
Well, here's the thing, like your ISP definitely has, they can, if they wanted to, they can monitor. I mean, they probably do in a certain degree. I'm sure they leave it up to robots, but they can monitor every fucking thing you do, as far as like what's coming through your fucking internet. So yeah, I've had like in the past a cease and desist letter sent to me in regards to like movies I would download, right? Allegedly.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like from like as of recent?
No,
Well,
this
bro,
is
you're
years ago.
recording. You're about to post this.
This is years ago. Years ago. Where I got like an actual letter saying like,
That's
yo,
so well.
don't download that anymore. So it does go through your ISP, internet service provider, right?
Statute of
So
limitations.
so,
Dude,
but yeah, they will fuck it. They'll see that shit. They would.
there's more than just downloading movies if we're talking about flagging stuff
That
online,
was years
bro.
ago, man. That was years
Like
ago.
talking about images having hash marks embedded, like the government embeds hash marks in them, right? And then
Okay.
anytime they appear anywhere on the internet, the image itself, like every image on the in the metadata, it has specific hash marks that are assigned to that image, right? So what the government does is they go in and they mark it and they give it a tag. And so
Really?
whenever it pops up in any application anywhere connected to the internet, that hash mark goes back and it says, "Hi, like we just popped up here." So
Like flags
Really?
it.
Okay, because
yes,
That's why you need a VPN and you need a firewall.
your
Well, no,
VPN it doesn't do shit like that.
I'll
No,
It
VPN is
is.
just masking your location of where your starting point, but the firewall would be what would block
There's
the
ways to get
random
around
things
it.
that are
There,
that are exiting your device. The firewall would not let like these it go through
there's
these rogue
there's
ports.
ways to get around it, but it would still flag. Like it would still
let
I
me ask you this,
pop
Josh.
up. What?
Those kind of things you just described would probably be something illegal the government is trying to follow,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not illegal to like you know
I
like
thought
No.
tracking.
No, they're
No.
he's asking about why they would do that, and it's
Well,
to,
maybe.
to flag images
Well,
that are
for the
illegal.
government to do it, yeah, they're not supposed to,
No, that's
but
not what
like
he's
private
saying,
companies
bro.
do it.
That's
Hmm?
not what he's saying, bro.
Or like fake
Oh,
He's
content.
saying what
misunderstand.
type of things would the government want to track and do that to? And it's
Well,
stuff that is illegal,
at
is
least
what he
that's
said.
the ones that they
Yeah.
would have justification for, right? They might
Yes.
do other things
Imagine
that they
it.
don't
They
have a
didn't.
proper
They
cause
didn't.
justification.
Sure.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
didn't block the thing. They're letting it become bait.
can I say what I think my thing was?
Not really, but
Uh, I think my thing was with seeding, right? Remember, like if you download like torrents, right? And when you download them, right after it's done downloading, it's essentially like seeding, meaning like you're a source for someone else to download the same thing, right? And because that was happening, I think essentially you're kind of like an uploader at that point, right? That's what I
But you don't have
that's
the
what I
full
thought.
file.
That's what I thought at the time of why I
yeah, I
got
missed that.
flagged with that.
I missed
You ever
that.
heard of seeding, right? With like torrents, like if you
Uh,
download a movie or something like
Alexa
that,
off.
right? You download a
okay.
movie or a video game or something like that, right? And then once you download it, after it's done, when you're torrenting, you're seeding now. Now you're a source for data for that particular content, right?
Yeah.
They don't get the
And
whole file
thus,
from you, right?
it's
Like they
like
get
you're uploading.
slices and pieces of it.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but it's like you're uploading almost.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was why I got caught with that shit. That's why I thought that happened initially.
No.
Really? I thought that was the case. I might still do, honestly.
Could just be sending. It doesn't have to be upload.
No. Like seeding is like you're now a source for the rest of this shit being like.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
it's tagged to wherever it goes, it's tagged to. Yeah.
and by the way, it wasn't my ISP that gave me the warning. Is from the Motion Picture Association of America. By the way, like a direct letter. I'm like, holy shit, I'm kind of scared now.
Mm.
Yeah, it was the MPAA, bro. They're like, yo, you tried to download I think it was Revolutionary Road with
You
Leo.
remember the time?
Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio and fucking Kate Winslet, I think. They're like, yeah, listen, stop doing what you're doing. Cease and desist was what I got. So
Yeah, it's fucking wild. It's fucking wild.
yeah, I kept going anyways, like with other things.
Years ago, right?
Gaming, I did that a lot. 2K, I did that a lot with. Yeah, allegedly. Hey, God.
Yeah, if it's over like 6 years, then like you can't do it. But yeah,
Yeah, fucking weird, man. Streaming, no problems ever. Well, actually, when I was doing the fucking not Easter eggs, but fuck.
Only talk about old
No,
shit.
capture the flag, right? With Teddy stuff, with online security stuff. There'd be sites that were banned for my ISP, right? But you had to there's like a workaround for doing that, but there's still like flags nonetheless in regards to going to like certain websites because they were fake
Yeah.
websites, right? They're fake
Yeah,
I
for
have
the
no
sake
idea
of,
what you're
of
talking
testing.
about.
For like
that was
God,
to learn security, right? On servers
yes,
that were designed. Like
yes,
you weren't actually you were learning, but you weren't actually breaking any rules because they were designed for that.
yes, and you had to work around your
Yeah.
whatever your browser is, Chrome, typically Firefox. When I was doing that stuff, like the work
Yeah, I
around your
have
Firefox
no
browser
clue
shit.
what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about.
It's okay. Let's say
Sorry, Jordan. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the CIA agent that's gonna watch this video.
oh my god. Okay.
That's why I clarified. It's just it's a learning thing that you use like
you play
like
you play the role of hacker to understand what hackers might do. It's basically what I got from that, right? Red teaming and cybersecurity. That's what I got from like the idea of it, right? But there
I
was
mean,
What do you guys think of,
I'm genuine. I have no idea what you're talking about. So that's cool.
fair enough.
what do you think of Aaron Schwartz?
I saw that documentary years ago about him, or sorry, about what he did more so than him himself. But yeah, it's fucking dark of him trying
Is
to
that
like
the guy that
whistleblow.
played Mark Zuckerberg in the Facebook movie?
No, no. It's like basically like a kid kind of trying to whistleblow on certain things, and he died in kind of mysterious circumstances, if I could say.
Well, yeah. I mean, if he
Well,
did
question
kill
about that.
himself, he was being persecuted into, would have a lot of pressure was being put upon him.
Yeah,
That would be difficult for most human beings to withstand.
yeah,
Withstand.
yeah. No, it's unfortunate. Unfortunate,
But he
man.
did like technically steal a lot of journal articles. Just downloading, you
Yeah,
know, all the journal articles he could get his hands on.
yeah. A fucking like computer whiz kid.
But he was also a big hero in the net neutrality fight, like really helped bring
Yes,
people
he
together
was.
and
Yeah,
coordinate. Mhm.
I think that's
Yeah.
how I found him because I'm like, I don't know. My mindset was like a free internet type of thing, like free it,
Yep.
let it fly.
Yep.
But then again, I it kind of came up like in politically came up on like watching like full movies on like YouTube and Mega Download and shit like that. So what's his name? The guy, he's still around, right? The fucking Australian or New Zealand guy. I forgot his fucking name, but I think he made like Mega Upload.
I don't know.
Used to watch like full movies. Kim.com, right? I think that's his name. Kim.com. Used to watch like
That's
full movies.
Kim.com.
Yeah, Mega Upload was his, I believe. And used to watch like I used to watch like full movies on that thing. Straight up. And they were back then. They
Man,
were,
you're trying to get more letters, aren't you?
but whatever. Back then they were used to be like heavily like very sorry
Just remember,
in
Jordan,
language.
there's no statute of limitations with God.
Fair enough.
Say.
But they used to say like the same language back then. Of like, yeah, it's not gonna last. We're gonna hamper down on this stuff, and motherfuckers just make new websites. That's all that happens.
Yeah, all they had to do was have the website in a different country, and then they
Yeah.
didn't have jurisdiction over the issue.
Or a VPN to a different country and just upload the shit. Out to all my movie sites. All right, let's apply. Here we go.
Possibilities about what's really going on. Okay, and also like, I don't know what they did in Egypt 5,000 years ago. I'm just speculating. It's just a theory. It's a nice theory, but I have no evidence that it's true. Okay, this is a disclaimer. Take what I say with a grain of salt. Be skeptical and doubtful of what I say.
Oh, shit.
Okay, any more questions?
Hit pause.
Oh, okay.
Now, with him saying that, now I could say, good assumption, wrong country.
Okay.
And go with any country I choose. Because you remember in the opening of this, he said there was 4 countries in the ancient times, or 4 empires, whatever you want to classify it as. It was China, India, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. Why couldn't it have been China for everything you said? Why couldn't it have been India for all you said? Just because they're religion based in India, according to you? Why couldn't this also be part of it? They still have leaders.
I'll say fair enough, but I think beyond the point he was actually trying to make.
Out there.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it's relevant to it. It's like because this is the idea of the Jewish conspiracy theory. Just change it to the Egyptian. Now I'll put more faith into the Jewish one than this one because it makes more sense in my opinion. But it is still a theory, and I could easily exchange the originator of it to any other country that I would like to. It doesn't even have to be to ancient times. It could have been later in history. Like they could have been completely innocent in the Egyptian pharaoh thing. He was just a dictator and he did this all on his own. And those priests that worked for him, not they were his handlers.
I think at the core of the ideas he's saying, I think has some merit, but
I agree. But I'm saying
attribution
I could
to
switch it.
Okay, fair enough. But that's yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. That outwardly, you can attribute that to whoever you actually want to, essentially.
Right.
But the core of it does make sense as far as like why people get tricked or get fooled or get mind controlled or whatever. I think there's something to that. It's just the attribution that could be to a whole bunch of things. I think that's might be his falter, but let's a little bit more. I guess here we go. It's just like 5 minutes left.
Okay, great. Okay, so
Sorry.
I'll see you guys
Seconds
next
left.
class.
All right, never mind. Actually, never mind. All right, it's over. All right, fair enough. Okay. Very interesting video. I'll say that. As far as ideas brought up and kind of rabbit holes you go down. Fair enough. I'll probably watch more of this guy. Not because I believe he's so correct, but more so just curious of what is the point? Where does it go to? And that's what usually happens when you start getting into solutions, right? For like, how do you fix things? You point out the problem, okay? How do you fix it? And that's usually where you can see like what someone's actually about, in my humble opinion. So I guess we'll say, but for now, it is what it is. There's your video. Please subscribe.
Can I say something really fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that even outside of the country, in my experience, Chinese people are very monitored by the Chinese government and under a lot of pressure. So that's just something I always take into consideration when I hear
Fair enough.
Chinese speakers.
I don't think he's in China personally, but I can't say I know. I don't think he's in China, but sure, socially, why not care about that? That's worthy of caring about. I'll say that.
No, just what I'm talking about is that are people free to say what they really think? And there's all kinds of constraints on people, like, YouTube algorithm or YouTube will, demonetize or kick off entirely still people for certain kinds of topics. So we have certain things we can't say, or most people won't say in the US. That might change around a little from time to time, but there are things. And then I just am saying that a lot of people might think that if a person comes to the US, then they can just say whatever they want, or Canada or whatever, but there's still a lot of influence exerted from home country, even if they don't go back.
That's fair enough, right? Conditioning should be something you pay attention to, for sure.
I'm not talking about conditioning. I'm talking about like threats or coercion or subtle
those are conditioning
consequences.
factors. Sorry, they are though.
I just call it coercion. Because
Okay.
conditioning could be good. Anyway.
Well, if you fuck it, I'm going there. If someone like points a gun at your head and say like, do this or you're dead, right? Your idea of guns, your ideas of physics, your idea of death, all of that come to calculation, which probably comes from conditioning, most likely. So thus, you might behave a certain way because of the implications of the scenario, right? But whatever, okay. Either way, there's your video. Please subscribe if you feel like. Comment, agree or disagree. Let it be known. There's a fucking monster of a video. 5.5 hours. Jeez, I said marathon from the beginning. So like I told you guys, marathon. So please, if you make it to this part of the video, please leave your comment of what you think. Don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord link if you want to join that. We are in that Discord right now. All opinions are welcome. I mean all of them. So please, don't be a pussy. Show up. Sorry. Don't be a Kokolinski. Sorry. Don't be scared. Show up. Say your opinion out loud. It's okay. Or in text. Do that too. All of that is welcome to all of you. Also, this video will be linked. Sorry, the video we're watching here from Professor Zhang and what's his name? Predictive history. This video will be linked for you guys to look at on your own and make your own opinions and decisions and all that stuff. So please check that out. Take advantage of that. Most importantly, more than anything else, give this video a thumbs down.
Oh.
Yeah. Wait. You want to go?
No, I didn't say anything.
Dubster, give this video a what? Don't lie to me. Don't you
Give this video
don't you lie to me.
2 Sigourney Weaver thumbs down.
Sigourney Weavers. Fair enough.